Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the fourth day of HIPTHER Festival. Today it's European Gaming Q4 Meetup, our quarterly Meetup's fourth edition this year. Thank you for joining us this morning as well. Today we are going to focus on the gaming and gambling industry, payments industry, and so on in Europe, and some special sessions about Africa as well. Today we will get started with a keynote presentation by one of our great colleagues at PLAID under the name of Albert Malikov, head of product in Europe at PLAID. Albert, it's nice to see you.
Hello, Zoltan. Thanks so much for having me today. Very excited to participate and share our thoughts on payments and open banking broadly.
It's our pleasure. So you have a presentation for us today, right?
Yes, I do have a presentation that I wanted to share. Let me go and share my screen. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes. Everybody can on YouTube and in virtual reality on Neos VR. So
awesome. Yeah. So well, again, thanks so much for having me today. So it's an early morning. So hope everyone had their coffees and enjoying the fourth day of the festival. So today I wanted to talk about the future of the payments and also open banking, as I mentioned, and how it actually can improve overall experience for the gamers, for the players in the industry broadly. So quick introduction. So my name is Albert, as Zoltan already introduced me. I lead our PLAID's product in Europe. And before going into the overall sort of like our view on the open banking, I wanted to share a little bit of who PLAID is and a little bit more about open banking in general as well. Sorry, yeah. So PLAID is the world leading open banking platform. And so what we do, we have a global network with the local expertise in the different regions. And we help our customers to essentially get access to the financial data and also simplify and make payments inside their applications easier. So we essentially build this layer on top of the financial ecosystem where, and we simplified a lot of those services into very simple API so that our customers can easily integrate with that and take advantage of those services. So for some of you who probably a little bit deeper into the nuances of open banking, I'm pretty sure you heard terms like account information services, penetration services. That's exactly what we do. So PLAID is, I'm humbled to be in the middle of this ecosystem where, from one hand, we have thousands of financial institutions we connected to. And on the other side of the equation, we have also thousands of different financial applications and also merchants that is actually using connectivity to PLAID to get access to information at that financial institutions. So being in the middle of this ecosystem, traditional financial players on one hand, and then new players on the other hand. So we're enabling the growth and innovation in the fintech space. So what does make us different from many players out there on the market? Few things. Well, first of all, we are relentlessly focused on the user experience and conversion. So being fortunate to have millions transactions going through our platform, we doing everyday improvements into the conversion so that experience is better for our customers. And so why it's important, because at the end of the day, it brings their cost of doing the business down. And that's what we are focused pretty much exclusively. So second is, I already mentioned, it's our global network. So it's thousands of banks and financial institutions across a number of continents. So we're very unique in that sense. so that we have decent coverage of the financial institutions, not only in the US, Europe, and Canada, but sort of in those places we have very good coverage across the institutions, and global players can easily just use us across those regions, and they don't need to have a number of providers for that. And last but not least is PLAID was built by developers for developers, so we know our audience very well, and we have one of the largest developer teams in open banking space, which allows us to innovate fast, to bring new solutions to the market across different regions earlier than many other players on the market. So you heard that from one of the product person at PLAID, so which probably you wouldn't expect something different. So I wanted to just reinforce this message by some independent studies as well. So if you look up online the Forrester New Wave report on the open banking, you'll see a very detailed analysis of different players that they did, and so they highly rated PLAID as one of the strongest players in the open banking space in terms of overall all-around capabilities, footprint, and also in terms of the way how we actually think about bringing new products and our vision for the industry. So with that, I guess I'm moving to the point which would be very interesting for the audience today. Like, what does it mean for the gaming industry? So how gaming industry can benefit from this? There are actually a number of opportunities we believe in the space where our solutions can make the industry better. So first of all, all the players in this ecosystem are focused on making the gamers experience superior, and funding, money in, money out, is one of the most important elements of that. So our solutions, and we're going to talk a little bit more about them in the coming slides, helps to make that funding experience simpler and more simpler, cost-effective, and also instant. So that's one. A second opportunity is essentially making the overall ecosystem safer, and also making it fair. So what we're talking about is sort of like our solutions around identity could allow reducing the fraud in the gaming ecosystem, and also so we all know that there are more regulations happening in terms of adding the guardrails for the who are allowed to be on the gaming platforms. So we believe that using again our solutions, the gaming industry can make those guardrails easier and remove additional friction for the users. So that's how we see that gaming industry can benefit from open banking. Just moving a little bit one step deeper in terms of our products, there are three big buckets of the products that we have. First is just like payments products, then we have account information, so-called account information products, and then verification products. So I'm going to go through each of this product and talk a little bit how, again, the gaming industry can benefit from this. First is so-called payment initiation product, or think about this as account funding or pay-in product. So as I already mentioned, it is instant bank transfer. Using this solution, the funds users can easily move their funds from their bank account to the gaming platform. So the pay-in element is very important, but then what we're hearing from the many players, the payout part is or withdrawal part is not less important. So that's why we're investing into these products and planning to launch in a couple of months our payouts product, instant payouts product for that could be actually used for the gaming industry as well. So that's payments. In terms of the account information products, there are a number of solutions that we have. So in general, all of the solution allows our customers to get access to transaction balance information of their users with their consent. And using that information, as I already mentioned, so we can provide solutions, affordability check solutions for the industry where they can comply with the regulation and put additional guardrails for to make the overall ecosystem safer. And finally, the two other products that we have is within the verification bucket. And two things are there. First is identity. So being able to use identity that you have with your bank account allows our customers essentially just reduce the risk or comply with the certain requirements or regulations doing KYC and compliance checks. And the final product in this bucket is so-called OAuth, which actually allows to extract your bank account information with a few clicks. So which this product works very well with the payouts product, where if you would like to withdraw your funds, you don't need to type in your bank account information. You just connect your bank account with a few clicks, and so the entire process is very seamless in that sense. Next, I wanted to double click on the first product that I mentioned, payment initiation. I think overall, this is a very important part of the open banking, and we are very excited, and we believe that we are in the beginning of the new wave of innovation in payment that is happening, and payment initiation is true driver of this. So overall, the thesis that we have is a lot of payment instruments that being used today, they will not be for today's digital commerce. And as we've seen in the past number of years, especially with the pandemic, digitalization and percentage of the adoption of the digital services has significantly increased. So the importance of the payment instruments that actually solve today's needs of our customers is very important. So we believe that payment initiation is one of those elements that actually for digital commerce, built for mobile commerce, and can make a substantial change in terms of the experiences. So next, I'm going to go and essentially just talk a little bit about different benefits of payment initiation, why we believe that, why we're very excited about this, and why we believe that it could be very valuable for the gaming community as well. Well, first is the user experience. So as I already mentioned, so payment initiation was sort of like built as a completely new payment instrument on top of the bank account, and it allows very seamlessly initiate the payment from your bank account. Essentially, it's just it uses biometric authentication on your phones. If you have iPhones, it's Face ID, and just like with a few clicks, you can easily make a payment, instant payment to the platform, fund your account with any platform where you would like to participate. So this is first. Second, it's fraud reduction, because users or players in this case authenticate directly from their bank account. There is certainty in terms of their identity, and also the authentication layer that is actually built into a build-up of that is using biometric authentication allows to essentially reduce fraud quite substantially, eliminate the chargebacks, which we know and hear are a very big challenge for the industry. So the third one, so as already mentioned, this payment instrument is built on top of the instant payment rails. So that's why it's instant. So it takes seconds to move money from one place to another place. also very important for the industry. So yeah, so a lot of things in the gaming platforms happening real time, and we want to essentially be able to move money instantly in and to move money out instantly as well. The next one is cost reduction. So payment cost is quite significant for a lot of industries, including the gaming one. So there are, as we know, usually several middlemen that is processing the payment. So like all of this adds up to whatever percentage points. The open banking payments, by definition, is actually built in such a way so that there is a very minimal middlemen in between. That's why it's very cost efficient for our customers. The next benefit of the payment initiation is different flexible payment types. So it's not only one-time top-ups that we already discussed. So you can also schedule the standing orders, and also there is very exciting development that is happening in UK at this point of time called variable recurring payments that will allow essentially just do recurring payments in a very seamless way as well. And last but not least, so the additional capabilities that we build on top of the open banking payments allows our customers just like easily verify the statuses of the payments and also do the reconciliation. And this way we keep finance and treasury departments of our customers very happy. Next, just wanted to go into a little bit under the hood, how it works, how payment initiation works. So bear with me. I know there are a lot of information here on this slide. So actually, sort of like in terms of all the participants of the payment initiation, there are actually four main elements here. One is the end user or player on the platform. Second is the bank. Then we have application, and also beneficiary of the application that has account with the bank as well. So what happens is end user want to play a game or make a bet inside the application and initiate the request of making a transfer from the bank account. So at that point, application that is actually integrated with PLAID calls the PLAID, our SDK, to initiate that payment. So at that point, it's step 2 in this chart. So we talk to the bank using our integration and let them know that we would like to initiate this payment. So the bank at that point starts their own system, and inside the application we show the authentication flow for the end user, so that inside their mobile bank application they can confirm that they are who they are, and they allow this payment to happen. So it happens just as I said, authentication happens with the biometric, and then it just requires a few clicks from the user side to confirm this payment. So after payment is authenticated, so bank send the funds instantly to the beneficiary of the funds. That actually happens within the seconds. And step 5, so we just confirm the status of the payment inside the application, and that's it. So it's relatively easy, and then player can use the funds inside the gaming platform. So just to visualize this a little bit, I wanted to show sort of like what's specifically essentially happening on the front end of this experience. Just in terms of, as I mentioned, like one of the biggest advantages of what we're trying to do is simplify the integrations for our customers. So we have 2 ways how you can integrate with us. One way is out of the box solution. It's PLAID Link. So what you see actually on the screen, it's already pre-built SDK with a certain screen, so that you just drop this inside your application. It requires just like few lines of code, and you can get up and running and collect the payments. For the customers that actually want a little bit more flexibility, we have a more customization that they can do, so they can build this experience very much integrated inside their applications as well. So in terms of the steps, so what's happening essentially on the front end, so I'm showing this on an example of that out of the box link solution that I mentioned. So first, the application initiates the payment, and then user inside the application essentially confirming the payment. Yes, so I'm making the payment of £21 to this beneficiary. So user clicks continue, selects the bank account, let's say Barclays in this case, and then user is being redirected to the to the Barclays surface, where user authenticate then confirms the payment. Takes just a few clicks, a very simple process, and then payment is confirmed. That's it. So this is this is the way how it works. I wanted to also show the live demo how one of our customers, remittance company Paysend, is using the payment initiation. So on the screen, you're seeing that the users also selecting the bank, Monzo in this case, and then on the surface of the Monzo confirming the payment, and all is done. So really takes a few clicks, super simple experience. So that's what we have at this moment of time. I wanted to spend a little bit of time just talking about sort of like how we see the development, what are the other capabilities that we're building, just to make the life of our customers even easier. So first, I mentioned payment initiation is the way of essentially making a bank transfer from your bank account. It's built on the open banking standard that that is governed by the PSD2 regulation in Europe for a number of years already. But when we look at the solution, when we look at the needs of our customers, we also realize that it's not enough to make a good payment instrument and fully solve the needs of our customers. So that's why we started building additional capabilities on top of the open banking payments. So we call them payment settlement infrastructure. Essentially, what it allows to do our customers a few things. First of all, so we give our customers the merchant accounts, and then they can, using our services, do a few things. First of all, they can verify the status of the payment so that the payment is happened in the real time, and then they can essentially let their users to use those funds on the platform, and do a reconciliation based on that for the finance and treasury departments. Second is with this capabilities, our customers can process instant refund. So in case the money needs to be refunded back to the user, the very simple refund API can be used on our side. And last but not least, very important product feature for the gaming industry is payouts. So it's also instant payouts from those merchant accounts that allows essentially users to withdraw their funds easily from the platform as well. So the other important element of the overall investments that we're making in Europe is geo expansion. So as I mentioned before, one of our strengths is being a global platform and solving the needs of the customers, not only in one market, but in a number of different markets. So we already have those payments products available in UK, France, Italy, Ireland, and Netherlands. And we're working to add more markets by the end of this year. We're going to add Switzerland, Austria, Sweden, Norway, Spain, Poland, Belgium, Denmark. And so we don't have all of the markets that we'll be adding in the next year here, but the list is pretty much all major European countries. So next year, we're planning to be in those markets, and we're going to have one of the best coverages across all open banking players. Yeah, so with this, that's all content that I have for today. So overall, just to wrap things up, we're very excited about the future of open banking. Very excited what open banking can do for the gaming industry. And yeah, so you please, like, if you have any questions, send me a message on LinkedIn or send me an email. Happy to talk more about open banking. We're very passionate about this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. Very insightful presentation, and everybody who is interested, like Albert said, you can find Albert and PLAID. I'm not pronouncing it correctly. It's not PLAID, it's PLAID.
Yeah, we call it PLAD.
PLAD. Okay, yeah, it's more Dutch. Sounds more like Dutch. Okay, thank you so much, Albert. You can find Albert on LinkedIn and also their company. So thanks, Albert, and let's stay in touch.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Next up, we have Dr. Simon Planzer of Planzer Law with another fireside chat about the European gaming market. Simon, are you here? I see David is already. Hey, hi, David.
Hi, Zoltan. Hi, everyone.
I think that Simon is also going to connect now, as we are starting a bit earlier. Let's see.
Indeed, I am.
Hi. We surprised you because we start 4 minutes earlier, not like a Swiss clock.
Well, yeah, exactly. More punctual than a Swiss clock. The other direction. Yeah.
How are things, Simon? It's nice to see you.
Things are very good. Very good. Actually, there is a very solid reason for a slight delay in showing up in the video call, because I had to make sure to create the right atmosphere for our fireside chat.
Okay.
So I made sure to bring at least some of the ingredients. You might not see that.
No, because you need to switch off the virtual background, because we're just
exactly. I can lift it, I believe, like this. I brought some logs. I brought the appropriate wood.
Are you going to set them alight, Simon?
That might be a bit too risky. Want to check my proper insurance first.
Okay, so you have 2 fireside chats today, one in Europe and one about Africa, right?
That is correct. We're going to tour the world on 2 continents, and I'm very much looking forward.
Okay, so I leave you to it. You can get started with the first one. Speak soon.
Thank you, Sultan. Pleasure seeing you again. Wonderful. Well, David, it's a pleasure having you here.
Pleasure to be here, Simon.
We're going to have a very interesting fireside chat on a regulatory outlook in relation to Europe. Before we get started, let me just say a few words for those in the audience who might not be familiar with the format. So the fireside chat format is something we introduced to the conference series to make sure to be able to deepen certain issues a bit more profoundly, and to really take the time to touch base on key issues in the industry. And today we have a wonderful guest. I'm very happy to have you here, David. And I'm going to say a few words about our guest. David is Head of Regulatory Affairs at the Attain Group, based in London. That's certainly a very demanding and international role, because it requires to have an overview, essentially, of all the jurisdictions where you're active, plus those where you might be interested in becoming active and seeking a license. It also involves matters such as defining policies for these various jurisdictions. So a very important and also exposed role, in the sense that you want to make sure to get things right as a company. Prior to that, David also worked with another large gambling company in a similar role. And he also has experience with a leading trade association in sports. And if I see this correctly, David also has a Brussels life in a former life. So where he actually worked as an advisor in the European Parliament, also helping with policies and supporting a member of European Parliament. David is also European at heart. He has studied European studies and languages and also studied in Rome. So again, welcome, David.
Thank you, Simon. Lovely to be here.
We have pre-discussed to cover a couple of horizontal themes. What we mean by that is themes that are applicable throughout numerous jurisdictions. So not specific to one or two jurisdictions. And these themes include affordability, new products in operators' portfolio, as well as advertising. And with the latter one, we will then also zoom in to a couple of jurisdictions. And these will include notably the Netherlands, Sweden, Ukraine, and Spain. But from the outset, I should say that, of course, everybody in the audience, be it on Zoom or YouTube, is invited to send us questions, and we will try to pick up the questions that you bring in. Wonderful. Why don't we get started then with our first theme, affordability. Let's start very basic, David. What is this notion about? What is affordability about?
Yeah, thanks, Simon. So I think, affordability is a core part of the kind of wider, safer gambling topic that obviously most people will be familiar with, but it's a crucial one, and it kind of cuts to the heart of the policy issues that my company and certainly other operators in the industry are dealing with. And essentially, it's about ensuring that players and customers are only spending what they can afford to spend, both financially, but also in terms of time as well. And clearly, the issue that we have is what is affordable for one person isn't necessarily affordable for another. And this is something that increasingly is cropping up in the policy discussions in a number of jurisdictions. It's certainly going to be a big part of the review, the Gambling Act review that's ongoing at the moment in the UK, and increasingly it's an issue that's being touched on in other jurisdictions as well. And it's certainly one that there isn't one set way of approaching it. But what is certainly clear is that we as a sector are going to have to be a bit more precise and more granular in our way of approaching affordability. It's not as simple as just saying, okay, here's a blanket limit for everyone that they're allowed to gamble up to in each week or each month or each year. I think we're trying to get to a stage where it's more nuanced and it's appropriate on an individualized basis. So it's bringing that, moving away from a one size fits all towards something that's actually clearly having an added value for the customers and making sure that they are genuinely spending within their means.
Okay, so not one size fits all, rather individual approach in a way that reminds of the famous risk-based approach in the field of AML, where exactly you try to avoid the ticking the box approach, but rather look at each individual risk and constellation. At the same time, this sounds like an awful big job, because as soon as you go individual, it becomes tricky and very demanding, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be about trying to find that balance, because ultimately, if you go too far one way and you say, right, Simon, okay, you've just registered with my company. We're going to do a very detailed background check on you. I want 3 months pay slips. I want bank statements. I want an understanding of your outgoings to come up with some very detailed approach for you. That's simply not going to work. And we know that from experience in other areas. That will drive customers elsewhere. And that's not going to be helpful for either party involved. but I think in order to find that balance, we're going to have to find mechanisms and ways of getting a better understanding of the individual circumstances of each player in order to be able to achieve that. And we're seeing different countries approaching it in different ways. I think so. You know, we've probably got four sort of main systems, I suppose. I think you've got I call probably the strictest system at the moment in Europe, which is Germany, where there's a hard-coded limit, monthly deposit limit of €1,000, which can be increased in certain circumstances, but it's a 1,000 limit is your starting point, and that is across all operators as well. So there's going to be a centralized database which all operators will have to feed into to obtain this single customer view. And so that's probably at the top end of what we're looking at affordability. Then you've got sort of more hybrid models, places like Belgium, where there is currently a €500 deposit limit, potentially decreasing shortly down to about 200. But in conjunction with that, players can lift that limit if they pass an affordability check, which is conducted by the national bank. So essentially, they'll do a check against that customer, see if they have serious debts or they've defaulted in the past, and basically come back with a kind of a green flag or a red flag as to whether those limits can be increased. Then you've got a sort of third category, which is the more sort of self-regulatory approach. So basically, when a customer registers with an operator, they will have to set deposit limits, their own deposit limits that are kind of specific to them, but that's mandatory. In order to be able to register, each customer will have to set their own limits, so perhaps on a monthly or weekly or daily basis. And then the final category is the sort of the fully liberal approach, where there isn't really any there's the option to set limits, but there's nothing mandated in the regulations. So the sort of .com model, essentially, we'll see in some of the unregulated markets that are still in Europe. So there's a kind of a whole spectrum of ways that this is approached, and it's a matter of trying to find the correct balance that's going to work and be most appropriate to resolve the issue.
Indeed, it's a very topical development. Affordability is everywhere as a notion now. And only some years ago that was only the case for a couple of jurisdictions, and the big topic in the past was problem gambling, right? So in a way, what you describe as safer gambling, we could say englobes on the one hand problem gambling, and on the other hand affordability. And just a few words because on this topic, because this is often confused. I've noted in public discussions. It's really two different things. Problem gambling is a psychological, medical issue where you have definitions in medical manuals such as the DSM-5, and it's really a medical issue for those who have reached the level of addiction, gambling disorder, as it is referred to in DSM-5. And then, of course, there are lighter forms of it, which we often describe also under the notion of problem gambling or disordered gambling. And very different to that is the issue of affordability, because, of course, even if somebody has no problem from a medical perspective in gambling, it can become a problem for him or her from a financial perspective. Yet, in fairness, you also mentioned time. And here we have a commonality. Spending a lot of time, or obsessively a lot of time, on a certain activity can also be a typical trait of an addiction issue indeed. So we have a certain bridge there. But as a starting point, we should not forget that these are really two different things. And as you have described, quite a big task to engage in as an operator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely early stages, I think, as I've mentioned before. And there's certainly no probably ideal way of approaching this that's kind of been developed so far. I think there's a few methods or systems that are being looked at. But I think one thing that we certainly will have to do, and a good way of dealing with this, is to kind of embrace technology and what technology can do in terms of getting that kind of understanding of an individual's financial situation to kind of feedback the data to operators without going down the manual route of, right, please, Simon, send in your bank statements, send in your pay slips, et cetera, because, you know, from our own experience, we've seen that in about 80% of circumstances where we interact with customers and ask them for documentation, they simply either don't send it back or go elsewhere. And you know, as we know, the black market is a real threat in the online space. You know, we have different kind of channeling rates, is what we call the size of the regulated market in the context of online gambling, and we have a variety of them in Europe. Some with very high channeling rates. So the UK is probably a good example where we have sort of 98% of the market regulated and licensed locally in the UK, whereas in other jurisdictions it's far lower. You know, France, you know, from a gaming perspective would be a good example. Finland, some of these other markets as well that aren't regulated yet, or sorry, aren't open in a liberalized manner with an open licensing regime, and that is a real threat. And clearly in the black market there is no, you know, can be very little consumer protection methods. It's a bit of a black hole. There'll be no reporting to regulators. There might not be any support or interaction with those customers. So it really is important from a consumer protection standpoint that we get this right as well. You wouldn't want to, you know, have your best interests at heart and trying to help out and actually have the complete opposite effect, and it'd be counterproductive and drive players elsewhere. So it really is a balancing act, and it's going to be a big challenge trying to get that right.
Yes, that there is also a more fundamental question, at least, that is legitimate, and you're probably delighted that I will ask that question or raise it, which is, what is the justification for actually applying such a criterion to a certain sector? I can contrast it with, let's say, certain goods that are pricey. You can go to any capital of this world. You will always have that one or two main streets, business streets, where people go shopping, and there are many expensive goods that you can buy, such as, let's say, expensive handbags or luxury goods. And I haven't heard so far that there is a control at the entry door where people are being checked whether they can afford this or not. So as a general rule, as a general principle, affordability is not practiced, right? Overall in the business world. The question then is, why is it practiced? Why do you think it has developed as a criterion? You know, that's more the genesis of it, the rationale. And well, even from an operator's perspective, do you find it justified as a criterion?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think, you know, in terms of other analogies, if you look at something like alcohol, you know, if you go into a pub and they say, oh, we spent too much this week, we're afraid we can't serve you again, you know, are you able to go to another pub, or do you go to the supermarket? Or in the case of the black market scenario, do you go home and start brewing it in your bathtub? I think, you know, gambling is perhaps viewed in a different way. And I think, you know, part of that is because of the reputation that has been established for the sector. And I think, you know, we definitely, I think in many respects to kind of blame for that. I think that the industry has been a bit slow to react to some of these pressing issues. And you know, has been on the back foot a little bit because of, you know, the enormous growth we've seen in the past, and a huge number of, you know, operators in the space who quite frankly aren't responsible and quite frankly have no interest in supporting consumer protection in any way. So, you know, it's companies like mine and some of the peers in the sector that are really trying to work hard to kind of to step up and take the lead on this. But, you know, to your question, I think, you know, inherently gambling involves, you know, a very clear transactional nature, which is, you know, a customer or a punter placing a wager or a bet, and, you know, an element of chance very, very often involved in that, if it's not a you know, purely a skill-based game. And I think that's, you know, that kind of overt risk that's apparent in gambling and all the connotations around it kind of put it in a certain category, really. I think with, you know, if you look at shopping or something, you know, you might go out and buy the latest, you know, new TV that you maybe can't afford, and you have to pay it in installments or whatever, or you have to borrow money from your friends to pay for it. But, you there's a very clear product you're getting back in return. I think with gambling, it's slightly less tangible. It's more about the experience. It's about entertainment. It's about enjoyment. And that for 99% of players, that is the case. But for a small percentage of them, they have these issues and they have a problem. So that's why there is this kind of additional element that is associated with gambling, which puts it under the microscope, I think, and means that it is talked about slightly differently. But, I think we do have the opportunity to rectify that. And I think if the sector acts in a responsible way, and we take some leadership here, as we're really trying to do, then hopefully we can move that sort of negative reputation in the direction of a more kind of typical industry or sector, and less of a bogey, I suppose, as it is perceived at the moment by some.
You have mentioned one aspect that I've often heard in political discussions, and which makes the stance for gambling, I think, difficult in the political scene. It is this assumption that gambling is about spending money without no counter value. The truth is, there is a counter value, but it's not tangible, right? But this is actually often kind of put forward in the political discourse, that as opposed to, say, shopping on luxury goods, that there is allegedly no counter value. But of course, the counter value is non-tangible and essentially consisting in entertainment, fun, entertainment, pleasure. And this is, at the end of the day, still about personal choices, what people spend their money on. But I agree, it should be done in a regulatory framework that at least enables individuals to make sound choices, indeed.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point there, just to pick up on the individual freedoms point. I mean, that's another big dimension here. It's obviously governments, regulators, companies want to provide a safety net, essentially, for those customers, but they don't want to go too far down the route where they're dictating to them what and how they can spend their money. And I think a lot of people are quite sensitive to this. There's parallels with the use of data, and that kind of discussion that's going on in a number of big societies and industries at the moment. There has to be an element of personal freedom which is retained. Otherwise, we're kind of going a little bit backwards in terms of the way that you don't want to end up sort of dictatorship where we're kind of told what and how we can spend our money and how we can spend our time. So it is a tricky act, but it's definitely going to keep us busy for a long while yet, I think.
I agree. I hope for a sound development. Otherwise, you might have to take a second time the Mayflower. So I believe we don't have the time to go into all four regulatory approaches, pros and in relation to pros and cons. But maybe if we took, a middle ground, say, the self-regulatory approach, for instance, would you find that a fair balance? Would that be a policy you can recommend to regulators?
I think it's definitely a starting point. It's a minimum standard. I think, I don't think we should have a situation where, it's something that everyone that will have the opportunity to tailor their particular limits to what their situation is. Now, the big issue is for those players who either ignore it or are unrealistic about what those are. And that's when the next level of kind of affordability comes in. So I think as a starting point, it's necessary. But I think there's questions around the way in which it's presented as well. So do you have a drop-down menu of, 100,000, 10,000, 1,000? What order are they presented in? Is it just you actually kind of input your own values, or are they already pre-selected for you? How is it presented? At what point during the customer onboarding process? How often are you instructed to check these and adjust them and amend them? So there are different elements within that. But I think on top of that, the risk is if I just go, oh, get out the way, I want to place a bet on a football match, I'm just going to put €1 million as my monthly limit, then that's clearly unrealistic and it doesn't serve the purpose. So that's when that extra tier of checks kind of comes in. And I think that there's plenty of things that we can kind of look at and how we do that. And is it, so the banks, do they have a role to play in here? So other sectors, I think increasingly we're seeing financial institutions coming up with instruments as an additional safeguards to kind of support customer spend in this area. Not only from the kind of retail bank side, but also sort of national banks. You can do, as I mentioned in Belgium before, sort of affordability checks and kind of credit checks, that sort of thing. Technological solutions, so integrating that with other databases and things like that are potential options as well. But I think processes that are overly manual and overly burdensome on the customer kind of need to be avoided. And then, the final point I think is around single customer view. So this is another issue that's being discussed in a number of jurisdictions, because I think it's all well and good having limits set in place that are kind of controlled for one operator, but there's nothing to stop the player moving to another operator, which has zero visibility of what's going on with operator A. So again, we're having a discussion around how to build up a clearer, holistic picture of individual customers. And again, that has to be done in a balanced way. I think you don't want to go down the route of having basically a national register of gamblers with all the kind of connotations that has with it. But equally, if there are some ways of building up a broader understanding of that customer. So if, Simon, you just register with my company, but actually you were blacklisted from another company because they had concerns about your spending, then we should be able to know that. So central self-exclusion registers and central registers in that way will be helpful in building up that clearer picture.
It's a delicate balance, of course, to strike, because on the one hand there are legitimate interests in having such centralized tools. On the other hand, there's a very legitimate interest also of players for their individual freedoms and not being tracked constantly, a theme we are familiar with from social media such as Facebook, where tracking currently is not necessarily perceived as a positive thing. Why don't we move to our second theme, new products, new verticals in the gaming field? Very basically, David, why do gambling companies such as Entain look into broadening their portfolio?
I think it's the same as any other customer, or any other industry or company, really. You're constantly trying to evolve your product offering, reach new audiences, and move with the times, I think. Gambling is something that's been around for many thousands of years, going back to ancient Rome or ancient Greece. And clearly they were doing it in a slightly different way to which customers are doing it now. But equally in 100 years from now, I suspect we'll be doing it in a very different way to the way we are today. And, I think there's an interesting nexus here between the world of, for example, video games, virtual reality, the metaverse, to coin a popular phrase as well. And how does gambling interface with that new sort of future, a new reality, really. So I think, companies like Entain are very kind of forward looking. I think our new CEO, Jette, has been very keen to look into the future and how we're evolving. And certainly that's been borne out through some of our strategic decisions we've made recently. We've invested in an esports company, Unicorn, who's one of the leaders in that space, and that's clearly a very interesting and growing sector, and more generally around skill gaming, I think. So moving slightly away from the traditional games of chance, should we call it, into slightly different spheres, which involve more kind of human elements. So, in the context of video gaming, perhaps, two players playing against each other at FIFA or Call of Duty or something like that, and the competitive element that's already there, building an extra layer on top of that, which might be more akin to sort of betting, wagering, whatever you want to call it. So I think that's essentially why this is kind of becoming more of a discussion in our sector.
There's certainly, as you have outlined, a very realistic demand from customer side, also by the fact of the changing demographics, with the younger generation being more into hybrid games. Hybrid is interesting, right? Because you have elements of chance and skill, or pure skill games. I might see a second reason as well, and I would immediately point out to very successful video gaming companies that obviously find themselves in a different regulatory box, and also I should add different tax box, isn't it? So no gambling tax applies to video gaming companies. So of course, the second reason could be a very obvious commercial one. Would you agree the regulatory burden is much lower, the tax burden is much lower, so it can be a better business case?
Yeah, I think there's an element of truth in that, but at the same time, I would say actually the uncertainty of that lack of regulatory framework that kind of exists does pose a threat as well. And this is, I think, where we have to learn from our experiences as an industry and as a sector from, our kind of day jobs, so to speak, because we wouldn't want to get into a situation where if we abuse that lack of regulation, that actually governments and regulators come down very hard and effectively close off the market or regulate us out of the space. And one of the clear dangers here is around audiences, okay? Because particularly in the field of esports, a huge proportion of those are likely to be young people and potentially children. And clearly, gambling and children are two things that don't go together and must always be kept apart wherever possible. So that's going to be another delicate area to negotiate. And if we get it wrong, and if as an industry people we kind of abuse that lack of regulation, I think it will blow up in our faces. And I think as we've seen from some of the discussions around responsibility and sustainability in our sector, the sector has been a little bit slow to wake up to them, and now we're trying to make up a little bit for lost ground. And I think there's a lot of great work that is going on at the moment. But I think it takes a long time to undo perceptions and reputations which are built up in the minds of people, the media, politicians, regulators, etc. So I would say that it's definitely there's an appeal in the lack of regulation, the low tax base, but equally it could be only a brief short-term one if we kind of get it wrong.
Well, I must emphasize from your answer, I can definitely tell that you have worked for a long time with industry leading gambling companies, because your discourse here is somehow different to the voices we hear from the classic traditional video gaming industry, for instance. So clearly it's very clear that you are, let's say, more aware of these risks, also from experience in the gambling field, right? That similar tendencies may happen in the skill gaming video field, but I think the sector as a whole, if you take that specialized sector, is not there yet. But we clearly have indications in different jurisdictions that expectations from politics and the media go in a similar direction. We still have quite a prominent case also pending in the Netherlands, for instance, on a video gaming company. So this is something that will certainly not go away anytime soon. If you look at the different sectors of skill gaming, it's of course a massive sector, huge. Which fields are the most interesting from your perspective at Entain?
Well, I mean, skill gaming is something that's defined differently all across the world, and because of that lack of sort of consistency, we have to deal with it on a jurisdiction by jurisdiction basis. And I think in the context of esports, the skill dimension is we see not only we're not only as an industry we're looking at esports books, so essentially placing bets on other tournaments, esports tournaments that might be taking place all over the world, but also building in that gaming experience. So actually two players playing against each other on a platform and having some sort of wagering element on top of that. And that might be a tournament entry fee. It might be a specific wager on them against the house or them against the other players. It might be a non-monetary wager. So we talked about things like skins betting, loot boxes. There's these kind of this crossover between gambling and video gaming, and there's a lot of blurred lines, I think, and you can see that from the regulations that are developing in Europe in this area, where countries like the UK and Spain, esports betting or esports books are regulated under the existing licensing regimes. But in places like Portugal, France, they're not allowed. They're not considered under the traditional framework of betting. And then there's some sort of grey areas in between where, for example, in the Netherlands, where it's theoretically going to be permitted, but only once there is a formal sports governing body for esports within the Netherlands. So until there is those proper frameworks in place, then it's not going to be permitted. So there's a huge different range here, and the difficulties for us will be navigating those different regulations and making sure we're compliant with them, because that's kind of one of the number one issues that our sector faces is regulation, and is it going to be supportive of us in achieving our objectives moving forward, or is it going to be a huge barrier to that? So that's the kind of the way we're looking at it, really.
Yes, indeed. And maybe to wrap this theme up, it's also noteworthy that the interest and appetite is not just in one direction, but in both directions. If we take, for instance, the two largest daily fantasy sports operators in North America, FanDuel and DraftKings, we saw that FanDuel was purchased by Flutter at the time, Paddy Power Betfair. On the other hand, it's been public that there has been an appetite from DraftKings to also, essentially buy shares of your company. So it's a vice versa appetite. And just to give another example, DraftKings developed as a pure daily fantasy sports company, but was then suddenly the very first operator to get a sportsbook license in New Jersey when the market opened. So it's interesting to see that this interest is in both directions. We also wanted to speak about advertising.
Yep.
Again, we see different approaches from, I would say, a tendency in Europe to go for prohibitions or restrictions, more restrictions. But we also have other examples. For instance, in Switzerland, there is no such tendency at the moment throughout the pandemic. How do you see these developments? And maybe one interesting aspect would be, there was quite a big outcry from the industry about the advertising ban in Italy. But did it actually hurt the industry and Entain more specifically?
Okay, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different dimensions to advertisers. I'll try and pick off a few of them. I think the starting point let's start with sort of perception of advertising. And I think the issue here is that, as with any legitimate economic sector, advertising is your way to reach new customers. Advertising marketing is your way of reaching new customers, and for gambling that's been no different. But I think what has been different is the volume and the nature of that gambling, and the way in which it's kind of presented. And over time, in certain jurisdictions, we've seen a huge amount of gambling advertising, and essentially what it boils down to is it annoys people. They find it irritating. I think if you watched a football match in the UK 5 or 6 years ago at half time, it's pretty much wall-to-wall gambling adverts. And obviously, companies want to advertise during halftime in a football match because that's when their consumers are likely to be able to see their products and services. So it's understandable why it was then, but it created a tension, I think, between audiences who weren't necessarily interested in gambling, but they were being kind of subjected to a huge amount of it. And fast forward 6 or 7 years, and I think there's a far more sustainable model in place at the moment. So the industry decided to pull back, and it kind of imposed a self-regulatory whistle-to-whistle ban, which means for 5 minutes before the game until 5 minutes after it and the intervening period, there's no gambling advertising. And I think the statistic we saw recently for the most recent Euros tournament this summer versus the previous World Cup, there was a fall of about 47% in advertising in the UK. So clearly there has been a drop off there. And actually the the debate has moved slightly away from that to other areas, and I think that's gone a long way to resolving it. Sponsorship is a sort of a separate arm of that, and I think that's something that will come under the microscope as part of the Gambling Act review as well. But that's the sort of perception point, which is why it's become a big debate. And then it's how you deal with it, right? Because advertising has an important purpose, which is driving consumers towards licensed and regulated operators, because only licensed and regulated operators should be advertising their products. Without that, there's if you had a if there isn't that kind of opportunity to advertise their services and products, then there's a chance those players will end up in the black market, away from the regulations and safety net that's provided by the regulated market. But another dimension here is about timing. So you talked about Italy and what impact it had on the sector. So for context here, Italy, till maybe 3 years ago now, introduced a full blackout advertising ban. So no gambling advertising is permitted in Italy anymore. And I think the point about that is Italy was a relatively mature market when this was introduced. So already people were familiar with the brands, the products, the companies that were out there. So the impact, whilst sort of probably unhelpful if you ask some of my marketing colleagues, has not been as huge as it might have been if that was introduced 10 years previously at the very beginning of the sort of the life cycle of that market. And it's I think it's an important mechanism to be able to support channeling rates, support consumer protection, and then actually maybe the pattern we're seeing at the moment is a market opens, huge amounts of advertising, consumers bombarded, a few years down the line, irritation, regulation, political intervention, moves down towards, but it's a case of where you sort of stop. And I think from our perspective, I don't think advertising bans are necessarily the solution, but I think there is a strong need to control the amount of advertising and make sure that not only is the tone of that advertising is done in a sensible, responsible, kind of balanced way, but also the volume as well. And that's just something we're grappling with in a number of jurisdictions. And I'm conscious of time here. I could talk about advertising for a very long time. I think self-regulation plays a big part in this. And I think the industry has definitely stepped up when it comes to, policing itself rather than relying on regulators and politicians to do that.
Again, you mentioned a very important aspect, which is the maturity of the market, because it may be one constellation, such as in the UK or Italy, where you have a very mature market, but a very different constellation in a country where the regulated market just opens, right? And while it may be realistic to expect self-regulation from industry in a mature market, such as the whistle rule you mentioned, which, for operators who have been for a long time in the market, may be more acceptable to agree on. But it may be something very different when the market just opens. And of course, the marketing department says, we have to make our brand known. We have to do that. And this may be an unrealistic expectation towards industry in such a constellation to say, well, just take it easy and advertise less, because it might be very difficult to agree in such a stage to agree on something in the industry, right?
Yeah, absolutely, fully agree. It's again, I said the phrase balancing act a lot, but that is what regulation is. I think in our sector it is a balancing act, and I think we're definitely moving in the right direction. But when it comes to Europe, it's a real patchwork quilt at the moment of differences. So it certainly keeps my job interesting when it comes to navigating those different regimes.
It certainly does, and regulation, even on a more fundamental level, is always a balancing act, because you have different regulatory goals, and often in trying to 100% achieving one goal, you jeopardize another. So, for instance, let's say consumer protection. If you try to be too strict, you may jeopardize the goal of channelization. So it's always a balancing act and about wise decisions indeed. Let's have a look at a couple of jurisdictions. We have already moved into it, I believe Spain, through the back door of advertising. advertising is, of course, a topical issue in Spain, but maybe you see further aspects also in Spain.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. So there's been more or less an advertising ban introduced in Spain last year, which also extends to sponsorship. There is a small window when there's some, I think it's between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. where gambling advertising is still permitted, but a very serious kind of clampdown. And in parallel, there's the government is currently working on a responsible gambling royal decree as well to kind of augment some of the responsible gambling measures that are in place at the moment. Spain's an interesting market. I think it's still slightly behind the curve when it comes to online penetration. When you compare to some of the other markets, there's still quite a significant retail presence, and actually the percentage of consumers in Spain who gamble online is quite low. So I think there's still a kind of a long growth story potentially in Spain, and there's a tax dimension as well, which and I know people don't like talking about tax too much, but it's a very important issue for kind of our sector. And there's Ceuta, which is an enclave in northern Africa. It served as a sort of a hub for operators offering into Spain. So there's a kind of ongoing debate about whether or not that should be permitted. So I think certainly I'm expecting more sort of regulatory ups and downs in Spain over the coming months. But yeah, no, I think I'm just sort of slightly conscious of time. I don't know how many others we want to cover off, Simon.
We might be briefly touching on Netherlands and Sweden and then wrap it up for the next panel. Netherlands, this is really topical, right? It's happening right now, but also most recently, a kind of surprising development of a reinterpretation of the 3 criteria that the Kansspelautoriteit has put out for a long time, but not with that interpretation. Has this come as a surprise, a shock to you?
Yeah, a very unpleasant shock. I think so. The market, for those that aren't familiar, the online market opened on the 1st of October in the Netherlands, and this had been the build up to this had been about 15 years of hard work, and it finally happened. But then just before that took place, the previous sort of toleration regime that had been in place for maybe 15 years or so for companies like mine and some of the other big international companies as well, which basically allowed operators, or tolerated to an extent operators, provided they served the market on a purely passive basis. So there's no Dutch language, no Dutch imagery, no Dutch marketing, no Dutch payment methods. It was a kind of a gentleman's agreement almost, which was codified by the regulator in terms of its enforcement approach. And the understanding that everyone has, that there would be a slow transition to licensing, provided those operators played by all the rules that the regulator had set out, and they'd be eligible to obtain licenses in due course. But unfortunately, there was a very serious U-turn and very sudden change of policy at the last minute by the ministry and the regulator, which ultimately forced a large number of those international operators out of the market at a very short notice. So that was unexpected and slightly painful, but we're focused entirely now on obtaining that license in the Netherlands as soon as that's possible, and to moving forward in the Dutch market, but in a manner in which we're using all the things that we've learned from all the other markets we've been present in over the years to ensure that the market is as sustainable and as well regulated as it possibly can be. So that's going to be an interesting one, which I'm sure a lot of the sector have their eyes on to see how things develop over the coming months and years. So an opportunity, but also one that's going to require quite a lot of work from our part and my department, certainly.
Wonderful. I think in the interest of time, we have to wrap it up here. But it's been a wonderful parkour to engage in with you, David. Thank you very much for being with us. And I trust that our audience has found this a highly interesting tour d'horizon of recent developments, notably in Europe. I just want to point out also that the session is also streamed in virtual reality on NEOS Metaverse. And with that, I give it back to Sultan.
Thank you, Simon.
Thanks, Simon.
Thank you, David. David, you should stay because the next panel is about responsible gaming and sustainability. So something that you guys touched based upon. So thanks, Simon. I guess I will see you later for the African fireside chat. And all the sessions that are streamed on YouTube and in virtual reality for NEOS Metaverse. And up next, as I told you, is a panel discussion about responsible gaming and sustainability, which is moderated by Iris Den Boer. Iris, am I pronouncing everything correctly?
You are. Thank you for your introduction. For a start, of course, we're thanking HIPTHER Festival for having us today as a part of your virtual quarterly meetups series by European Gaming, and for the discussion on planning for the future, responsible gaming and sustainability, sponsored by PLAID. And we will be having this discussion today with a great panel of industry experts. So the experts involved in this discussion today are Lisbeth Oost, Charmaine Hogan, Rasmus Kiergaard, and Birgit Sand, and Jessica Meijer. So our talk on the topic of today, planning for the future, responsible gaming and sustainability. Of course, we at Kaizen consistently strive to deliver an engaging online gaming experience to our customers, and this always within a safe gaming environment, where fun and responsible gaming go hand in hand. So as the group responsible gaming manager at Kaizen, I can share myself some insights on our own contribution towards a sustainable path for responsible gaming and an ethical customer environment towards this purpose. So our own company has built an award-winning AI solution that detects customer risks in an advanced manner. It is our way to bring across our major effort on this topic. And of course, our efforts do not stop here. We are seeing the bigger picture and train our customer support teams extensively to recognize customer risks. It is this point of customer contact, of course, that is most personal and by us considered as a great opportunity to educate the customer on ways to keep it a game and to stay in control. We use a mix of course, highly skilled RG ambassadors and innovative systems. So this is our way to nourish an environment that is controlled and safe. It is not for nothing that we are audited and accredited as a safe and fair operator. And we know that we do not stand alone in these efforts and realize that sustainability covers a broader aspect of customer well-being and an operator's responsibility towards the industry and regulators. So let us take on this topic for discussion with our panelists. So we will start with Lisbeth Oost. So Lisbeth is the sustainability manager at Aspire Global, and we're discussing with her on the topic of ESG guidelines, SDG goals, and GRI standards. So for my first question, of course, welcome Lisbeth, and thank you for being here. And the first question that I have for you around this topic is why has sustainability and ESG risen to prominence, and what is it about companies that have strong ESG principles?
Thank you, Iris, and hello to all the panelists. Happy to be here. It's a topic close to my heart because as sustainability manager, I'm working with this all the time, and we have seen sustainability increasingly being discussed in this industry. We're seeing investors talk about it, but also our customers talk about it, regulators talk about it, or employees talk about it, and we talk about it right now. So if I had to summarize sustainability in like one sentence, I would say it would be how a business limits its potential negative impact and maximizes a positive contribution to society. And here is where companies look at what does sustainability means for us. It means something different for every company. Even within the space of iGaming, it can mean something different for a platform provider or a game provider or more marketing-oriented company. But we have definitely seen a redefined purpose for companies when we look at the last decade probably. Previously, shareholders would be more focused on the short-term financial gratifications, and that has changed to the long-term well-being of all stakeholders, and all stakeholders include the employees, the suppliers, the customers, the communities, and the regulator. And I think looking at the end users, the providing a safe user experience in terms of responsible gambling is the single most important responsibility within the sustainability framework of a company. I think here it's the source of long-term growth, and it needs to align with the whole business's vision. And companies that are able to significantly influence the players who consume their products and make them stick with them, being able to retain them and interact and connect with them at an early stage during their player behavior. Those are the brands that can focus on sustainability and be there in the long term. So, yeah.
So the E and ESG is likely well understood, but what about the S and G? What flows under these headings?
Yes, the E is for environment, and then social and governance. The environment has been traditionally understood well because there has been a lot of focus on it. And we have seen, for example, last week, there was the COP26 in Glasgow. There's a lot of political attention for environment, to be carbon neutral as companies, and how to measure that. And therefore, there is more set in stone frameworks. There's more metrics to measure environment. But when it comes to the social part, which has been increasingly growing to the importance over the last years as well, and especially during COVID and people working from home, but it's still more difficult to measure this, to show how is a company doing. And it's more because social factors are more quantifiable. So we need to see as companies, how can we measure this? How can we put metrics on it? This would be really good, but it's a challenge. Social behavior compared to environmental practices and governance as well. It's an interesting development. We have seen some companies putting numbers on responsible gaming in terms of their revenue, which is a step towards making it more quantifiable and being transparent. So I think this is where the industry is slowly going, and perhaps we will be able to create more accepted practice and global standards for reporting by companies as well, and to fill those gaps and inconsistency about how we can measure social factors of a company.
Yeah, and you also touched on it already, that it's about a range of stakeholders. So sustainability and ESG isn't just about investors, is it? Since it's about a range of stakeholders, including employees and how they view their careers and who they want to be working with, what is your take on that?
Yes, so companies share a mutual interest with a number of stakeholders. So when we look at sustainability, we look at what does sustainability mean for all our different stakeholders, and we map them in a so-called materiality analysis. And here, indeed, it's very important, the players, the end users, the employees. And we see that if we map them and we measure impact according to how we can influence them, like the most important topics are there, responsible gambling, there's responsible marketing, also information security, which is increasingly important since we are a digital industry and we're dealing with a lot of customer data, and privacy of people's data, so to say. So yes, it's a range of stakeholders, and I think companies have to start to see that sustainability can be it makes business sense. It's good for your financial performance in the long term. If you don't look like next quarter ahead, but 2-3 years, sustainability is the right thing to do also for your business. And I always say, like, the companies need to have compliance at the heart of their company, because not having so will not have your license in good standing with the regulator, which is not sustainable in the long or the short run. But focusing a bit more on sustainability and in having that more into your your business DNA, so to say. It will better equip the company to comply when there's new regulation introduced with the goal of reducing social harm. And now you see more companies focusing on a full range of different markets. A lot of companies focus on the US, different markets, and we need to find that model that's resistant and that is sustainable, because only in that way you can swiftly adapt to changes. You're ahead of the game, which is again like sustainable.
Yeah. So Lisbeth, what do you think the future holds when it comes to sustainability and ESG principles?
Yeah, well, I think the transition to a sustainable future is underway. It's becoming more and more a strategic priority for the company. Customers and users expect us to have a responsible way of operating, and investors expect us to have a responsible bottom line. This is how they choose whether to invest or not. And also the ESG factors, like what we've just spoken about, have become more important. You see companies producing more sustainability reports, having more sections on their website explaining, being much more aware, like what are the long-term benefits, but also the risks when not addressing this. So I see the future of work ahead, but we need to take small steps, and every small step leads us to a bigger goal. We have to do that also together. It's not simply created by one company doing it. We need to act together and navigate those challenges and perform together. And I think that's how the industry can stay and be there, and in the end grab a much larger audience as well. Because if the industry does not take sustainability or responsible gambling in that sense serious, it will have, of course, a negative impact on the whole perception and reputation of the industry as a whole. And this will not be good in the long term at all. So yes, I think this is where I see the industry going, working more together, creating more frameworks to show externally, be transparent about how things changed internally and externally.
Great, Lisbeth. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
So, towards technologies and solutions, we are now talking to Charmaine Hogan, who's Playtech's Head of Regulatory Affairs. Welcome, Charmaine. Thank you for being here with us. The first question that I have for you is about the technical part of responsible gaming, and how will it enable technologies and solutions better to protect players?
Hi, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think I'd first start by saying, actually, I agree with practically everything that Lisbeth has just said. Now, the keywords about sustainability and in a much broader context about the long-term sustainability of the industry, and about the importance and extreme relevance of collaboration between the industry, and I dare say even not just within, but with the wider stakeholders, key stakeholders in the industry. So definitely very relevant. I think what we're talking about here is, of course, data. All companies, all the gambling companies, the online environment, of course, we have a lot of data. We generate data. We always have generated data, but it's becoming nowadays more important, more relevant in the context of protecting players, in the context of more pressure on the industry when it comes to safer gambling and to preventing harm. So showing that you're doing something before you have the percentage of problem gamblers that by all means need assistance. But we're saying, let's use data, let's use technology to harness that, to prevent it happening. And it's on multiple sources. I think it should be done because as an industry, as a technological, innovative industry, we should be putting efforts on that front. And that's because it is a gambling environment we're talking about. We want to, and we should be keeping gambling as a source of entertainment. It is intended as a source of fun, but recognizing that you have to protect all players. You have to have measures in place to cater for all types of players, and by no means only a one-size-fits-all environment. And also because as there's been more pressure on the industry to do more on safer gambling, we've also seen what I dare say could be quick fix solutions by regulators, policymakers, when pressure has kicked in. If you think of Italy and advertising bans, or Sweden with the temporary, but yeah, they should be temporary, and now phasing out long-term mandated cap limits, or restrictions on sponsorships. So you have all these limits kicking in, which might not necessarily be protecting all types of players, although they're intended to ultimately protect us all. So in the past, we were talking more about having in place age verification, self-exclusion, referrals to help centers. Now we are saying there's more that we can do to use behavioral analytics for more customer-based interactions, personalized interactions, and also more around game design, which is the product. And what you're doing with AI is basically you're using AI and machine learning to protect your players. So what you're doing is you're having measures in place for early detection of risky play, and the explainability part of that on the basis of individual markers. And on the basis of that, you're able to then have personalized and tailor-made messaging with players in real time. So as part of the customer journey, which is a bit different to, for example, generic or responsible gambling email campaigns, or an email to a player every so often. You're talking about that in real time. And I think it's important because there is more emphasis now on several regulatory authorities for more tangible results. Regulatory authorities want to use and make use of that data to see what is happening on the market, to be able to assess the market, and to be able to intervene accordingly. And when I say the explainability of data, it's, of course, we're saying it's based, how do you arrive at that? It's based on an in-depth knowledge of the individual players and analyzing that data. So you're looking at various markers of harm. So those markers of harm could be the payment methods. Of course, a player usually has more than one type of payment method, but you're assessing the frequency and the use and the changes of those as you go along. You're looking at whether there has been any loss chasing. You're looking at time of play, night time, for example, in itself.
Is it mainly AI that you use for these indicators to understand the time of play and all of these indicators? And what is it with your system for AI that you are using that you think is specifically important about it or makes it unique?
Well, it is because AI, and it's with machine learning. So it's the explainability part of it. It's not just about tracking the player's behavior and sort of flagging, oh, you know, this player has X amount of deposits per month. No, you're looking at those various indicators and what is flagged, because it's never, I would say, just one indicator. It's a mixture of those. So whether I was talking about, you know, the different payment methods, increase of your deposit limits, frequency of, for example, withdrawals, nighttime play, not in itself on its own necessarily an indicator that would flag risky play. But if you're looking at that play increasing more and more as the night goes on, that's an indicator. So you're looking at those and how those are all flagged together. And then the explainability part of it, you know, what is the problem that is being flagged, because no two players, no two individuals are the same. So you're looking at those and, like, you know, is it a problem of money? Is it a problem of time? Are you chasing losses? And that is the explainability part of it. And then based on that is the interaction with the player in a non-judgmental way. And the messaging that we say should be given to the player is more personalized and tailored to that player. So if it's a matter of, like, you've spent quite a number of hours playing, a long time playing, then the messaging should be accordingly and in a positive way. You're trying to interact with the player rather than alarming them and losing that player, because you ultimately don't want to only flag that behavior. You want to flag it in a way that you're alerting in a positive way that player to take a break, for instance, and for that player to realize that maybe, yes, it's true, I am playing more time than I intended. I've spent more money than I intended. Take a break, look at what you've been doing. And of course, you're saying let's do it early on. But what you also want to do is avoid it becoming a problem. But if you're close to that there is treatment down the way. So there's a number of methods that you're looking at, and the intervention is tailored accordingly. But the emphasis is on coming in as early as possible before it becomes a problem. That's where the emphasis is, and where I believe, if you look at a number of European jurisdictions, like the Netherlands, for instance, most recently, that is where regulations are coming in. I personally don't think of it as an industry. We should be doing it only because regulations are requiring it. But if you look at what's happening on European markets, that's where we're going.
Yeah, thank you, Charmaine. Very interesting. So talking about AI, we have another panelist on board today who is Rasmus Kiergaard, and he's CEO of Mindway AI. He also has an AI solution that I'm sure he wants to tell us more about, and of course elaborate on AI. So my first question to you, Rasmus, is how can state-of-the-art technology and the latest research can be deployed and utilized by the industry and operators?
So thank you very much, Iris. The way we see how AI can be deployed in RG is to, let's say, starting with some simple questions. Can you imagine buying a car without any other safety system than a seat belt? Not really. And will future players expect they can gamble safely for entertainment and not having problems? Getting help from operators if they get into trouble, most likely. And will future gamblers expect to be serviced and treated individually? Definitely. So what we do at Mindway AI is to help operators, empower operators to help their customers, gamblers, to enhance player protection. What we see is that very often self-exclusions, limits, risk markers, markers of harm, self-assessments are used as RG measures, and relying on that with many operators in day-to-day business. Very often we see manual data exports, data production, and all these tools are useful, each of them. But what we also find is that based on our scientific approach, that they are not sufficiently giving the full picture of a responsible gambling behavior, neither separately nor together. I fully agree with Charmaine that responsible gambling is not a simple thing. It's a full and very complex picture. So getting back to the car analogy, the way I see it is that operators may want to deploy a lane keeping assistant, so players having problems or showing signs of problems can be pushed back on track. Just like when you drift away from the road in your new car. So the way we do this is to use the power of AI and combine it with human experts, psychologists, sorry. So the AI algorithm becomes a virtual psychologist, so to speak. The benefits of this are numerous, but the main one is that it gives the operator a much better opportunity to have this full picture of each player and the player's gambling behavior on a daily basis. So to be able to do this, I will emphasize on top of what Charmaine already said, because I'm definitely agreeing on all these different points Charmaine pointed out in terms of how the AI should be explainable and the measures and markers and so on. I think we do it differently, but and get some extra value add on this human approach. But the way I see it more concrete in terms of state-of-the-art technology, it's important, one, that the technology is automated. It seems like a total banality in 2021 that the solution should be automated. But, and also combining that with the word state-of-the-art. But what we very often see is that most of the day of RG people with many operators are used by doing manual data production. So very often current RG solutions with operators are semi or fully manual and not digitized, and that is not, to the way I see it, sufficient for future setups. Besides being automated, the technology needs to be able to do ongoing detection daily on all player accounts, also if you have hundreds of thousands of or even millions of accounts. such big data analysis is of course impossible without an automated solution. So what we do is using the power of AI, and that is possible also in responsible gambling if we give the AI solution the right and clear target. And the way we see it based on our scientific approach, a target like self-exclusion, which is very often used for AI solutions currently in responsible gambling, is not a sufficiently clear target. Another thing, and that also taps into what Lisbeth said, I think it's important to implement an individualized approach. Charmaine mentioned it also. With the right approach and target for the algorithm, it's possible to do individualized communication. And based on our virtual psychologist approach, this 360-degree picture, we can do intervention much earlier and, as mentioned, individualized. It opens for the opportunity to do earlier intervention, automated, and also in context of each customer's specific situation. Science shows that if we do this, and if we can do this in context communication, then players find intervention more relevant, less annoying, and maybe even see it as excellent customer service. As now suddenly they experience that their operator really cares about their well-being and potential problems much earlier than the situation is now. Once we succeed in this, we have opened for the unique communication channel to players. If we can do this, then we can use this communication channel to continuously nudge the player in the right way based on the results of the detection and player profiling system. Another practice step in this for us is that we plan to be able to provide operators with a quite significant level of how a player profile will look like in the future. So for instance, 2, 4, 6 weeks from now, how will a player profile look like? So now we also empower operators to help their customers before the customers may even know they're having problems. So, and 3, use state-of-the-art scientific knowledge and consider if you should develop solutions yourself as an operator. As a spin out of Aarhus University here in Denmark, it's in our DNA that what we do should be scientific based. The core of our competency and solutions are based on AI and neuroscience. We are not doing anything else than responsible gambling solutions. We are not a part of a platform provider or other setups in that regard. We have invented this virtual psychologist approach to a detection system. And we also have another solution where we reinvented the concept of self-testing as a card game. Our experience so far is that since we were founded 3.5 years ago, it has not been an easy job to develop these solutions and keep up to speed with the latest science, even though we are scientific based, we have our own professor and so on. And even though this is our core business. So I anticipate it may be even more difficult when you are a gambling operator and having gambling operation as your core business to keep up to speed. We see many operators having plans of doing in-house development in this regard. They may succeed in the first place, but what about future innovation? Driving innovation, what about keeping up with the science? What about support and maintenance of the setups and models built in the first place? Luckily for us, we see other operators changing the strategy towards having such solution developed and maintained by an independent and impartial party. A part of this is also the important point seen from my perspective that in our opinion, responsible gambling solutions preferably should be independently tested and validated by a third party. That's why we asked GLI to test and validate our detection solution Game Scanner and the virtual psychologist approach. Definitely, that was the first time GLI tested a detection system. To my understanding, it is still the only detection system that have been tested and passed such a test with GLI, or in fact, to my knowledge, anywhere in the world. We keep up quite good in including latest relevant science in the development and innovation of our current and future solution, and our journey has just started. So as a closing remark, let me say, we already have a number of safety systems deployable with operators for the future. we at Mindway AI aim for being the developer of many more safety systems for the benefit of future responsible gambling and sustainable gambling. Thanks.
Thank you, Rasmus, and also for discussing enhancing the standards of future responsible gaming solutions and discussing your solution. So talking about, of course, your solution and Mindway AI, we are now going to talk to Birgit Sendt. Birgit Sendt is an industry expert, and she is also on the board of board member of Mindway AI, if I'm correct. So welcome, Birgit. And my first question to you is, how can regulators navigate in all the initiatives that are taken by the gambling industry regarding responsible gambling and sustainability? And how can regulators be sure to get the best out of those initiatives? Birgit, let me see if we can unmute you, or
I can do that.
please.
So hello, everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to be with all of you experts. I don't really feel like one, but you definitely are. And thank you so much for having me. So I won't be that biased to talk especially about Mindway. I think that wouldn't be prudent. Well, regulation. I think the best you can do if you're a regulator really is not trying to do your own thing. You need now to, if you haven't done it already, you need to respect and realize that there's so much out there happening. And I think both Charmaine and Rasmus and Lisbeth actually took a perfect approach explaining to all of us how complicated things are nowadays and how much good is being tried out and how much better responsible gambling can actually be done. So I think regulators need to get out there, and I do hope that many of my former colleagues are listening in on this panel. They really, really need to take deep interest in what is happening, also in a scientific way, so that we can avoid just having limitations in regulation that is not really working. Some of it are, obviously, but some of the limitation decisions might not always be the best ones. At least we should all always insist on having some kind of scientific base for what we do on both sides. So I would say the best the regulators can do really is to have an open mind. But apart from that, it has always been my view that you can't really regulate something that you don't sort of like understand. And you can indeed not expect from others what you don't do yourself. So going back to what Lisbeth told us about ESG, I would argue you need also in a regulatory authority to have the same kind of approach when it comes to sustainability and governance. So you have to put into your culture there as well, that this is very much about taking care of your citizens, taking care of players, right? So you are in a way, in my view, on exactly the same side as all those stakeholders trying to do their best to only provide entertainment. So I think I'll stop here, otherwise I can keep going.
So who is responsible, according to you, for making use of the most recent research and the knowledge that regulators or the governments or the industry, who do you think should take most responsibility in this, or is it a shared responsibility? What is your view on this?
I think definitely it's a shared responsibility, and I think the only way forward is really to engage much more in each other's business, but in a good way, so to speak. So I don't think that regulators, and they don't normally do that, but they shouldn't at least start from sort of like getting impatient and putting on sanctions and so forth. It's always a good idea when new stuff comes up to be a little bit patient, a little bit curious about things, and of course, take advantage of the huge knowledge out there. I'm in the panel with people here that are experts already on much of this. So I think there's no excuse for not knowing better than we did just 3, 5, 10 years ago. So I think it's a shared responsibility, and I think everyone should actually engage much more. And of course, regulators should be invited to learn. So industry should reach out as well. and regulators should be open to also show some interest and patience about solutions. And as Lisbeth told us also, solutions differs, and that's okay. For me, it's getting to Rome, not how you get there necessarily.
Do you think that it's possible at all to regulate in a way that harm is prevented? Or what are the pros and cons according to you regarding to a detailed regulation and guidelines?
Well, you know, I do love reading all these annual reports from industry. One of them I would like to, you know, and I think it's dangerous, but Kindred, for one, have been out there for years actually showing some of the way in how to try to get a message through, that they really do want to do their utmost to avoid harm. And I believe I've read in many other reports by now that it's the same sort of like goal that great many leaders in the industry really have, but it's a lot of text, and I'm always very impressed when you want to sort of avoid harm 100%. So what I'm interested in is really how we convince each other that it's not that easy, and we're doing our utmost, and agree that standards would be a great way to go, if in any way possible. So we all need to work on the very optimistic goal of having no harm whatsoever. I don't believe that it will ever be possible, but I am an optimist, so I think we should definitely have it as a goal. I think it's wise to set the bar as high as absolutely possible. But it will take some time, and I'm impressed already by how far we've gotten in these few years.
Do you think that the gambling industry and operators are in a way in a process of overtaking regulations? And do you think that's a bad thing or a good thing? What's your idea on that?
Well, you know, as a former regulator, I mean, self-regulation, sort of like, what should I do then? You know, sort of, you don't want to be totally not useful. So self-regulation is not really my thing, having been a regulator. But on the other hand, there are many versions of self-regulation, right? There might be a need sometimes for self-regulation. We have to be realistic about that. So I do respect sometimes that you see that happening. And I would still say no. It's not a. I wouldn't, as a regulator, feel endangered by what's happening. But I would feel sort of like the pressure on my shoulders. I would feel that I really do need to go through all my routines, all my legislation, and make sure that I take my own medicine. So really, if you expect high level performance from those you regulate, you need also to have a quite high performance yourself. And so you really do have to think carefully about responsible gambling. What is it you exactly expect? And if you're not totally clear about it, you can't blame industry for sometimes being in the dark as well.
Thank you. With this discussion, I think it would be good to head over to Jessica Meyer, who heads government affairs at Play & Go. Play & Go is also sponsoring this talk. Jessica Meyer, welcome, and thank you for being here. So my first question to you would be, how much should suppliers consider player safety when designing products and content?
Yeah. Well, we've heard it on the panels before, and sort of all the other speakers here have mentioned the overall scheme of things, and player safety in general will only work and be fully successful if there is a joint effort where different stakeholders are involved and work together to create that safe environment. But when it comes to content, that is what, as suppliers, we provide. Quite simply, responsible game design needs to be at the heart of what a supplier does. It's the players, after all, that are who the games are for. And if players don't feel safe, and if the understanding of entertainment doesn't automatically also include that something can only be entertaining when it is also safe. And this has been considered in creating the game, in the game design, that players can make informed decisions, that they can trust in the game's fairness, that it is tested appropriately, that it meets the requirements of regulation, and that is just at the very core. Games can't be expected to be entertaining, and that would be completely missing the mark of what we're there to do. And we are an entertainment industry, and the content is supposed to be fun and entertaining for players.
Yeah, so with regards to that, do you think that operators and suppliers should better consider the future health of the industry when deciding how to operate or create today?
Yeah, I think it depends a bit on sort of if by sort of the future health of the industry, we talk about sort of our industry's reputation and how it's perceived publicly. I think that's long been established. Wake-up calls have been made years ago, and we are seeing reactions to this, and there is more focus on responsible gaming and also discussions around responsible gaming, which any attempt of raising standards in this arena can only benefit our industry in terms of its reputation. But I think more than looking at the health of the industry in terms of its reputation, it's really important of how we can actually make a difference and how we can actually raise these safer gambling standards. What is it that we can actually do? And I think previous speakers have talked about it and touched upon it as well. Very important aspects of research, knowing what we do, understanding more, continuing to learn more about what markers of harm are, be it on the behavioral, player behavioral side of things or the game content side of things. What actually is it? Where is the risk? How does this need to be appropriately addressed? How can it be addressed early, like what Rasmus and Jermaine, you mentioned around AI? How can we sort of improve that side of things? Research will help foster those discussions and help inform us more around what the evidence around things are. And that will also only work in a collaborative effort, again, where it is important to involve operators, suppliers, of course, but then researchers, actually academic researchers, innovative sort of solution providers, be it in the realm of AI or be it elsewhere, speaking to addiction centers, speaking to actually people who have been affected by gambling, be it the players themselves or the wider communities and sort of families who are affected by it, learning from that, learning how then that can be addressed and keeping that dialogue open, which this is obviously a massive part of collaboration as such. And then I think innovation is what we need to be looking at to actually see how we can make a difference and testing things. And also in this field, it's really positive to see that there's definitely been an increase in sort of looking at innovative means of further advancing the safer gambling standards that we have. And we still think, though, that there's still more to be done, and I think we all agree on this panel. It's just important not to stop, not to get comfortable, and to continue to be innovative. And actually, sort of when we look about our panel is obviously about the future and planning for the future, and innovation is naturally linked to future because it looks ahead. And one of the areas that we've been looking into a lot and working on a lot is an area that feels rather under, well, not given a lot of attention or not enough attention from a safer gambling discussion point of view and also in regulations, which is when we look at omni-channel solutions and the potential of this crossover between land-based and online, and the omni-channel capabilities and opportunities to actually work in a very positive way to create new and effective solutions in the context of safer gambling. And we can look at that from different angles, actually. So omni-channel solutions will tend to look at something that is completely normal in our day-to-day lives, which are cashless payments. Now, in land-based gaming, cash is still perceived to be the safer option because players use the money they have taken to, say, the casino and decided not to gamble more, and that there is an automatic break once that sort of money is spent. But actually looking at it from what can a crossover to online bring to this, and how can cashless payments actually work to the benefit of player protection and AML aspects as well, for that matter, but sort of focusing on safer gambling, is that limits can be set. These would automatically apply. They would not only apply when playing online, but also when playing in the land-based venue. The same applies to other limits that are set. Reality checks, giving operators a means of extending the information and use of data that they already have in the online sphere to also incorporate and cover land-based aspects as well, so that there's just a broader picture of the player's behavior. And again, that can immensely contribute to sort of the discussions that we're having, looking at how other solutions can feed into that and how that can just create an overall better entertainment and safer gambling experience.
Yes, and of course, discussing land-based, online, there's also, of course, an ever-changing landscape with regards to the regulations. So how do you think that suppliers should navigate the changing landscape? For example, of course, looking at a varied regulatory outlook across Europe, with slot features like bonus buys, which are banned in UK but legal elsewhere. I'm sure that you have something to share on this matter with us, and maybe why operators should offer games, or if they should offer games in one jurisdiction with a feature when it's banned in another.
Yeah, I think when it comes to certain features like bonus buys that you mentioned, that's a feature where we at Go have a clear stance that we just don't consider that feature to contribute to entertainment, actually be at the cost of entertainment. So we don't believe in that, and would actually, when we talk best practice, consider it recommended to not offer such games, even if, you know, a certain jurisdiction's regulation does not explicitly ban them. And there'll be other safer gambling controls or responsible gaming design rules, which can just be considered common practice, good to apply across the board. But I think if we look at, does the introduction of a certain change in the landscape, or change in regulation, an introduction of a new responsible gaming requirement, or the ban of a certain feature in a jurisdiction, always automatically mean that this is now best practice and the standard that should be applied in all jurisdictions? I think that really can only sensibly be addressed on a case-by-case basis, where we use some of the much mentioned research and the evidence that we can derive from that research to assess what the reasons for that change were, what the background research, what the research backing this change in regulation is, and then to take it further to consider, you know, is this something that is specific to and useful for a local market or should be applied across the board internationally. And saying that, just to make sort of it very clear, obviously, sort of compliance with the applicable regulations is a non-negotiable, and that's something that a supplier always will need to keep constantly monitoring and adapting to appropriately to navigate sort of the changing landscapes. So it's not about not complying with regulations. That's, as I said, non-negotiable. But when it comes to best practice, I think it does make sense and is important to do that and develop best practice approaches on the basis of research, collaboration, talking with regulators, regulators talking amongst each other, and with that information and what we get out of that, then work on determining best practices.
Can I just jump in on this, Iris, if it's okay? Because I think you touched quite an interesting point about product and game features, actually, Jessica. And in fact, it is that we've seen a lot of focus on the player in terms of harm prevention and risky play, but product features are actually also and can be a driver of risky play. And we talked about collaboration and best practices. Example, in the UK, the BGC, so the trade association representing the industry in the UK, did come together to form and to elaborate a code of practice on certain game features. Okay, maybe challenged a little bit by the regulator, but I think it showed that the industry could come together, and they actually did say like, okay, we do believe that certain features are not necessarily adding anything to the game entertainment itself, but there is an element of them which could be risky. And those were devised, and the UK regulator has taken them up now. And you mentioned best practice. I think it's interesting because, for instances, we have Ontario, which is seeking to regulate for licensees the market, and they've taken some of those aspects now and lifted those into their own standards. So we see another market taking them up. And is that good or is it bad? I think you go back to the point of research, because of course as an industry we call for evidence-based policy, but as I think we're all agreeing on this panel, it's equally important that we are contributing to that research, to peer-reviewed research, and contributing with the sharing of findings. Good or bad, I dare say, because that is how we can move forward. And that is where collaboration comes in between the industry, but also with the wider part of the industry, including regulators. And then, as you're saying, like, do we really want to go down a route of adopting all our games, and especially go down to the nitty-gritties of the game features for every single market? Probably not. Will we do it if we don't have to do it? Question mark, I say. But we have research and you say, listen, this is showing us whether these features work or not, or they've added to it. Let's have that debate and let's try to move it forward, because at the end of the day, we are innovative. We want to be able to be innovative. But if we have regulations which are tightening and it leaves us less space for maneuver, then innovation is stifle. And then we've all talked about the long-term approach. So where do we go next? And it's just about survival nearly, which is not where we want to be.
Yeah, and then adding to that, it's for sort of what can we do in addition to what exists, right? So can we think of new things? Can we think of tools, features that aren't required yet? And I guess because that's where your self-regulation comes in. I think obviously trying, testing, learning, that will make a lot of sense. It doesn't mean that it needs to be adopted into regulation, but kind of constantly trying to push for that innovation and push for, I guess just not becoming too comfortable with the approach.
Yes, Rasmus, is there anything you'd like to add on this topic?
Yes, definitely. I think that it's a great idea and a great thought you mentioned here, Charmaine, in terms of considering having raised requirements for the gameplay, Jessica as well. But I also think that it may potentially be relevant on what I mentioned in my speak early on in terms of enhanced safety systems, because I think it's somewhat a paradox that we have these different safety measures in place. We are provider, operators do something themselves. There are also, of course, other providers at the market, but there's no, to our understanding, no regulation that sets at least a limited standards of, for instance, detection systems or other kind of RD solutions. Thanks, Birgitte. Now I have been corrected. Thanks a lot. But it's a very few jurisdictions where we have such, let's say, standards for these measures and safety systems. And I think that could also be a discussion that would be interesting and relevant. And I see some regulation and lawmakers in some of the jurisdictions we are operating in that are, let's say, considering whether we should look into even more standards on these safety systems or RG solutions, depending on what you call them. So I think that would be also something relevant to consider for the greater purpose of enhancing player protection.
Birgit, is there anything that you'd like to add in terms of perhaps best practices that we were discussing, and your take on that, and how regulators may also apply best practices versus the different outlook across Europe, and how we go on about that?
Right. So again, I could stay on this panel all day, really. So I do agree a lot in what is being said, and I would just add, actually, we do have in Denmark a technical requirement focusing on the use of data. At least I would put it mildly, Rasmus, because it's not sort of like, of course, being on the board for Mindway, I would wish it said very loud and clear, use Mindway, but it didn't happen in my time as a regulator. I don't think it will. I don't think that obviously one should make company choices here, but I do think that it's a great step forward if regulation contains some kind of expectation on making the best use of data, as Jermaine said. It's ultimately, it's very much about data. And also it's, of course, ultimately also very much about how you put them in place and how you make the best use of it, like as Rasmus pointed out. And also, apart from that, the game design, yes, I think that's a huge issue. Just taking you back 10 years, you know, there was different ways of really looking into online games, right? So some regulators said to themselves, well, I have to understand everything about what's happening here. We have to learn the games themselves, and we have to say yes and no to the actual game every time it changes. It needs to pass by the regulator. And I remember I thought to myself, oh, we will never get to a point where we will be as clever and knowledgeable as industry themselves on what kind of game they offer. But I do realize, as the years have passed since then, you know, we got ourselves into a much higher degree of understanding and insight. And the only way to get that kind of insight needed as a regulator would be to join researchers and to obviously also join all kind of stakeholders in this industry wanting to do good. And so we do need to understand the core of things as well. So we do avoid spending our resources, our scarce resources. They, regulators, they should avoid spending their scarce resources wrongly. So we really do need to have some insight and knowledge, and we do need to join on doing that. And I think, yes, definitely game design is a huge thing. There's much to be learned by looking into that and having some expectations there. And not only when sort of like it's in there trying to lessen the damage perhaps coming back from actually the design of the game. And I think we need to understand that much deeper. Obviously, industry has a lot of knowledge there, always had, but the regulators, I believe, there's a huge job there in getting a deeper understanding in how games are actually working and the different elements there. But we shouldn't take away all the elements. At the end of the day, who wants to eat a dessert with no topping? I mean, I'm just saying, you know, the games can also be so much taken apart that there's no game left, right? So it's again a balance of not doing harm, but still keeping the entertainment in there.
Great. So I don't know if there's anyone else that wants to make another contribution to this topic, and perhaps on what Birgit mentioned with not taking the whole game apart, still keeping the experience intact, but still taking into account, of course, best practices and balance that line with, of course, also regulatory requirements. Jessica, as you know, for example, the minimum spin time is lower in one country than another. I think we all know we're discussing, of course, research, etc. So we all know with regards to safer play, what best practices are in that scenario. So I don't know if you have any other insights that you'd like to share with us with regards to this topic.
Not specifically, but I think it's really the theme that runs through, I think, to everything that we've all said. It's just use of data, use of data, use of data. And it's so relevant for so many aspects. I've actually sort of taken a few notes. We've mentioned use of data for the scientific approach, for identifying gambling harm early, for understanding player behavior better, to ensure good governance, to foster new information, new innovation, new tech, use that, and the relevance for regulators in informing their regulations. So it's really interesting sort of how that all comes sort of together in this using the data that we have.
It is. Lisbeth, talking about data, I know you guys produce a really nice report. You have a lot of data there and a lot of investigation. Is there anything on your data that you are having in your report that you want to share with us that may bring relevance to this discussion?
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting topic what Birgit also said about standardization and how we report on things, and for sustainability reporting, which is a bit like the framework is laid out by the NASDAQ. It's of course very clear, but when we then report about responsible gaming and all these other topics, we all have our own systems, and perhaps in the future that I can see regulators would be helping the industry to be more reporting on one line, so it will be better understood. And actually I wanted to say this because I was looking on the UKGC website, and they have a one small paragraph about sustainability, and it really ties in closely like everything what we said, because here they said like proactively interacting early and often in the right way can help someone keep control of their gambling, and you will retain them as a customer instead of them opt for self-exclusion or closing their account entirely. And this approach is more sustainable for your business. So I like it that they draw that relationship between business and retention, because this is something we all understand. We all want to retain our customers. And with retention, it means that people feel perhaps more safe and more happy playing at your sites with your operators. And another part that Birgit noticed, like the zero harm, which I think as well we are focusing more on it. But when we focus on the harm, we focus on a state which is already happening. Perhaps it's the late stage. So I would say zero harm, but perhaps 100% support. So we start from the early stage when the end user comes in, and make sure he's informed. He's know what kind of RDP the game has. Is it like an experienced player or not? And there's a lot of support we can help to make those players into like long-term and loyal players when they feel like the platform can be trusted and they feel safe. They won't spend more than they can afford. And this is where systems like AI, machine learning technology can really help our operations to take better decisions when to interact and in what way, because there's so many different ways we can communicate as well with our end users. So yeah, I wanted to say, because last week there was the Safer Gambling Week, and we invited a researcher over from Bournemouth University, which we are participating in a research, but they are looking for more companies. And perhaps this is something to note here if anyone is interested. They are specifically doing research on the sustainable player behavior. They want to make the players more aware, how long they play, how much they spend. So they turn that information into like graphs and they show them. And then they follow the player and see like, does this have any effect maybe on their limit setting, on their play? So yeah, thought I'd share that with you.
Thank you, Lisbeth. So what you're mentioning, of course, on the interventions and this carrying into sustainability, long-term customer relationships, and of course, us discussing AI, for example, as a solution to have early detections in order to know which customers we should address any possible risk detection concerns to. Of course, you mentioned also a safer environment or the customer's experience. So Rasmus, could it be correct that AI can both contribute from an operator point of view to satisfy, of course, regulators and the rules to adhere by with regards to detecting an early risk and giving the customer a safe experience and a safe and comfortable feeling when using one of the games, when having early interventions and being spoken to, or risks being addressed by customer support or the operator?
Yeah, definitely. The way I see it is, and that is exactly the reason I chose the picture of this lane keeping assistant. So the way I see it is that the detection system should be in place, sitting in the internally with operators, let's say, giving the right and proper detection. So we only do intervention towards the customer showing signs of problem and also showing as early signs as possible, and we can intervene as soon as possible. Obviously, that may be too big of a task to do manually, so we need to have these automated measures in place. Charmaine also discussed or mentioned that. Another way, another thing we also do see and provide is a anonymous gamified self-test, typically used on websites with operators, also now with the Dutch helpline, actually, where we ask the players to play a card game, flip 80 cards from 4 pre-shuffled decks, and using this give us the opportunity of having a more engaging, much more actionable self-test compared to the typical questionnaires with the challenges of having sensible questions very often misunderstood and so on. And actually we currently see great numbers in terms of number of these card games played and number of games completed, and the results and the satisfactory, at least from operators we collaborate with and helpline as well, are high. So we think that there is a number of things to consider in this regard, also for future development from our perspective, in terms of more games, for instance, for testing. More engaging testing will also be a part of this this intervention scheme, I think, as I see it.
Great. So yeah, it's I think the future, as we discussed, and as the topic is of today, of responsible gaming and sustainability, more innovative tools based on research, and more innovative solutions. So thank you for your contribution, Rasmus, on the explanation of this self-test that you're offering, and of course the AI solution. I think we're entering into the last few minutes of our panel discussion. Is there anyone who would like to, Birgit, I think you would like to contribute some more to this discussion, or have a conclusion?
I'm just saying goodbye to all of you, and my excuses, I have to run to another panel, but it was a great pleasure. I don't want to interfere anymore. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being here with us today, Birgit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye now.
So with Birgit being gone, is there anyone else who would like to take the opportunity to, or maybe each of us to share their conclusions for today after this discussion that we've had? Maybe starting with me.
Yeah, thank you. Just two concluding remarks, because we've touched upon a lot of things that I wanted to bring up. And within the context of safer gambling and responsible gambling and sustainability in the long term that we've been talking about, I think one important element I'd like to mention is that, of course, coming from myself, from Playtech and our BedBuddy AI tool, at the end of the day, we can put as much out there as we want, but it is on the operator to uptake what we can provide. So there is the element of the obligation, or if you like, of really committing to raising those standards, because what we've seen so far is a bit of perhaps a passive approach to complying with regulations, which is why we are discussing now all the backlash and trends kicking in. But at the end of the day, we want to keep gambling fun. The second point is something I think really interesting that Elizabeth has brought up. What I intended when I was talking within game design and doing more actually is also game labeling. So product labeling, providing more information to players. I think definitely it's something we should really be doing more on. And at Playtech, we are trying to do more on that, and more than happy to really work with the broader industry on this. And my concluding remark is, like, we've been talking about all this responsible gambling part. At the end of the day, why is this also important? I think, and the key element of that is we're talking about channeling of the players into the online market within a healthy, competitive and regulated market. At the end of the day, if the market doesn't have a significant channeling rate, it's neither beneficial to the state that's regulating, to the licensees which are investing in that market, and certainly not to the consumers who are at the heart of all that we are talking about. And I think I can leave it at that. And I thank you all for having me here.
Thank you very much, Charmaine, for your contribution. Jessica, is there anything you'd like to conclude on?
It's difficult to follow that one. Excellent summary, I think. And I think just looking into the future, something like this, these discussions, be it on a panel, outside of a panel, and collaborating on these things, taking the issue, continuing to take the issue seriously, because clearly we all already do know the importance of safer gambling, and it's about pushing that further and maximizing how we can work together on that, and supporting each other in that endeavor ultimately. And use of data I've mentioned, and yeah, continuing to innovate, thinking outside of what we already know, trying to yeah, keep thinking about the advancement and what we can do there, I think.
Thank you. Lisbeth, your thoughts on our discussion of today and the insights that you may have gained on the future of responsible gaming and sustainability.
Yes, thank you. It was a really interesting discussion today, and I hope, to keep on doing that and get the industry together and maybe come up with together plans and work together. That would be really great. I think if we can be more transparent externally and share more knowledge and maybe train or partner operators why sustainability makes business sense, not only for your business, but it is a better relationship for both your customers and yourself. That'd be really great. Yes.
Thank you. Rasmus, the final word for you for today.
I couldn't agree more with you, Charmaine, in terms of the obligation to do something about all the things we find in our AI solution is obviously the operators, and nothing we can develop and implement and deploy and what it's called everything, all the systems and measurements in place. But at the end of the day, somebody has to do something about it. Otherwise, nothing is changed. And obviously we can do whatever it takes to help provide the decision power, but at the end of the day, the operators need to do something about this. That said, of course, that should be balanced, but I also think that there's more talk than action, and hopefully everybody in this panel can be together able to push for a little more action for the greater good in terms of enhancing player protection.
Great, thank you very much. It was a great discussion today around this topic. I think that we all contributed a lot on our idea for the future of responsible gaming and sustainability. We all have great plans, so I have good faith that with all of this discussion and all of our best practices that we're discussing, that we will have a good sustainable future, and that we will continue to build towards all of us together. I see that you are back with us, Zoltan, so I will give the word back to you.
Yeah, and thank you for this session. Somehow everything works out eventually, because after our third quarterly meetup, your colleague from Kaizen, Panagiotis, sent me an email. If we have responsible gaming panels, we should include you. And at the same time, Lisbeth sent me an email about sustainable gaming. So somehow we patched these two things together, and look what we did. It was a 1.5 hour session of very constructive talk. So definitely we are going to have this one in the future as well. And thank you so much for this, and thanks to you so much for karma or fate. I don't know what it was, but somehow it all came together. All right, so now we move out of Europe, we go to Africa with the fireside chat, which is exclusive for us at European Gaming, because we're not targeting Africa that much, but now we have a special speaker who is the guest of Dr. Simon Planzer at the next fireside chat. Simon, are you here? Just see, because Jeremiah has also joined it now.
Yes, indeed, I'm here.
Hi, nice to see you again. I haven't
Nice
seen
to
you
see
for
you.
a while now. Hi, Jeremiah.
Yes. Hi. How are you doing? How are you?
Everything is great. I'm eager to see what you guys are going to talk about now. So, Simon, I will leave you guys to it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Sultan. As you can see, I've tried to include the fireside theme again in the background. And actually, in recognition of the continent where we are, I've also included an ostrich egg, which you have in the background, which I brought home from an IAGGRE conference in South Africa. So leaving anecdotals aside, we're going to have a wonderful, interesting talk with a learned expert on Africa. We have with us Jeremiah Mangi, and I'm really looking forward to expanding our fireside format to Africa with our today's session. And we're very privileged to have Jeremiah Mangi with us. Just a few words on him. He has been, since the beginning of 2020, the managing director of Biz in Africa. And that company, Biz in Africa, notably helps with business planning and strategy, as well as sales and marketing in Africa. And Jeremiah is in this role and former roles, an ambassador for business in Africa, essentially an investment manager and marketing leader that has also consulted the iGaming sector. Prior to joining Biz in Africa, he also acquired a wealth of experience, notably in marketing positions, and helping startups. Jeremiah has also a background in business and technology. He's holding a bachelor's degree in business information technology from Mount Kenya University. So similar to the morning, we want to cover today in this fireside chat on the African market some overarching general themes, followed by some remarks on a couple of key jurisdictions. So of course, Africa is a huge continent, and it may be difficult to do justice to the size of the continent with overarching remarks, but Jeremiah will do his best to mention nevertheless some of these generally applicable thoughts before we then dive into more specific jurisdictions. Jeremiah, welcome. Welcome to the format and welcome to this fireside chat.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to having this discussion with you, Zoltan and Simon.
Thank you. So let's start with these overarching general themes in relation to Africa. I believe we want to cover firstly challenges for investors and gambling companies in particular. We will then move to community investment, the relevance of community investment and the community engagement. And we will also speak about technology and its role in the African markets before we then, as I noted, move into some key jurisdictions. So let's start with challenges for investors and gambling business in Africa. You're of course an expert in this. You have advised many companies. What are your takeaways from many years in advising in that field?
So Simon, a really good question. So let me jump in on that. The biggest challenge I believe for investors is that we have been promoting Africa and saying that Africa is a good investment destination for business owners. But now you find that some people try to come into the continent and try to do business without doing due diligence and research. So somebody comes in with a product from the UK and they want to force it into the African market without engaging consultants, without engaging people who know the market, and then they jump in directly. Some try to copy and paste a product into the market, something that is not tailor-made for the African market. So I believe that this is the biggest challenge for most investors who are trying to come into the African market. And then I'll talk of the second one, which is about some countries having unstable laws. So you'll find I'll give an example of Kenya. In the recent 2 years, we have seen so many companies coming in and leaving the market. Some of them having to have spent a lot of money in setting up their companies. But then you realize that at the end of the day, there are some laws which are passed by some African governments which are not favorable to these investors. And then they end up pushing them out of the market. So I think these are the top challenges investors are facing when trying to coming to the African market.
Let me jump into that, Jeremiah. You mentioned common mistake is to often neglect seeking local advice of people who know the market very well. Maybe you could elaborate on this. What kind of observations have you made more precisely? What can go wrong without seeking local advice?
Yeah, you know, Simon, sometimes people think that when you involve consultants, you're losing your money. You know, these are people who have been in the market for long. These are people who know the market. If you are from Europe and there is a consultant who is from Africa and you want to go into the African market, then I believe that it's essential that you involve them, because in one way or another, there is something they know which you don't know about the market. You might read a lot from the internet and think that you have enough, but these people speak the same language with the people in the country you are targeting in Africa. You know, like in Kenya, for example, we have over 40 tribes, and they are all different. You cannot say that Kenyans are all similar. So if you enter the Kenyan market thinking that all Kenyans are the same, then you will be very wrong. We have acts. So it's very much that of people who are on ground, and then they will be able to help you to understand the market well.
Understood. So actually, as a matter of fact, it may be wise to have maybe one main point of contact as an advisor who then will bring in more advisors, more specialized in terms of, you mentioned, for instance,
Exactly.
40 tribes in Kenya, and that's just one country out of so many in Africa, right?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Then you also mentioned unstable laws. What have you observed in that regard? How can that go wrong?
Yeah, so Simon, on this point of unstable laws, actually the laws are stable. Let me make a correction there. The laws are very stable and clear. But now there are some government officials who try to play around with these laws without respecting the constitution. You wake up one day, you go sit in an hotel and you decide to change laws without even engaging the stakeholders. You see, before you pass anything, I believe that it's good that you engage the people who are the investors in the industry. You should have their views. So there are some countries which are passing laws which are aimed at killing investments into the countries for reasons that I do not understand. So without engaging them, you pass laws, you kick out somebody who has spent a lot of money and time in building a brand. This is so wrong. And I believe that what should be done is people should be involved. People should be engaged. If I spent my money in building a company, why don't you call me to the table and ask me for my views before you pass a law that is going to kick me out of the industry? So this is what I believe is wrong and what should be changed by some African countries.
Okay, so that is a look towards African governments, actually, indeed. I should also mention the notion law on the books. There is, of course, the law as it is written on the books, but then I may contrast it with the real life, what really matters in reality. So what the regulation says may be one thing, but then there may be other factors. Is this something you have also observed in African markets? And what would you say matters beyond the law?
Yeah, Simon, that is exactly the point I'm diving at. That there are laws that are already set. And we have a constitution, we have a board. In each country, we have a betting and licensing board. And they have regulations that they follow. But now you see, this is on paper, but there are people who are going against what is already existing. Before you kick out a company out of the industry, there is a procedure that is supposed to be followed. If they go to court and they get some recommendations from the court or some directives from the court, there are people who are disobeying the court orders and moving on even to an extent of killing a company that was helping a lot of people in the industry. And this is something I think we will touch on. Like there are some companies which have invested heavily on social responsibility activities. So this is something that some people ignore. A company that is building talent on the ground, and then unfortunately they are kicked out without being given a chance or being heard. So I believe that this is wrong. And for the industry to mature, we should adhere to the laws that are set and then follow what the law says. There are institutions like the judiciary, there are institutions like the executive. We should engage all of them before kicking out people who are supporting talent and supporting young people in the industry.
Very good. So that's again a kind of a critical remark towards the government side. If we go back to our perspective to foreign investors, gambling companies, there was a second theme we wanted to cover, which is the importance of community investment, community engagement. In your view, does it matter? Does it have a direct business relevance to behave as a good company, so to say? Good being notably investing in local community and engage in local life.
So Simon, what I believe is that you shouldn't do it to entertain or to make the government happy so that they do not kick you out. You should do it from your heart. If you are coming to an industry, your aim should not only be about making money. You should also think of supporting people. This is the law of nature. If you are coming in to make money and live, then you will not be helping the country, or you will not be helping Africa. You know, Africa has several problems. We lack jobs for the young people, and this is something that my company, Busy in Africa, has been pushing, creating job opportunities for the young people. So if you're coming in with a company without an aim of helping the young people, without an aim of contributing taxes that will help in building roads, infrastructure like hospitals, if you are not going to do that, then I do not support you, and you shouldn't be in the industry. So I think it's right for companies, when they are joining, they should be having budgets for helping the community in terms of social responsibility. It shouldn't be done just to make the government happy.
And have you observed what, instances, what can happen if, foreign companies are ignoring that natural rule? I mean, beyond being not considered a good company, but does it have concrete negative consequences, be it by the government or be it by workforce?
Yeah, Simon, I'm going to tell you the truth, and this is something I do not support actually. There are some governments in Africa which tend to punish companies that are not doing it. Although it's wrong, two wrongs do not solve a right. So it's wrong, but it's something that happens, and I cannot shy away from saying that. So companies should just try as much as possible to support the community in one way or the other, just to avoid being like marked as companies that are here just to make money. Although that is something I do not support, which the government, some governments are doing.
Yeah, it's something I've observed also in the discussions in Europe as well as North America surrounding gambling and gambling applicants for licenses. It can definitely help here as well, because that's often, kind of a political argument that these companies are just sitting on some islands trying to avoid taxation and trying to avoid regulation, and when they then seek licenses, it is used against it's used against them, right? And so that the relevance of being a good corporate citizen, so to say, I think is also applicable in Europe. It's also applicable in North America, as I can observe it. But it would appear from your remarks that it's just somehow more important and more essential thing to do in many African countries.
Exactly. Yeah, correct.
So thank you for that. The third kind of general theme we wanted to cover is technology and the role of technology in Africa. What are your comments on that point?
So, Simon, that's a good point that we cannot do away with in this conversation. So, right now, everything in the world is tech-based. Like if you want to order for a cab, you can do it through your phone. If you want to place a bet, even at the shops or retail outlets, they use computers. If they stream games online through IT and telecommunication channels. So this is something that we cannot do away with in this conversation. And I think that most information technology-based organizations should now focus on investing some infrastructure or their infrastructure into the African continent, because governments in Africa are now supporting such organizations. If you come up with a company that is going to promote information technology channels, then most of these countries have already passed laws that support such investments, and you'll find that even getting loans for your business is very easy. So I believe that not only in gaming, but in any industry that somebody wants to open up a business in, they should be tech focused.
Very good. I believe there's also another interesting aspect about Africa, where I'm contrasting, let's say, mobile devices versus stationary internet, stationary devices, especially in regards to some of the flatter countries or regions in Africa. I understand the penetration of mobile devices and the penetration of mobile internet is very, very high, right? So it would seem that, for instance, the way people gamble in Africa is probably more than in Europe, based on mobile devices. Would you agree?
Yes, exactly. Right now, you know, the minimum age for somebody to gamble in Africa is around 18 years. And I tend to realize that most young men and women who are 18 years and above, in one way or another, have access to the internet and a mobile device. Now, this is why most of these companies should heavily invest in IT, because especially gaming companies, because the most active betting clients in Africa are between the age of 18 and around 30 years. Actually, we can say 18 and 30. So if you have like the entire of African population, which is majorly comprised of young people who are of the age of between 18 and 30, all of them having mobile devices, then it gives an upper hand for you to penetrate into the market if your platform is like reliant more on the internet or something like technology based. So this is something that most investors who are trying to look at the continent should keep a close eye on.
Very good. Thank you very much for this highly interesting tour d'horizon of the African continent. I believe now it's worthwhile to take a look at some jurisdictions more specifically. So maybe we can start off by categorizing, on the one hand, solid, more mature markets on the one hand, and then more up and coming markets on the other.
Yeah. So Simon, I will just give a brief or just touch on a few, because we have quite a number. So like Kenya is already a mature market. Why? Because if you look at the number of companies in the industry, I think they are now quite a big number. They must be over 50. But if you look at a country like Ethiopia, this is an upcoming market. If you look at a country like Tanzania, it's an upcoming market. If you look at a country like Mozambique, it's an upcoming market. And there is something I want to say about upcoming markets that most investors should really try. You see, SportPesa, I'll give an example of SportPesa. They started in Kenya some time back, and they did really well. And they made other companies to realize the kind of market that is in Kenya. And then when now there were some wrangles and they were kicked out of the market, although there are some court cases right now, so they might be getting their way back in. When that happened, they decided to venture into the Tanzanian market now with a new strategy. and they did really well. Right now, they have shown people that actually the Tanzania we believed that people cannot place bets there actually has a good market. So do not say that it's only Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, Uganda, Ghana, South Africa, these countries that people can place bets in. I want investors who can come into the market and decide to venture into new markets and try. If you cannot find customers, try to create customers. If you cannot find a market, you try to create a market. So this is the kind of thing I'm looking at.
So you're saying you're mostly inviting to look at new markets, upcoming markets, exactly. Such as Mozambique. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And Ethiopia, countries like that one.
Yes. So why don't we take Ethiopia, a country currently going through some political turmoil, having internal troubles there, in some regions at least. Where do you see in Ethiopia, especially the potential? Let's say, where does it lie? Why would you recommend it to investors?
So talking of like, there is something you mentioned there, talking of politics. This is something that circulates around every African country. Whenever we have elections in each, almost in several countries, there is usually tension. But this is something that I believe that African leaders are working on, so that in the future, when we have elections, the tensions are low and business can run as usual. So this is something affecting most countries. So for Ethiopia, it's not that I'm recommending for all companies to start now getting their way into the Ethiopian market. What I want is companies that can do a research on markets that are still untapped. And then you try and see how you can now create a market there. You see, so this is because this is a strategy that some companies have used, and they realized that there are countries where they thought that there was no market. But when they tried, they realized that there is a market. And then some other companies now, when they saw that there is some water in that river, they started flocking there. So this is, but you remember one thing, the first company that identified the market there will never die. And actually realize that if they have a good product in Africa, the company that started or that joined the market first is the one that is going to like make it big there. So this is something I'm looking at.
So you say that there's a huge relevance for being first mover.
Exactly.
Going in first, and even if you make maybe a couple of mistakes in the beginning, just the fact that you're first on the ground and place your product, place your brand gives you a good advantage.
Exactly.
Okay, should we pick one or two other countries, Jeremiah? We have spoken about Ethiopia. Do you want to take a couple of other newcomers?
I can talk about a country like Congo and South Sudan. So these are markets again that some people thought that they cannot find customers there. But I know a few companies that have ventured into those markets and they find value there. So I know Africa is big. We have more than 50 countries, and it's only around 20%, which I can say that has been already done. So we have 80%, a whole 80%, which is still untapped or untested. So I would like to see now people trying to, even if you're not venturing there or opening your company there, you can do research, engage consultants there, go ask customers, can you do this? These kinds of research. And then you realize that there is more in Africa than we think.
Wow. Yes, indeed. We should never forget it is such an incredibly huge continent with, I think, unexploited potential in many regards. But again, seeking local advice is really key, as you definitely very well illustrated in the beginning of our conversation. Indeed. Maybe to wrap it up, let's go for South Africa as a market as well. Certainly a market that has been around for a long time, and where I've also seen that engaging with the local community, creating jobs for the local population is really highly demanded by the people there. Anything you would like to comment on South Africa?
Yes, I have a point, a very strong point about South Africa. You see, South Africa to me is like the UK of Africa. It's a market that is very unique and different from the rest of Africa. If you check what works in South Africa, especially in betting, and then you try to bring something similar like that one in a country like Kenya, I'll tell you for free, it will not work. If you take something like that in Tanzania, again, it will not work, because people in South Africa are different from the people in Kenya. They are different from the people in Tanzania. So I would like somebody who would take each market separately and do a separate research on each market, and not just country-wise, but even region-wise, because these countries are made of provinces. Some of them are made of counties. You do research, thorough research, because if you come to Kenya, there are some places where people do not bet. If you go to Tanzania, there are some places where people do not bet, and there are some places where people bet. So this is something that I would like people to approach very cautiously, because Africa is a big continent. We are all Africans, but diverse in so many ways.
Of course, unsurprisingly, diverse in so many ways, because it is, again, such a massive land sphere. So how could it be, of course, any different than finding a huge diversity of languages, cultures, and also business preferences, indeed, exactly. And customer preferences. So thank you very much, Jeremiah. I'm just checking in the chat box whether we have questions, but it doesn't seem to be the case here. So if we don't have further questions, then I would just like to applaud Jeremiah for being our first fireside guest outside Europe. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to meeting you soon, hopefully in person.
Exactly, and just some brief final remarks. So my name is Jeremiah Mangi. I'm the founder and managing director based in Africa. So the company helps organizations to venture into new markets in Africa. If somebody is interested in the African continent, kindly reach out to us. Our email is info@bizin.africa, and our website is bizin.africa. So BIZIN.Africa. Thank you very much, good. Simon, and I look forward to speaking to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
thank you.
If you haven't followed the spelling, you can also find it on Sultan's website.
Yes, exactly. It's right there. And I was just looking up some quotes about Africa and found a very nice one from John Hemingway, who says, "If I have ever seen magic, it has been in Africa." So
wonderful.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you for this great session. Okay, so now we move forward with our next panel, live casino on the European continent. We are coming back to Europe now and exploring the live dealer casino scenario and live streaming scenario with some very seasoned guests of such industries. I have with me just 1 second, so I have everything okay. So I have with me Oliver Litz, CEO at Nanocosmos. I have Chris Street-Bosch, Vice President of Business Development, also from Nanocosmos, and David Mann, Chief Commercial Officer at Squint. Hello, gentlemen. Our lady speaker is missing, so it's going to be just us guys now. But first, before we go into the subject, I would like to ask you all to introduce yourself and share some information about your background and your company, so people will know you. I know David is very known in the industry, but everybody still needs an introduction. So, okay, let's start with Chris. Chris, you can maybe go ahead and.
Well, thank you very much for being on this panel and discuss together with David and Oliver about the casino online and land-based. My name is Chris Drijbos. I'm over 30 years of business experience in the video industry, and in the last 5 years, very much involved in the online iGaming industry on a global level. My background is business commercial strategy, and I have seen from very close by the developments in the online iGaming space on a global scale. So I'm very happy to be part of this panel and to share our years, thoughts and experience around it. More background about the company, I rather leave up to Oliver, who's the founder and CEO of the company.
Okay, thank you so much, Chris. Okay, so David, you're next.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for inviting me on as well, Zoltan. It's very nice to join another panel, especially with Chris and Oliver. We've spoken a couple of times recently as well. So I'm David Mann, I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Swint. We are a B2B casino games product supplier. We have a range of our own slot games that we develop, especially targeting local specific markets. And then in relation to this panel particularly, we also have a live dealer solution called Swint Live, which is broadcast straight from the heart of gaming, Las Vegas. And it's a really modern mobile-focused product that we're really proud to bring into a very competitive marketplace. So in terms of a bit of history of myself, I've been working in iGaming for a number of years. I've worked in the wider gaming industry for around 12 or 13 years now, coming from land-based, coming from sportsbook, into social casino, and then into B2B casino supplying.
Thank you so much, David. Oliver, so you can now wrap up the introduction part.
Thanks for having me. Oliver, founder and CEO of NanoCosmos. Also been working in the video industry for a long time, and also in the iGaming industry. So we are, NanoCosmos is a technology provider for live streaming. So we provide a global live streaming platform for interactive use cases, like in iGaming, a robust platform 24/7 at a global scale. So B2B approach, and our customers are in the iGaming space are platform providers and land-based casinos as well, who go live with their studios or casinos, and we do the delivery of the video around the world in about 1 second. That's our claim, and that's what we have our focus on, to really have a reliable live streaming service as a backend for the online gaming.
All right, thank you so much. So let's dive into our subject, because I don't know if I told you I was writing an article about a month ago about live dealer casinos and live casinos, and found also about the history of it, and found out that when online gaming appeared in the late 90s, and also live dealer casinos started arising, it was something that looked like science fiction or future. It was later ditched a bit because of streaming issues, and not everybody afford a PC and stuff like that. So where are we at now in 2021? And hence the title of the discussion. I would like to address this question to all panelists here. Where is live dealer casino right now and live streaming? And what are the biggest innovations in the past 10 years that drove us here? So who would like to go first?
I can begin to take it from a casino product angle.
Okay.
I think we can all see the extreme growth and performance of the live dealer vertical within the online gaming industry. I mean, Evolution are obviously in a very, very strong position that they're in. And the past few years is obviously this constant advancement of technology, of uptake of mobile devices, and the accessibility available for live dealer has obviously helped grow this product. And yeah, it seems that it doesn't really have any signs of slowing down. It seems to be a really engaging, popular format. looking across the kind of the streaming products that are available, not just within gaming, but obviously the rise of the likes of Twitch and TikTok and live streamers and people delivering live videos on a much more personable basis. People obviously quite like this connection to have to people and directly dealing with the person who's on the camera. And live casino offers this replication of almost like a live environment. It's as close you can get to being in a real casino as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Chris or Oliver, who would like to go first?
Let Oliver go first.
Okay.
He's
the boss.
Everyone has to give us a great expert opinion about that. But I see it technology-wise. Of course, there are a lot of things which happened. We have the networks now to have live video available everywhere. So we are lucky to have that. So we are connected now, even in this conference here. But it's still on this place, it's very different on the use case. So you mentioned live gaming, online gaming. It's much different than things what we do here. So also in the gaming industry, it's different that you don't install an app like Zoom here. So you just want to be in an interactive experience for a large audience on a global scale. So the network is there, web access is everywhere. So you have mobile devices. Mobile first is a very, let's say, visible approach in many applications. And we also see that in the streaming space, video-based applications, that there's a large part of the volume done on mobile all around the world, especially also in Asia. Directly also in the browser, so browser-based access on any device. So you just open a web page and then are part of any application, can be a game or whatever, is something which is now available everywhere. So that's, of course, requires good devices, good networks, but also good technology, which is available to make these solutions possible.
Thank you. Chris?
Yeah, you know, it's always good when you look back and you look forward of where are you now? You know, is if you put everything into perspective, is that you know from the early days as something was developed or initiated, and then you said, so how was it that it came to this where it is now, and where is it going? You know, the gaming industry. Got the biggest trigger, you know, by the fact of the mobile phones. Okay, so the whole communication path, people wanted to be connected, wanted to interact. You know, mobile phones started. You know, you could call each other more easily and so forth. So everything that we're seeing today is just a consequence of what was initiated in that time and is now creating all kinds of new, you know, experiences, entertainment, capabilities of creating interesting businesses. So, you know, there in the past, you could see the land-based casinos, and you could see, you know, the online casino space, and the online casino space could take the easiest immediate profit from these developments, these trends, you know, communicate always on mobile phone, you know, being just on the train or wherever you are. So if you look at the biggest trend from the past, it has been that the online space has been triggered is by the mobile and the communication with the mobile, you know. And if we look forward, you know, this is a trend. People will want to communicate more, will want more to have entertainment, exciting entertainment. They want to be, you know, having the best experiences, and they are willing to pay for it. But we're now in this, as I call it, morphing phase. Morphing phase, I mean, with there is new things happening, there's new testing, there's new legislation, there's all kinds of things going on. So what we're seeing now is actually the start of a very interesting trend that will continue and will not stop, but only grow. But what will happen is, you know, you will see quality as we go forward prevail versus quantity. And this is, you know, just as a general development that I see in this market.
Got it. Yeah, interesting point, and I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, even if I can add to that, I mean, if you look around maybe 5 years ago, you wouldn't really dream of walking around without Wi-Fi, just using your data stream and streaming live casino, for example, you know, the data costs and even the latency, you know, and the speeds that you would require from your device to do that. Now it's entirely possible. You know, you can get an effective data plan in the majority of European countries, and you could easily be on the bus or in the tube or wherever you are. You can easily just stream live right in your mobile anywhere you want to play. And that accessibility, you know, it's definitely a crucial factor in the explosion of growth.
Yeah. Not to brag about things, but during our, because we are with HIPTHER Festival, we are live since Monday, and on Tuesday we had somebody tune in on our conference from an ambulance. So that's technology right there. I don't know who it was, but it was from an ambulance. It has an IP. So wow. Okay, so David, since I still have you on screen now and talking about mobile, and we know that mobile brought the new era, and mobile penetration is huge. And do you think that the pandemic fueled an even more aggressive evolution of live dealer casinos? Because most people most probably have been online playing slots games, etc., but somehow got bored with that maybe and switched to live dealer casinos, or how was that?
I think it's the connection that I mentioned earlier, that players like to feel kind of part of something, and the trust factor of live casino. So when the pandemic hit, there was obviously a large segment of players who are used to playing in an actual casino and having that real interaction with people and sitting around the table and having the excitement and entertainment value. And when the pandemic comes, they couldn't do that. So the live casino vertical was something that offered as close an experience as possible. Now, obviously in certain emerging markets, let's look at, for example, Latin America, where there's probably you know, a slower uptake into the online sector compared to the land-based. The pandemic can only fuel this transition that is inevitable anyway. We've seen in Europe the relentless growth of players shifting to mobile, and especially players coming from the land-based to the online side. And yeah, the pandemic's definitely played a part in this. And yeah, it's definitely going to keep continuing, because once players experience and enjoy what live dealer can provide, then I think it's only going to remain. Certain countries, again, looking for example Latin America, players maybe did not quite have the same availability that they would have before, and everybody has a mobile now. So as mobile devices get stronger, as data connections and internet speeds get more reliable and better across the globe, then it's only natural that more players are going to be able to come online and enjoy live dealer games.
Got it. Yeah. Okay, so let's also talk about the technical part of things with, and I think Chris, I think you're the best person to do that. It's about the transition from Flash. You know, what can you say about how HTML or the transition from Flash has been a game changer in the live streaming industry?
Well, Flash was always the common denominator for anything with low latency. Okay, you know, any type of use case that had any type of low latency had Flash involved. So we have a very smart team of technologists in our company, and Oliver is one of them. And at early stages, what we saw was that Flash was going to be deprecated, and the browser was there to stay. So the browser came, and the browser really, Oliver saw from a vision point of view that the browser was to be our central point to build the technology around and to enable these interactive live streaming use cases that we do today as a platform. Okay, so if you look at Flash, it was, already announced pretty early on, 2015, 16, Flash is going to deprecate and so forth. So it was very interesting to see how fast the market moves, that until approximately last year, a month before it really was cut, that we had online casinos said, we need to change now. Flash is gonna go. Flash? Yeah. What are you talking about? Flash is gonna go. So this was a very interesting, experience. And what I would like to put in perspective there is what David said as well, is the whole world has a different speed. You know, I just listened in to a part of that Jeremiah said about Africa. You know, you cannot look at it from a continent, not even a country, but you have to look at it even from a province point of view. This is also how the speed in the world works in terms of preference of games, how they behave, how they play, what they like to play. So it is definitely not one size fits all. And that is the same with technology. Some pick it up quickly and take advantage of it, and others, you know, wait till the last minute and, you know, have to do. But in general, you know, the deprecation of Flash and then our interpretation of what that did to an infrastructure to deliver a service is something that that we did very well, and that's why, you know, we had very early on a perfect, let's say, solution to exchange Flash to our technology.
You got it. Yeah, it's a funny story with this. Everybody waking up, that Flash is going. Nice. Okay, so Oliver, since everybody's talking about you now, I'm going to ask you a question about. Could you tell us of how live streaming solution, or particularly your company, NanoStream, can help brick and mortar casinos attract a new audience? Because I think even we are almost 2 years into this pandemic, I think many brick and mortar casinos are still adapting to this stuff.
Sure, absolutely. And there are a lot of opportunities for land-based casinos going to the online space. And I think what is very important, what also David also mentioned already, is trust. So if you have a trustful audience, then you have a great asset already. You have a business running, and you have casinos running already. So you need to bring them live somehow, but you need to find the right partners for that. So the question in the end is who in the end is going to the customers and who is owning the customers. So who's providing the platform to the end customers? Is it the land-based casinos themselves? So do they build their own live streaming platform under their own control? Do they do it with partners? So that's a great challenge for them, but they are in the driving seat somehow. They can control it. So they own the content right now, and they need to take care that they can take that content online, and then they have great chances to really increase their audience at a global scale to anyone accessing, as you mentioned, a mobile phone browser, and transport this trustful content to any user in the world.
Got it. Yeah, because I know that this synergy between brick and mortar casino and talking about always having an online platform as well has been the talks for the past 10 years. This also includes the live dealer part and streaming part. And yeah, I think there are two sides of things. You have a studio, or you have for streaming and hosting live dealer, and you have a land-based casino from where you are streaming. So this is a question for everyone. Rob, what are the pros and cons between studios or live from a land-based casino? So what are the pros and cons of having each of them? Who would like to go first? David, you have been quiet for the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the angle you want to go for and position yourself as a company. There's definitely there's a marketable factor around streaming your product from a specific land-based casino. You can tie in commercials. You can obviously engage with players who maybe follow or are patrons of a particular land-based casino, and then you can obviously broadcast and advertise your product as, hey, we're streaming live roulette from casino 123, and players will be able to connect with that. And again, it builds up this trust element and the familiarity. However, on the flip side, a studio is going to be much more cost effective. You have complete control of the studio. You can obviously push it in ways you want. It's much more scalable than the land-based casino would be. But yeah, I mean, there's two sides of the coin here. They're both relevant. I think it's interesting to see that Scientific Games have obviously purchased Authentic Gaming recently, and one of their USPs was that they broadcast from these live actual land-based casinos with their products. And given SG's position in the US, it's speculative to say that maybe they would look into some more commercial tie-ins using that live dealer product. But the fact that they've now invested into a live dealer product shows the importance of having a good live dealer solution for the online market. And whether they expand with studios or expand with land-based partnerships, I think it's still, there's positives and negatives on both sides.
Okay, so it somehow evens out. Chris, Oliver?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go Oliver.
Maybe the question is, as David mentioned, what's the business perspective? So what's the monetization behind that? And if land-based casinos already have something running, then it's added value. And there can be, of course, not only the one-to-one replacement, it can also be something like a better user experience. So if you see people involved in real life into the games, that's much more exciting maybe than having that transferred from a studio. So all these things like credibility, user experience, how we make a game really interesting to the audience, I think play a large role, and there's still room for innovations here, in my opinion.
Okay, Chris?
I always look at things from a business point of view. I look at, whatever is here today, we're not going to change. So we're going to have to look at what is the future, where are things going. Like I said before, I think a lot of people are still in the testing phases and the tryout phases and to figure out what works and what doesn't work. The emotion is all over the place. Like David said, and like Oliver said as well, doing something from a land-based casino and then adding cameras and then the whole studio style, and then with the lighting and everything works perfectly. And if there's an issue, what do you do? Versus, a studio where you have everything controlled. I think it's much more related to, the business philosophy, to, what you want to do and how you want to market it. And then, if you take that into consideration and translate it to again to which markets do you want to go after, and as Jeremiah said before, in Africa you might have 20 different approaches because the people just interpret it different. That means that this whole market is in development and people are figuring out what sticks and how can they make it stick, whether it's from a land-based casino or from a studio-based, but both are there to stay. The question is, what is the perfect key? Those who have a land-based casino, can they make use of the online, or is the online by itself strong enough to overrun what's happening in the market? It's going to be an interesting, couple of time ahead of us.
Yeah, just a quick question. How does this actually work in a streaming live from a land-based casino? Maybe you can give me some idea about, do you install a camera next to the table, or how does that work?
Well,
it's a great question. There's a concept called OTT, over the table, where you have a top-down shot from the video camera. There's things like moving cameras as well to bring a bit more dynamic into the system. But of course, you need to have the proper camera and microphone setups, so you have everything transported in high quality. That's key somehow.
And is there some data privacy issues in it? Maybe showing the player that is at the table, giving consent that he could be in that live stream, or?
That's a great question. There are probably privacy concerns as well here. If you can see face shots from people gambling there, so I don't know about these things, but that's things you need to consider probably.
Oh yeah, so this is something that's going to probably, if a regulator might be listening in, they might get an idea about this. Okay, so staying at Chris and in talking about business value, which is very important. So is there an added value in adding a live streaming casino to an existing business, or should there be an investment in a separate business or brand?
Well, that's a very good question. And that's what I said before in the previous answer, is that as a organization, and an organization could be, we land-based casinos, we want to go online, or we are a online studio and we want to expand, but want to stay out of the land-based casinos. Okay, there's all kinds of questions that you need to ask yourselves, but let's take hypothetical now. We're a land-based casino and we also want to operate in the online space. Okay, now what is going to happen is you're going to have the strategical questions about, you know, your brand. You're going to have the strategical questions about the customers. You know, the customers who come into your casino, you know, are identified, you know who they are, and you have a connection with them. The ones that are online, you know, if the whole CRM system and the services provided are not under your control, then who owns the customer? Okay, so that is a real key thing on how to communicate with the customer. Okay, and this is also for the long-term vision of your business really important, that you maximize the value of your brand, being the land-based casino, you know, responsible gaming, having built up the reputation and so forth, that you really think about how to do that. And for that, you need to make sure that you do and work with very good partners or with very good joint ventures, so that you secure the longer term vision of where you're going. A very nice or a very nice example is, for example, you know, Grand Casino Baden in Switzerland, who also has the online connected, and they did something very visionary in regards to making sure that a land-based casino also had, let's say, the benefits of an online future presence. And, you know, there are opportunities, but it's up to the business smart people to work that out.
Got it. Yeah, I just asked Simon Planzer, who is from Switzerland, if he wishes to add something to that Baden casino, because I most probably he has some knowledge about that.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry for just asking you about this.
No problem at all. Actually, of course, the Swiss regulatory system is quite a peculiar one, in that it has gone kind of against the general trend of Europe, of establishing online licenses, separate online licenses. Also in Switzerland, the EU law does not apply. So in that regard, legally speaking, that was more feasible in that country outside the EU to do so. And Casino Baden indeed has chosen a bold approach in early on deciding to go technology, so to say. And it's kind of a separate business now. It has grown and with different people. So the Gamanza platform has been provided now to several land-based casinos as the technology partner indeed.
Okay, thank you for this intervention. It's like live TV when we get to pick somebody from the audience. Yeah,
of course.
So staying in regulation, maybe David, I know you guys are also active in Latin America and North America as well as NanoStream are also doing streaming over there. How do you see in correlation Europe versus the rest of the world, I mean, the Latin America, North America, in terms of allowing live dealer casinos?
Europe's quite fragmented in terms of different jurisdictions that are coming up. And we can see the US is obviously taking a state-by-state approach as well. So different countries and different jurisdictions will look at live dealer products in a different way. Certain markets, for example, will need you to have your live dealer studio based either within that country or at least within Europe, whereas other jurisdictions are happy that you can have a studio like ours based, for example, in Las Vegas, somewhere else in North America. So it depends on each individual jurisdiction. The likes of Latin America, then there's certain licenses that you can use to enter different markets where, for example, the Malta gaming license covers many different markets across the world. And then it's not quite as heavily restricted as others, for example, based across certain places in Europe. But as time moves on, everywhere is becoming regulated gradually, understandably so as well. So it just depends how each country is going to perceive live dealer products and how they want to manage that.
Okay, Oliver, Chris.
Chris?
Would you like to add to this regulation part?
Yeah, I think in Europe and North America, the societies are very sensitive to trust and regulation and responsible gaming. So a matter of trustful business is very important to be successfully in your business. And that's growing also in other parts of the world. So we see that somehow led by European regulations, but also North America. Everyone knows that different states have different regulations there. So it's all a matter of trust that you don't misuse your business somehow to make something not legal and not whatever trustful. And I think that's interesting because in the beginning, you also mentioned video gaming somehow and live streaming, like things like Twitch. Which is interesting because in the early days, it also wasn't trustful. It was kind of kids game or whatever addictive stuff. And now it has created a very serious business industry. So video games is no doubt anymore. It's really a serious business and acknowledged. It creates a lot of things around that. Also live streaming generally. And I see there's room for getting really serious business and responsible business out of the gaming industry here to connect these gaps somehow, because I think that's some things where innovation is still possible and which also would help in the regulation and acceptance in this area.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, esports is a huge part of live streaming and definitely drives innovation in there as well, and lots of influencers having lots of viewers, so technologically is definitely tested. Okay, so just to approach also this part, what do you think about Gen Z and millennials? Sorry, Chris, would you like to also add to this regulation part before I
Well, the regulation, I have just a couple of comments to that. You know, the regulations that we talk about, from my perspective, it's nothing else than, you know, it's a further progression of the internet, the further globalization, and how can countries, tax authorities, all of them, you know, participate in this whole activity of getting global. So the whole regulation I see as part of the whole globalization and how to best manage and make sure that, you know, it is guided correctly instead of blocking, you know, guided correctly and responsible and reflective and in a very, very good way. So I look at it more from a macro perspective than I look at it, you know, what is the regulation here or there? It's an ongoing process, you know, with the globalization and the internet being there.
Got it. Yeah, we always say that regulators should be open and learn from the industry to not to block the business and not to make it too political, because usually it's this type of it's because of politics that somehow everything is blocked due to just being more how can I put this in a nice way, being more popular in front of the electorate part, because we have the Nordic update coming up by Nordic Gaming, and in the Nordics it's really a hell happening in the past 2 years. So yeah, before we wrap it up, Gen Z and millennials, is I know game streaming and esports is appealing to them, but how does live dealer casino work for them? Do the Gen Z and millennials, are they attracted to this type of online activities?
I think there is some attraction and connection there, especially as players maybe start playing an online casino for the first time, and then they want to play around and see what options they have. You know, these are people who grew up with every possible entertainment option available at the click of a finger, shorter attention spans, as we know these days compared to previous generations. So they need something that's fast and interactive and engaging. So live dealer can present this. I think we see with the the advent of so many game show type games from the live dealer industry. It's something very unique, something much more engaging, and something proven on the market so far. So I think it'll depend on how can the games evolve and what direction can live dealer move from. It'll be interesting to see how long the classics roulette and blackjack remain as games of choice for players. I think roulette it's very proven as it's going to stand the test of time, I believe, because it's very exciting. But other games, players, younger players, millennials may be looking for something a bit more flashy and exciting.
Yeah, maybe if the dealer is an anime or something like that, it draws more attention to them. Chris, Oliver, would you like to also add to the Gen Z and millennial part?
Yeah, I completely agree with David. It's all about the creativity of the experience, whether you can attract, whether it's Gen Z or whatever it is, or what age it is, it doesn't matter. It's all about creativity, creating the experience, and then making sure that you have the elements around it. And the key thing is, do you have a connection to a user group, to a clientele, or do you need to tackle a complete new clientele? But again, in the land-based casino, in the casino world, there is already a specific interest for specific things. The question is, can you grow with them? Or can you bring new opportunities to them so that they stay connected? For that, you need to be willing to take risk and look beyond and just embrace technology as something for new opportunities. And then whether it's for the live streaming or in the creativity of creating games, a lot of our partners spend a huge amount of money in newer games because of the power of the devices are growing up and are getting stronger. So it's all about creativity and fighting for the person's attention, whatever the the group of people are.
Okay, yeah, that's the point. Oliver.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it goes far beyond bringing just a casino table live. That might be good and might be good to extend your audience group and your customer group. But there's really a lot of room for creativity. So you can create games around that, gamification and other things. As David was mentioning, game show elements and other applications, video gaming applications, things like that, a combination of things. So there's really room for, and it's much different than land-based only. So the online space creates a lot more opportunities for businesses and to think beyond that and to allow creativity. That's a great driving force. And younger generations, of course, are very open to these things. And they are driving, as I mentioned earlier, video games and streaming in the past, and to make that a great industry. And that could be similar to the online space combined with gaming and several other things together.
Yeah, I know that this isn't the topic of our panel, but sports betting, somebody on our tech conference has mentioned that he does not believe that we're in 2021 and you are watching a live stream of a football match and you cannot just click somewhere on the screen and place a bet. You need to exit full screen, go to place a bet. This should be an innovation which would definitely increase live streaming and also the interactivity part.
I don't think it's far away. If you look at some of the actions by some large media companies and some of the people they've appointed recently, especially looking at the US, some of the acquisitions and mergers going on. It seems an inevitability. Everybody's kind of looking for this to happen.
At one of our conferences in 2018, we saw a product which was like, if there was a match going on TV, you just scan it with your mobile phone and you could place a bet on that match. So that was the biggest invention back then. So that's why I'm saying that we need to move forward. And I think that 2022 will be full of surprises. And moving on to this question about the future, a question for everyone as a closing question. What is next in live dealer casino or live streaming? And how do you see 2022? So let's start off with David.
I think coming from the last topic, I think it's going to be about what's the creativity, what's the level of new games and new variants that can be brought to the market. The live dealer industry is really heating up. Obviously, there's one massive company at the top at the moment, but there's so much competition coming in inevitably. If you look at maybe 7 years ago in the slot space, there was a couple of dominant players, specifically Neta at the time, and then gradually people have started to catch up. And I think that the live dealer segment is, the more competition there is, the better it is for the player, because there's going to be more choice, and it'll push the limits of creativity and product. So I think next year is going to see some more advancements and exciting new games to come out, including from ourselves. So I can't give too much away, but yeah, everybody wants to try and keep finding the next best live casino game, as well as the next best slots. So I think some really exciting content will come. Yeah, I hope you noted my idea of adding maybe unicorns and stuff like that. Okay, Chris or Oliver, who would like to go first?
I think there's really a lot of room for growth in the market, and it's competition is driving the industry, but also growth and opportunities. So technology is really at a great stage now, but it's still moving and progressing. So innovations are driving this a lot, and you create a lot of new things which are possible to really grow your audience, to interact anywhere in the world. So everyone is used now to interact with video. You can add this to games, you add gamifications elements to several other applications. So these things, to have video available basically everywhere in the browser, in a stable environment on a global scale, opens up really a lot of chances. And I think there is a lot of things happening in the next couple of months.
Even adding the stream to glasses, like smart glasses and stuff like that. Chris?
Opportunities are endless.
Yeah.
Okay. Like with every activity ongoing, what you see and what you will see is a further segmentation. Where in the past, you might have one idea, you now will see going forward a huge amount of ideas and segmentation also with regards to, what kind of dealers should be at the table for which people in which countries. So the next thing is that globalization will be a big part for next year. And in the end, it's all about business sense and creativity. So, the industry has great opportunities. It's up to them to, put the balls together and put the keys and the pieces of the puzzle together to find their way in this growing market. So you don't have to fight each other, but you can have the market grow. And I think that is a very, how should I say, a very positive and a very luxury position this market is in.
Okay, thank you. It has been fun, right?
Yeah, it has.
I loved it. Thank you so much. And let's close this session now. Thanks, David, Chris, and Oliver, and hope to see you soon again in 2022 at our next panel. And take care. Thank you. And
thank you, Zoltan.
Thank you for having us.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
I will now invite the next moderator, Morten Ronde, to kick off the Nordic session, which I was already introduced during our conversation with on the live dealer panel. Hi, Morten.
Hi, Zoltan.
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
I already asked you is that an original window or is it just a background? But it looks so awesome every time I see you.
No, it's actually a wallpaper. So we created some Nordic feeling in our meeting room. So
it really is magical. All right, so I hope your panel is going to be as magical as your wallpaper, because there has been many news coming from the Nordics, and I guess I'll leave you to them.
Well, thank you, Zoltan. And yeah, hello everybody. Maybe you should do a roll call first to see if everyone is here. Anne-Sophie, I see you're here.
I'm here.
Yeah. Anne-Sophie is the General Secretary of BOS at the moment, the Swedish Trade Association. We have Minna Ripati. Mina, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Yes, excellent. Mina is the founder of Legal Gaming in Finland. And finally, we have Rolf Sims. Rolf, are you there?
Here. Yes.
Excellent. Rolf is the Public Affairs Manager for Kindred Group. So welcome, everybody. It's, yeah, there's always something to tell about the Nordics, which is good because then we can create a panel discussion. But what is less good is that it's often about restrictions in the market and generally bad things coming for the industry. And I think we have a lot of that on the panel again today. But before we start speaking about Sweden and Finland and Norway, I just want to give you a bit of an overview of what's going on in Denmark at the moment, because after quite a while where it's been slow or no regulation, there's a lot of proposals on the way now that will affect the gambling industry. The political parties met a couple of weeks ago and they agreed on a timeline for changes or discussions about the gambling market that will lead to changes. So first off, they agreed on mandatory player cards to be used in betting shops. So whereas a mandatory registration of the players, and where you have to, as a gambling operator, you have to check the self-exclusion system to see if the player is registered. And things like that. We are quite behind in the Danish market. I know that those things have been in place in Norway and Sweden for years. I don't know if it's in place in Finland actually, but yeah, that's coming. There's going to be more enforcement, more tools to the gambling regulator, and especially when it comes to match fixing, they are to get more powers. Regulatory powers. And what is also coming are discussions about marketing restrictions. Those are planned to be in the summer next year. And it's, well, it's restrictions on operators advertising and sales promotions. And when I say sales promotions, it's bonuses. So yeah, that's particularly the last bit is something that may be concerning for the industry because that impacts business directly. And finally, there's going to be regulation or discussions about loot boxes. And so more like gambling elements in gaming. It's quite interesting to see how that will pan out, because that's not the gambling operators. Those are the gaming operators, which are widely unregulated today. So it's interesting to see what the government is about to do. Yeah, that was an overview of Denmark, and now we'll turn to Sweden and to Norway and to Finland. And I think we should start with you, Anne-Marie, because you are filling in for Gustav while he's on parental leave, and that must be exciting to get that job, but it's also very challenging. There's a lot of things happening in Sweden right now. Perhaps first you could start by just explaining, because I know you've been in the industry for quite a long time and you've been working with different things. So just maybe just explain your background to the people here.
Okay, thank you, Morten. I started at the Svenska Spel, the Swedish state-owned lottery, and I worked with the VLTs, but for under Jesper Kärrbring. But after that, I started up the CSR department and the public affairs department. And I have been the CEO of PlayScan as well, and I'm working with Mr. Green, the predictive tools. So I'm in the business of selling games, but do it in a good and safe way. And I'm really into using technology.
Very well. You have a lot of experience from the gambling sector. That's surely going to be helpful for you because there seems to, in Sweden, there seems to be a lot of eager from the Swedish government to re-regulate the market that they just put in place. It's quite incomprehensible for many people in Denmark. When the regulation was put in place, it took years to go, I mean, before the government again considered to re-regulate. Why is this different in Sweden, and what's your opinion about it?
I think the regulators and the politicians as well, they really care about problematic gamblers. So they really want to do something, and they see stories in the newspapers, and sometimes we are not that good ourselves as operators, so we really need to take care of that problem. But I think it's a clash here. As a politicians focus on the problematic group, we need to focus of them, of course, but still we have the big group that we need to be proactive instead, not going into problems. So they do have solutions, but most of the time they address the wrong solutions. We have the problem, but they address the wrong solution. So we need to have this discussion, and I really want the authorities to talk to us. They don't do all the time, and we need to listen. And I don't think we always have this sort of conversation because we know what to do, and we can have a good discussion regarding that.
And I know, Anne-Marie, that your trade association and Gustav and the industry operators have been focusing a lot for the last year or 2 years about how the regulation is working and how well the channelization of players from the unlicensed market or unlicensed gambling operators to legal operators is going. And I know that there's been some very concerning reports about this. Is this how is it going today, in your opinion? And is the government taking this issue seriously? And I mean, there's been a lot of proposals lately. Are they addressing this issue?
Yes, they are, but maybe not that the way we want it. We have had the new regulation for a couple of years, and there are some analysis from the gaming board, for example, going on. So I really want the government, the politicians to have faith and wait and see, so they do know, they can look back and see what has happened. We have had for a year now some COVID restrictions. It's ending the next week, actually. And what we have seen after the COVID restrictions that started last summer is a massive marketing from illegal sites. And it's marketing that it's very aggressive. And I hope that that will end when we end the restrictions now for next week. So the canalization is really, really important. It's a balance, of course. And this balance is so important for the most of the gamblers. They don't care about the marketing, but problematic gamblers do. So we need to keep all our customers in our regulated market. And that is not happening right now.
Okay, thank you. We'll get back to you and Sophie afterwards. I'd like to turn to Minna now to ask you what the status is in Finland. There's a legislative process going on in Finland, and the Finnish government, I think, has proposed a reform of the gambling market. Could you explain what the main points are, just for those who don't know, and where this legislation stands right now?
Thank you, Martin. So I believe we have spoken about this topic already on several occasions, and I have already given a short summary regarding what's going on. So anyhow, there are some amendments that should enter into force in Finland in the beginning of 2022, and then further amendments in 2023 concerning payment blocking. So basically, there are certain marketing restrictions that would come into force. To give a short summary, they want to find new measures to, let's say, prevent bloggers and celebrities to, let's say, market those casinos which are, you know, MGA licensed and so on. Further, Veikkaus would be allowed to market sports betting, but those fast-paced slots would be basically, you know, further restrictions concerning those. Most importantly, or what is really interesting for obviously many foreign operators, is the upcoming PSP blocking, which, you know, we have already discussed like several times. So those are basically the three main points, I would say, without going too much into details, obviously. And you asking where do we stand now? So the proposal was basically submitted to the parliament. It was late September, I believe it was 23rd of September. There was a first debate early October, where they, let's say, mostly discussed about the location of gaming machines and also about how to tackle, you know, the marketing currently carried out by foreign operators. After that, it was basically sent to the committees, and they have already received feedback from some of the committees. I believe that the Constitutional Law Committee should comment on the law any day now. Even if not today, then it would be in the course of this week. I believe they have already invited some people from the Constitutional Committee to you know, tell their views about the law. Anyhow, the bill, it will require 2 readings, and we don't know yet when the first reading will take place. The second one can be 3 days after the first one if everything goes as planned. They are still, I guess, hoping that the law would indeed enter into force in the beginning of 2022, and this would concern the main amendments. However, regarding the PSP blocking, obviously there needs to be some sort of let's say, period to give time to those who are operating in the financial area to, you know, also take the measures and find ways how to solve this. So there would be this period to give those companies time to do what they need to do before the PSP blocking comes into force in 2023. Now, another question is obviously that there has been, you know, delays on the way, and we still do not know when the parliament will actually vote on the law, and the time is slowly running out. So they really need to start bouncing now that the law will be actually passed this year. You also have to think that there will be a summer is gone over, a Christmas break coming, and Christmas is basically just around the corner. So we should hear within the next weeks when they will vote on the law. Otherwise, there will be further delays regarding this. How I see the things now is that I strongly believe that the law will go through. Obviously, the committees can still, you know, comment on the pain points. But if you look at let's say, the political situation in Finland now, I would say that it will definitely go through. But anyhow, that's basically where we stand now regarding the pending draft law.
If only it was the summer break coming now, that would be wonderful. One thing I thought about, Mina, is that so we don't know what the Constitutional Committee will say, but one thing I think they could say is that the government didn't consider alternatives to further restrictions. They didn't consider an alternative, which would be a licensing system. If that is something they would say, could they force the government to make that assessment before going forward, or how does that work?
I would say it would be highly unlikely that at this stage, you know, they would go that far. I think this would basically mean like changing the whole system. If you're talking about changing the whole system now, I'm 100% sure that this won't happen now. What could happen, what I believe they are gonna raise is potentially the PSP blocking and other issues regarding the activities of Veikkaus and setting up the subsidiary, possibly also, I don't know, marketing. Is it possible that you can Veikkaus can market sports betting while at the same time you cannot online slots? So, you know, that could be also one of the question, but I don't think there may be minor changes. It would be huge if, let's say, at this point, the PSP blocking, for instance, would be dropped out. Well, I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't say for sure, but we will know more, let's say, within the next weeks.
That's fair enough, Mina. Let's go from one monopoly to the other. Rolf, do you have a crystal ball? There was a general election in September in Norway, and a new government came into place. How do you think this will affect the gambling market, or maybe more the gambling policy in Norway?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Yes, that's true. We had a general election in Norway in September, and we now have a new government consisting of the Labour and Centre Party. And for the first time for 16 years in Norway, we now have a minority government. And one thing which is a bit special with this new government, for the first time we have opposition in Norway in parliament, both on the left side and the right side of Norwegian politics. So it is quite wouldn't say a weak government, but there are can be challenged on many issues. But at the same time, there is a broad consensus in Norway today when it comes to gambling policy. So the stringent enforcement of Norwegian law will continue, the support for the monopoly will continue, and nothing much will change really with regard to the former government. But I think the big change is that we now see that the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party are now in opposition, and we do know that we do have support in those parties for licensing in Norway, something which we witnessed during the Conservative Party program process in spring this year, where over 30% of the delegates voted for licensing. So we expect that these representatives in Parliament will perhaps be more free to work for licensing, now being outside government.
That's interesting, Rolf. Let's pick up on that, because the new government has then inherited a gambling law proposal from the past government. Do you see the past government actually being against something they proposed themselves? Well,
I mean, the former government with the Conservative Party, they in their party program they support licensing, and there is substantial support they support the state monopoly. So there is still substantial support amongst a wide majority of parties in Norway supporting the monopoly, and that won't change in the near future.
And maybe I skipped a bit ahead because basically I think you should maybe explain to the audience what the major changes that are proposed are, and what's the timetable for this process.
Yeah, first, we have a new gambling bill that was sent on public consultation last year, and that was sent to Parliament this year, and probably won't be deliberated before winter or spring next year. And that is basically a new gambling bill. Today in Norway, we have 3 laws regulating gambling, and they all now be incorporated into one law. The new things in the law is the allocation of new powers and authority to the Norwegian Gaming Authority. And that is the right of access for information, and also the right of access to premises, which is unlimited, and also the right to issue fines. That is the big new authority which it has been proposed they can use. Secondly, this autumn, we also, a proposal for DNS blocking was sent out on public consultation in Norway. And this was sent out basically, and the proposal contains a legal provision that the Gaming Authority can issue orders to IP providers to block non-licensed gambling companies targeting Norway, which is to be undertaken via a landing site owned by the Gaming Authority. And this is without any sort of court control or court orders. The government has basically reasoned this with they wish to limit the access to non-licensed gambling and to protect the current state monopoly, with the intention to enhance Norway's channeling policies and the protection of players and revenues for good causes. But at the same time, the government has also acknowledged that such a measure is very easy to circumvent, but will definitely have an informative effect. The government feels that this is a necessary and suitable and proportional measure, and therefore compatible with European Union law. And it's also one of many measures to support the monopoly.
How does, Rolf, just to ask you on that, how does such a proposal about blocking of internet service provider DNS addresses, how does that sit with the general public in Norway? Because that's quite drastic. Because basically you're telling people that not only are you not allowed to play with these operators, but you also basically you're not allowed to see them.
Well, the major problem with the whole thing is that it's totally legal for Norwegians to gamble online today. That is something which the government has acknowledged time and time again in the gambling bill proposal, and also in the proposal which came out this autumn. And also the former Minister of Culture has said that in Parliament several times. It's totally legal for Norwegians to gamble overseas. Your winnings are also taxable pursuant to Norwegian tax law, but now at the same time, they're actually going to try and block this activity. So it is very inconsistent, and it also is a huge contradiction within the whole proposal. And I mean, we've seen in the public consultation, we've had hundreds of online players who have actually sent in replies to the consultation reacting to this. And we also see amongst the more sort of tech environments in Norway have also reacted, because this is a very easy measure to circumvent DNS blocking. So, but then again, there is also substantial support for the monopoly. I mean, amongst all the beneficiaries that receive money from the monopoly, they will support this, of course. And then we have the industry who is against this. But I mean, it is a very, I mean, if you look at the generation gap in politics, you will see a big difference in perceptions when it comes to this. And so, yeah, but that is the feeling. It's very mixed in Norway about this. And the big problem is also that it basically doesn't reflect modern day technology or consumer freedom on the internet, basically, and the freedom of choice. And also a wide range of issues regarding the freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and lack of court control and everything also in the wake of the proposal.
Well, thank you, Rolf. We'll get back to you. I wanted to touch a bit upon what the authority, the national regulatory authorities are doing to fight what they consider illegal gambling. And maybe we could start with you, Minna. Can you explain a bit about what the national regulator, the police board, what actions they're taking at the moment?
So if we are now looking at the situation now, when obviously we have the amendments pending, or they have been pending for a while already, I think the National Police Board has been more active than in the past. That late summer, the National Police Board actually sent out several requests for clarification to foreign operators, asking them to explain or state, A, is their offer in Finland legal, and B, explain the reasons why, and also asking whether the measures or steps that they are willing to take let's say, so that they would be in line with the Finnish law if they have their site open in Finland. So this is one of the steps that the National Police Board has taken late summer. And I've said from the beginning that I believe this is done in anticipation of the upcoming PSP blocking, since the PSP blocking would be based on marketing activities, basically carried out by the foreign operators. So if you are very aggressively targeting Finns, they would be placing you on a blacklist, which would eventually lead to PSP blocking. So this is one of the things that they have now done. They have really spent a lot of time of looking at all the ways that foreign casinos are marketing in Finland. Let it be a campaign broadcasted via foreign, TV broadcaster affiliate, let it be a celebrity or blogger. So they have really done their research, I would say, based on what I've seen. Secondly, if you look at the very recent developments, is that the National Police Board has now prohibited sports from marketing gambling services in Finland, and this was, I believe, in late October this year, and they also issued a very significant fine for Eurosports regarding ad breaches. There was also another foreign broadcaster who has also been contacted by the National Police Board, and I believe the National Police Board has also commented about this. In my view, this already tells that they are now more active when we have the new law pending, which should enter into force next year, because this is something that haven't happened in the past. If you look at what the National Police Board has said now after issuing this fine to Eurosports, they said that the current pros and the current activities or the current steps that the National Police Board are taking, it allows the companies to alter their operations and have their views heard, which in my view basically also means that if you are really willing to listen what the National Police Board says, you let's say, may not be on the first wave when the PSP blocking hits, because the National Police Board also says that obviously the methods that they are gonna use, they are gonna be, let's say, from lenient to strict. So, it's not a one-way street. And so my advice to the foreign operators would be definitely to listen what the National Police Board says, and maybe even try to build bridges in this regard. If not directly, then via local legal advisor, obviously.
The police board is telling the operators to stay away. So that's perhaps difficult for some of them to accept. Rolf, turning to you, the Norwegian Gambling Authority has taken a quite, let's say, political approach and stringent and sometimes quite hostile approach towards the illegal gambling sector. How is this affecting the industry?
Well, Norway is undoubtedly the most hostile market in Europe. It is with a very stringent enforcement of Norwegian law. Norway is the mother of payment blocking, which has now been trying to be emulated by the Finnish authorities. We can say, it hasn't really affected the industry. Payment blocking has been there from 2011. They also enforce marketing bans. We still see that there is a substantial size when it comes to channeling rates to offshore companies. Is quite close to 60% and around 40% to state monopolies. So there still is a large amount of turnover still going overseas, despite the efforts to stop players and also blocking payments and everything. Also, when it comes to problem gambling, we witness a substantial rise in problem gambling from 2015 to 2019. So it's quite clear that the policy motives and objectives of the Norwegian government aren't working at all. And we also, as a kindred, we have Unibet as our biggest brand. We also experience strong brand loyalty amongst our players, and players still continue to play with us at their own free will. So the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, we have the official statistics from the Gambling Authority. We have the numbers from H2 Gambling Capital, and they clearly state that there's a large part of the turnover still goes to overseas operators, despite the enforcement efforts.
Okay, thank you. And Sophie, I didn't prepare you for this question, but I wanted to follow up also in Sweden. What initiatives the government and the regulator itself are taking to then fight the unlicensed market? Is there anything that is on the way that we could see could alleviate the situation right now?
No, that's actually a big problem, because the authorities and the gaming board, they are having focus on the controlling the regulated market. So we are doing the best in the regulated market. They are not focusing on the unregulated market. No one does. Having that said, the government have taken some very good actions regarding match fixing. So that's another problem. So they just sent a bill a couple of weeks ago, and that is very good actions. So that's another part of the unregulated market. But we have started to have a really good discussion with the gaming board regarding the unregulated one. So especially in marketing, so you can follow the massive marketing.
So now that they're focusing on the legal licensed market, and Sophie, is there anything that you think that the industry could be better at, or are the things that you could think that the industry could be better at? I think you mentioned use of data and technology.
Yes, I don't think, I know that the government or the authorities, they don't see that we are very high tech industry. We're using, especially the online business, we're using massive, clear, very good data. So we can use it for, of course, for marketing and offers, but we can use it as well as a foreign CEO of PLAID can. I know how it works. So we can use it for consumer protection as well. And I don't think that the decision makers really see this and understands how good we can work, how much we can work with the technology. So we need to tell them that, and we need to show how we can work with it and do it better ourselves as well, of course.
We're touching on something which is, I think, a perception problem and a reputation problem. And I know that it's something that you, Rolf, and Kindred are working with in Norway, because there's a very bad, I think, reputation of the industry that we're in Norway, probably worse. I don't want to say that that's a good reputation in the other Nordic countries, but definitely in Norway, it's probably the worst. So
I think we're definitely down there with the loan sharks and everybody. That's what we are, basically. And we do have a very problem with public perception, which, due to our track record, is perhaps justified in a way. I mean, the way the industry has behaved before, and the way we marketed before and everything, but that's a long time ago, and a lot has happened since then. But we're still remembered for the former sins that took place 10 to 15 years ago. But public perception is difficult. We in Norway have a lot of myth breaking to do. I mean, we need to break the myths of the industry that we do want to be regulated. We do want to pay tax in Norway. We are responsible. We have all the members of the trade association have extensive responsibility regimes in the company that will cater for the considerations in Norwegian law to protect players. And another myth we have to break down is also that we want to break the whole monopoly. That's a perception that we want to sort of root up the whole monopoly. then that's not actually true. We're only interested basically in the online sector when it comes to sports betting casino. The national lottery and everything else, that will still continue in a monopoly model, like in Denmark and Sweden. And that's very important to sort of, these are all myths about us in Norway, you know? And so public perception is very important. We as a company, Kindred, we are very focused on talking about ourselves, our responsibility. We have this goal of zero problem gambling within 2023, which is something we promote quite a lot to sort of explain how we work with problem gambling, that we don't want to live off problem gamblers. That's not a sustainable business model. So that's one example of how we work to build public perception, and also willingness to contribute to communities and society via taxation, also possible sponsorship deals.
I know, Anne-Sophie, that you would like to talk about a topic which is, I think, related to this and reputation of the gambling industry. It's about gender diversity. I'm happy to say that this panel is completely equal in terms of participants of men and women. So we do it the real Nordic way. But to be more serious, I know that you have a few thoughts about how few women are in top management in gambling companies. What are your thoughts about this issue, and how would you see the industry changing to the better if there were more women represented in the industry?
Yes, we are quite old-fashioned here in this industry, even if it's better than it was 20 years ago. But still, the top management, that is most of the people in the top management are male. And that's only a mirror of the industry. I think we have a really big problem here, because when we can't attract young, high educated tech people, for example, and even less female high educated tech people. And that's a problem for the industry, because we need to develop more new products and for a broader customer base. And if we don't have this diversity, we do the same and the same and the same all over again, only with different colors. So I think that's a really big problem. So the top management is just a mirror how it looks into the industry, and we can do this better. Even if the girls at for example, the ice show don't wear bikinis anymore, it's nearly the same, and I think it's really embarrassing still.
Nina, turning to you as a woman and founder of your own company, do you have thoughts about what Anne-Sophie is saying here?
No, I agree with 100%, you know, but I think like I think what our male counterpart should understand is that, you know, in many cases we females can bring different sort of insight. So maybe we have some ideas and thoughts that, you know, you in some cases don't have. So I think this is something that should be definitely kept in mind. And yes, the industry is full of men, so it's you either have to know how to, you know, handle it, or you have to do something else. But obviously, as we just heard, there should be more balance, and the company should, you know, pay even more attention how to attract, you know, young women more to, you know, work in this industry. And me myself, yes, visiting Let It Be Ice or Sigma and women walking around in bikinis, I already got used to it. But of course, at the same time, if you are there as a young lawyer, it's slightly, you know, disturbing. But yeah, there are still many things that, you know, could be done differently, and I would like that it will be kept in mind that we may have different ideas, insights, and yeah, that's where we should start. it's also a good marketing for companies if on the top level management, there is both male and female representatives.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. And thank you, Mina. And Rolf, you have a chance to completely disagree with everything that was said now, if you dare. I don't think. Does it tie in with the reputational problem that?
I think it is. I mean, the gambling. I remember the first time I went to ICE was 1999, and it was like 95% male dominance. Males, scantily clad women, beers and cigarettes. That's what it was like. But it's changed a long time. A lot has happened since then, Morten. The industry has changed around and brought in lots of new people. I do see more and more women coming into the industry, which I think is a good thing. And also we see also internally in Kindred, we also have a much more gender balance also in our executive board. We also have many women who sit there. So I think it's a good thing, yes. And also for the industry, because the industry is perceived as being male dominant, and I think it's a good thing.
I think we'll stop there with the image of scantily clad women and cigarettes in gambling. And thank you all for participating in this this great panel. I think it was very insightful and interesting. So yeah, all there's left to say is thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Morten. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, this has been the 4th episode of this Nordic update this year, and then I'm going to miss it in December, but we will be back next year. So at the next quarterly meetup, we will talk about Nordics again. I don't think that anything is going to change by then, but hopefully it will. Thank you, Morten, Mina, and Sophie, Rolf. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we move on to the no, it's not the final panel. It's the upcoming panel, which has a mega lineup of speakers. And Domenico, are you here? Hi, Domenico.
Of course, I'm here, Zoltan.
Domenico is the moderator of the next panel, which has been growing in the past 2 weeks. Everybody wants to get in on this show to have Domenico as the moderator. So I kept receiving emails from each of these great experts on the panel that they want to get in and speak with Domenico. So
well, we could organize multiple sessions, Zoltan, or we keep a live streaming 24/7 to discuss about
exactly
these topics.
Have a separate conference just for you.
Yeah, no, come on. Not yet.
Domenico Festival, Alex is telling me. Okay, so I will leave you to it. You have lots of time to discuss.
Yes, I was actually thinking to bring some popcorns because I think we will have some fun today. But let's start, guys. So the idea of today is to discuss a little bit the concept behind direct integrations using aggregators. We will be discussing a little bit about platform. We will discuss compliance. It's 1.5 hours. So we will try to touch several aspects that I discussed briefly with my colleagues in a previous call. And actually, I would like maybe, guys, you start introducing yourself. Maybe you can start you, Nadia, and we take it from there, Lazar, and then Rory and Armen and everybody.
Cool, guys. Hi, how are you? Can you hear me well, by the way?
Yes.
Good. So my name is Nadia. I'm CTO of Relax. I've been in the industry for many years on both sides, B2C and B2B. I spent actually with 3 B2B. So I worked for NetEnt, I worked for Microgaming, and now with Relax. And yeah, I would say it's one of my the most interesting actually subjects that I'm discussing through my career. It's a bit of a hot potato, and working for a distributor, it would be an interesting one. So really looking forward to it.
So maybe Lazar, you want to be the next one?
Hi guys, my name is Lazar Mircin. I'm currently Vice President of Strategic Partnerships at Tensoft. Have a background from B2C and B2B, and I'm super happy to one more time speak with you, Domenico, and all the guys and friends from the industry, especially for this panel. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will enjoy.
Rory.
Hi guys, I'm Rory Kimber. I am the account management and marketing director at 1x2 Network. So we do aggregation as well as providing content directly. So looking forward to seeing which side of the fence I fall down on in the next hour and a half.
Very nice. Armen. We cannot. Yes.
Yeah, good. Hi guys, I'm Armen, working for Oryx Gaming Business Development. I used to work at GreenTube and NetEnt, so mostly suppliers. Now I'm also aggregation and platform management, and hope to have a good popcorn discussion with everybody.
Very nice. Ondrej.
Hi guys, I'm Ondrej Lapides. I'm CEO of Tom Horn Gaming. I'm in industry many years. I was always on the supplier side, and last year or 2 years we do also a bit aggregation. I'm looking forward very much to this panel because there are many topics to discuss.
Very nice. And Vladimir, then it's your turn, I think.
Hello guys, so my name is Vladimir Malikov. I'm Chief Commercial Officer at PLAID, and I think I'm the most new boy inside gambling, but will already prove that some new things can do even better than all things. So I'm very happy to be here and to see a lot of friends. Thank you.
Very nice, very nice. So let's say the approach of this panel would be for all of you guys to feel free whenever you like to contribute to the topics that I will bring on the discussion. So we avoid, I encourage actually participation among the panelists. So let's start with the first key question then, or the first key topic. The title of this panel was about, again, deciding when it's the right time to make direct integrations as an operator, and when it's actually better to get the content from an aggregator. So guys, what do you think about it? When it makes sense for an operator to approach a casino provider or a sports provider or a virtual provider directly, and when it's instead having more sense to get it from an aggregator? You guys decide who wants to start. I leave the ball to you.
Okay, go first.
Let Nadia start.
Cool. I wanted to start actually a little bit different, if you don't mind. So I've been in this industry for almost 20 years now, and I noticed a shift, which is very interesting. So I would say around 5-7 years ago, everybody wanted to have direct deal. Regardless, small, big casino, it doesn't matter. So everybody wanted to have its own license, despite of the costs. Everybody wanted to have direct agreement, everything. And then maybe 5 years ago, market started to shift back. So everybody was actually giving up their licenses, especially when it comes to MGA and so on, and moving as a white label back, which was a very interesting situation. And I would understand if it comes to startups or smaller companies, but there were some quite big tier 2 customers doing the same thing. They were moving under the platforms and so on. And only lately, I noticed that the trend is reversing back again, that people would like to work direct, but not because they really want. It's white label. A lot of companies don't want to host white labels anymore because it became really compliance-wise. It's a nightmare to manage everything. There are a lot of risks. There are 5 fines. So they would provide you content, but they would request you mostly having your own license. So that's an interesting observation I noticed during the past few years. Again, when it comes to my personal opinion on this is that if you're a small casino, it's better to go and to work under aggregation. It's just no-brainer. So I always struggle to understand why would you like to invest in your own license. Okay, Curacao, it's cheap at 90,000 euro and so on. But when it comes to Malta or some EU countries, the costs are quite significant. And if you add payments, if you add affiliation cost and everything, you would not have money really to run your casino. So my pitch was always if startup used to come, even if a small customer used to come on board, I would rather push them back as a white label or distributor to get the content fast, and I would ask them to spend the money on marketing, because I used to work for B2C, and marketing needs investment. If you don't have enough investment for marketing, for promotions, you're not going to run your business. So it's, yes, for a B2C, it's nice to get a deal. For a sales team, it's nice to get a deal because they're going to get paid commission, but in reality, if I put myself on the customer's shoes, like this company most probably will not survive in a few years. So I used to push back small deals, like, and then it also helps your distributors to grow. So you really grow your business with distributors. What happens after the white label grows and the difference in pricing becomes significant? Again, my advice was to customers, if you're doing at least up to 250K GGR, it's not really worth it to go direct. I'm talking about casino here, by the way, because the difference in percentage, you save maybe 500 euro per month on the fees, 1,000 euro per month, which is like 10,000 euro per year. It's not worth it really, like the hassle of direct integration, of agreement, and so on. But of course, if you're doing more than 250, like 500,000 and so on, that's where direct integration becomes important, especially if you work with big suppliers. And to be honest, nowadays, the margin, the price margin is very low. So we don't have those huge shifts in pricing like we used to see in past, where somebody is offering 14%. Like if you're a startup and if you're tier one, you get, for example, single digits. It's really minimal difference. And a lot of suppliers, like for example, Relax, we do have the same pricing for everyone. So no matter if you're big, you're small, the pricing is still the same. So it doesn't really make sense to ship directly. So yeah, so sometimes, like, again, it's good to be, but I wouldn't actively, for example, target the customers of our distributors. It doesn't make sense for us. It's not good for relations as well. And also it's not significant difference unless the distributor is reselling your content at some ridiculous rate, which is, to be fair, nowadays it's not even the case anymore because there is so many opportunities for the same content that people can simply shift like around. So yeah, so that's a little bit from my side. I don't know if you agree or not. It's interesting to hear your view.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think Nadia's hit on the key point, which is size of operator, but also I think size of supplier as well. And I think both of those, as Nadia pointed out, the smaller operators, it makes no sense for those guys really to take on heavy direct integrations, maybe one if they're particularly heavy to one supplier in terms of their split.
Rory, sorry, I just want to introduce our last participant, Rob, who just joined us from London. So, Rob, we started without you, but I promise to recover this time.
This just keeps growing, isn't it? The panel.
Please, Rory, you can continue.
Sorry, yeah, it's good to see you again, Rob. I bumped into him yesterday, so it was nice to see face to face. Yeah, I also think, yeah, it's an important point about the size of the supplier as well. Even if you're a medium-sized operator, you're still going to want to take some of the guys that have a smaller percentage of your market share through an aggregator, because the tech cost of doing those direct integrations and the opportunity cost of what else you could be developing through that time in tech is quite significant. So basically, direct integrations really make sense if there's enough money going through. As Nadia said, she gave some specific figures. I'm not going to go that far to put a figure on where I think the tipping point is, but I think that's the key bit. And it also allows you from an aggregation perspective to try smaller studios that have got more bespoke products, etc. And these days with the world of aggregation, most of the time it's not too difficult to then move to a direct integration. Most of those sort of have deals worked into the contract. So if that starts to grow with some of the smaller suppliers, then you can always look to come back and make that decision again. So it's basically starting with aggregation to keep your options open for a little bit longer.
Yeah, you actually mentioned a really good point here, which is the tech cost, and I think you nailed it in the head actually, because when it's a big supplier, you need to maintain small customers. For example, like if it's a small modern supplier, like for example, Relax, cost of integration is super cheap, but my previous employment, nobody really cared. But when I looked at the cost of integration, it was pretty much something between 5,000 to 10,000 euro per month. So just to make up the money from this operator, one operator, small one who would barely hit maybe 5,000 a month, you would be running business at a loss. But unfortunately, hardly anybody looks at those costs. So they continue signing, we need more business, sales team need to bring more deals and so on. But in reality, the bottom line, you're working in the minus when you're getting all those new businesses, which is again, something important that I would believe that management has to look into, because yeah, numbers are good, but the reality, the costs are even higher. So it's a really good point, Rory.
I fully agree.
Sorry, I'll just jump in. I agree totally with you. The cost of the integration, the cost of running the API as well is there. I agree, but there's also a situation where the opportunity cost sometimes is a bit lacking. Coming from now a content side of the things, there's the opportunity cost of being some aggregators don't allow you direct access to the customers. They want to control the account management perspective. So you got to see the cost from a different perspective as well. So there is a cost to doing business via an aggregator as well, and sometimes that cost is not having control or not having direct access to your client where you can get the proper opportunities. I know Relax does not do that. I know that you allow the vendors to actually be in direct contact, but there are some aggregations where they ring fence their operators, and the opportunity cost is higher than the cost of doing a direct integration.
Yeah, I think what Rob's saying is there's a difference between good aggregators and bad aggregators.
Totally. The aggregators need to understand the vendor's business model as well, where they create certain promotions, they create certain targeted events that are obviously there to be said to the client, and the account manager in an aggregation doesn't really necessarily understand our business model. For example, Ensoft, Rory with iGaming Network, and myself at Global, we have a completely different business model to a slots company, so we need to be in direct contact with the customers. It's different.
No, it's very important
from.
Sorry. Yeah, but it's very important from content point of view, as Rory, you mentioned really correctly. It depends on like good aggregator, bad aggregator, but there are a lot of big names of aggregators that are not providing this opportunity. So like even for small operator, they're trying to eat the best conditions from each agreement and just close this ring as much as they can, because some aggregators understand that there are a lot of small operators coming to them and they're not in the best position of trying to solve some solution. So from my point of view, for a little operator or for some even middle operators, coming to aggregators and taking like content and to understand how games will perform. It is good only in the case if aggregator is providing all the transparent scheme of cooperation with both sides, where content provider and operator can easily speak with each other. Because from my experience, we're just producing different type of games, and it is highly difficult not only to explain to aggregator which game is what for. Like each game has some goal and some metrics, and it's very difficult to study one salesperson, one account manager at aggregator side, which has like, I don't know, 20, 30, 50 different
well, Vladimir, if I can help you on this topic, we can say that it's already difficult to find good salespeople that know how to sell one product. Imagine how to sell different verticals from different companies with different commercial models, with different processes. So I think we could all agree that probably the aggregators should understand that they could get more value if giving the chance to their customers to speak directly with the suppliers they aggregate, rather than trying to keep, as a secret, or we don't allow you to speak with our customers. They will get more value doing this thing.
And Domenica, to go on that as well, there is also the fear that the customer goes direct and tries to bypass the aggregator, because I can understand that. But if I'm not mistaken, most aggregation contracts have the clause inside it that they'll be protected from this, and that there'll be some compensation for a certain period of time, that if the client decides to leave the aggregation platform, he would be protected from the monies that they're receiving from that contract. So sometimes I don't understand why it is not forthcoming from the aggregator to actually encourage this kind of behavior, because it's obviously less work for the aggregator at the end of the day, because we're the ones that know how to sell our product.
Yes. I can imagine situation also where aggregator don't like to give contact, because then aggregator is losing control what is happening, because aggregator says everything goes through me, for example, and he can filter whatever he wants, push promotions, suppliers he wants, maybe some kickbacks are in place, you know how it is. So then it happens that basically it's bad for operator and also for supplier. Both are kind of stuck, you know. Sometimes it's necessary to go through this obstacle. It takes some time usually, but the only way is to find direct contact, you know. And even if aggregator don't like, in the end, the business will grow. maybe not some side business of aggregator, but whatever. We are not here for that.
I feel like I have to defend a bit of our side after this small discussion.
Go, Armin, go. That's why we are all.
No offense, but everybody is the same, right?
Yeah,
Everybody is
definitely.
doing the other stuff, you know.
No, I can speak from NORDIC gaming side. So we do allow, of course, direct contact with the game provider and operator. But what I'm personally seeing is that if we launch a small game studio on our aggregation, they expect to be live with all the customers in 6 months. This cannot happen because we have our own account management team, which is working with the customers, but we don't have the sales team, which you should have, like a game studio. So you should still keep pushing the games to the operators, so they ask for the content, so they can come back and say, hey, do you have Tom Horn games? Of course we do. So this is what we can do. But if the content supplier is expecting that
this is not the issue. This is not the issue. We are not small studio. We are here like.
No, I'm just saying,
you know,
not for you.
But I know what you mean. I know what you mean because we also have some small studios. I know exactly what you are talking about. Yes, every business takes some time, you know, to go launch one client from 6 to 12 months, and that's it, you know, from zero to integrate and do. It's normal. Even when we have new content, to launch new content, they think it's immediately 3 to 6 months, you know. Doesn't matter, integration is there, everything is there. No, we need to talk to them, configure it, talk to marketing team, doesn't work, this doesn't work, that. Set up testing, monitoring, and so on, and it takes months. So, but this is like normal, you know, this is normal obstacle, what I think, and this is not the problem, you know, this is like normal life cycle.
I would suggest, because already feeling the temperature is growing here, and let's increase it a little bit more. So we discussed about casino content, and here I will need especially the comment of Lazar on this specific question is, what about platforms then? When it makes sense for operators to build their own platform rather than using a third-party product? And let's start from you, Lazar, and then we expand it to the others.
Careful, Lazar, careful.
Don't worry, Rob, be ready. But you're on my side. I'm kidding. So thank you, Domenico. Really, you know, you have mentioned, guys, all the things, and you know what I can add. But yes, there are some things to add, and thank you, Domenico, for introducing the second topic. It is actually the clear path. So if you ask me for the previous topic, it's like, you know, when I was an operator, Serbia was opening like a country in general, like, you know, regulating the market. And, you know, what we needed, okay, we have a sportsbook solution. Now we have to have a casino. How to start this casino? Oh, no, we are calling the company. No, 3 months for a direct integration. How many game providers do we need? 10. Oh, my God, 30 months, etc., etc. That's the problem. And, you know, always you start with like a startup, you always have to start like an aggregator, especially if you don't have a platform. And now there are many things that are being resolved better. So if you tell me that it's easy to create a platform, it is easy to create a sportsbook software, casino aggregation software, and the platform, etc. No, it's not too easy. It requires a lot of time for all the operators, a lot of experiences, several years of developing, and never it is going to be done, because until at the time when you will finish with your platform and the new things are going to come, etc., etc. Get back to the COVID helped a lot because there were no sportsbook events to improve all the sportsbook products. And this is okay, but for an example, Altener, you have several hundred of customers, or no matter, several tens of customers, and you are getting experiences from all of these customers. This is why it is good to use already created solution now for the sportsbook or for the full platform solution. The same is for Relax, for Oryx, etc. And for the Ensoft especially. But from the experiences later, how the operators are growing and what are they truly missing is something that all our network is missing in general, is like correct PAM platform on the operator side. Then it will be easy for them. This is my opinion, personal opinion. It will be easy to them to integrate one sportsbook solution, or maybe even two. In some cases, like in Asia, for example, you can integrate several and offer several different sportsbooks with a different odds configuration, etc. Integrate several different aggregators, choose what is the best for you, continue cooperation later, but all the things are staying on your side, and you are creating the roadmap how you would like to enter and do all the things within
and
the
Lazar,
operation.
let's add I would say also payments, which are key these days. So if there is a new payment provider and you control the platform, you can immediately change your priority, say, okay, let's stop everything. I want this payment because I need it today, not going to the platform provider, say, you know, let's discuss, but the others say they have other priorities. So on this topic, I'm on your side. I agree with you.
Exactly. So that was the second thing what I wanted to tell. The third thing is ease of opening a new market when you have this core thing. What is the important? You know, if you are taking care about all the transactions and the tickets, and you are resolving the regulatory things, what you have to provide to a government, or the payment solutions only for the market, etc. Those things are really important for the operator. And yes, it's not going to cost you several millions of something. It is the lower cost of the platform in general, and let the guys from the sportsbook offer us what they do the best. Let the guys from the content point of view offer us what they do the best. This is my opinion, and I see Rob raise his hand, so I believe that my friend Rob always has something to add.
So, Lazar,
go for it, Rob.
Lazar, I would agree with you, which is weird. I would agree with you when it comes to maybe the times when we had Curaçao and MGA were the only jurisdictions. I would agree with you at a time when things were much simpler. But seeing today the way regulation is changing, we have 27 European states, 27 jurisdictions. All the CIS market is regulating as well. All the different integrations that need to be done, for example, with Belarus, with Ukraine, with Slovakia, which it's a nightmare from a level of the PAM perspective. And don't forget that the PAM is what controls the responsible gaming. The PAM is what is integrated within the different jurisdictions, within the recording systems. It is no longer as easy as it used to be. I have a PAM and I can just plug everything into one generic PAM. Today, you end up by having a PAM that is, if let's say there are 50 jurisdictions in the world, a PAM that is customized to 50 different jurisdictions, a PAM that has to be capable of handling all that. And having your own PAM as an operator will not allow you to scale as fast as you want to scale. It will limit your scaling because, I'll be honest, my previous employee, we did an integration with the Belarus government. It took 6 months to 8 months to integrate with that. Now, if you are jumping onto a platform that is already integrated, not only with the aggregation of games, but also, let's call it an aggregation of jurisdictions now, which is sometimes what a PAM actually does. So if you look at why some, let's say, turnkey operators, they will have 10, 15, 20 different markets that they're compliant with, they're integrated with, and ready to go live in a much shorter period of time, as if you had to be a betting operation yourself and have to do the integration yourself every single time. Sometimes I used to get requests from operators, we would like to open 7 jurisdictions within a year. That would be impossible if they are a lean team or let's say a large team, and doing their own PAM. This is why I disagree with that mentality, purely based on the jurisdictional requirements, the payments, of course, all the different game integration, all the different sports integration. Only a handful or even a fistful of companies can actually handle that kind of jurisdictional integration. Other than that, I don't see it good for a smaller company, a medium company, or even a smaller tier one to have their own PAM. This is where I disagree.
Maybe it depends where they target. You know, not everybody's targeting Spain and Colombia and Italy or UK.
But if you look at what's happening in the CIS markets today, you also have a lot of CIS countries are coming up with their own regulations. Basically, the government wants their piece of the pie. They want their tax money. Simple as that. They brand it as player protection, which is wonderful. But the reality is that they want to get their tax money. Now, for them to get the tax money, they want you to integrate within their systems, to be able to integrate with their systems, because they are extremely unresponsive. And if any of you here have worked with PAMs before and done this, I know Domenico has, I know Lazar has as well, it's a nightmare. You send an email, you get an email 2 months later, because the guy that was responsible went to the Bahamas for a holiday.
You know, we don't have Bahamas like this often, so you know.
I know, but you know what I mean, Lazar. It's not easy.
Getting difficult. PAM has another functionality which is compliance, and we should take it as an integral part of it. And either we do it in-house or we outsource. And some markets is easy to do, but some of them, are like we know,
And most markets are getting harder and harder to get into as well. I mean, apart from the financial cost, it's also the cost of actually integrating within that market as well.
I think I have to totally agree with Rob here. Being from a PAM perspective, as a PAM provider, we see lots of requests coming for new jurisdictions like Netherlands or Czech Republic or Slovakia, which are extremely difficult for any operator, even size. And even if you think of a huge operator, they still don't have the knowledge to open a new country like Czech Republic.
And tier 1 operators are requesting this as well now, because even they are finding it difficult to keep up with the compliance requests from so many jurisdictions globally.
Yeah.
We've turned this into a jurisdictional conversation now. Let's go back to aggregation.
No. Wait. I have one thing to add. Yes, but maybe then it is about the requirements and the teams on their side, how they are doing and handling the things. That's also an option. You know, if I will be a tier 1 operator, like really huge tier 1 operator, opening a new market, let's call it Netherlands to Belgium, do you think that I will use your things for the PAM? No. If I will go rather to create my own PAM to be easier to spread there. Now let's speak about lotteries, for an example, national lotteries. They're opening. Let's go from Hungary. They are going to Slovakia. Do you think that it's the best for them to don't have their own? I don't agree. But depends how creative and big team they have inside who can help them with exact things and steps, especially as well with the compliance.
But they're already signed by Playtech.
Yeah, but with such an aggressive marketing campaigns that people are doing, opening up new jurisdictions really fast. I mean, we're having new jurisdictions come up, not one a year like it used to be before. We're having 5 jurisdictions come up in the same year. And we all know a tier 1 wants to be first to market. To be able to be first to market, so let's just use Bet365. If Bet365 want to enter a market under the regulated flag, under the umbrella, they want to be first to market regulated. For them to be first to market, they've got to have a machine behind them that can do 5-10 jurisdictions a year at the moment, because within the next 6-7 years, I think the whole planet will be regulated. And forget it, the key word was always, the one word we always love was harmonization, harmonization of tax, harmonization of technology. That is impossible and will never happen.
I would say in order to, let's say, wrap up this second point, that what is true and what is happening. We are seeing even tier 1 operators contacting PAM platform providers when it comes to enter new markets.
Yes.
Yeah. So we are seeing that the big companies, the big operators, sometimes they are so structured, so big, that it's not so easy for them to be so agile, to keep the agility, to keep the flexibility, to easily adapt it and to operate in multiple markets. While on the other side, if you are an established operator in a specific country and you know that you wouldn't operate in the future in another, and then I'm giving an example. If I'm a Spanish operator or an Italian operator and I know that I will not expand my business in Colombia or in Czech Republic or in the UK, and I know that my market is local, then in that case, probably I believe personally, it makes sense to have your own platform, because then you control your specific needs, your specific requirements, and you know that you will not struggle with entering into a new market because it's not in your strategy, let's say.
Even so Spanish are moving now to Latam and Colombia.
Yes. Well, but I said Spain, but could have been another country. It was just as an example. We are seeing many operators. For example, we can say that BetPlay in Colombia, they have their own platform. WPlay, they used to have their own, and then they got acquired by Playtech. Caliente is Playtech, but in general, many operators established in specific countries, they work with their own platform. On the other side, we see operators that are working in multiple jurisdictions using even external providers. So this is probably something in the middle to check as an operator when it comes to deciding if you want to get a provider or you want to build your own. And then it's interesting, one point that you touched before, because this is connected to come back to the casino aggregation part. We touched briefly before, but I would like to discuss a little bit further this point about the relationship that should be created between casino suppliers, aggregators content, and operators. What should be, because you mentioned this point before, what should be in your idea then the best, because we said there are good aggregators and bad aggregators. We don't have, of course, to mention the names, but in your idea, guys, what should be then a definition of a good casino aggregator?
I mean,
or a content aggregator?
Yeah, I think we touched on the main point before, and that's the direct contact between the operator and the person that created the game. How the game reaches there through what technical funnel, I think, is unimportant really. It's almost a commercial and tech problem. It's not a content problem. And
sorry
that's
to
really...
jump in, Rory. Sorry
yeah,
to jump in, but technical aspect.
Jump in is not completed.
As a supplier, we work with many platforms, and not everywhere is working everything. So let's say you have aggregators who says he has 50 or 100 suppliers, but maybe free spin works just with 4 of them, for example, or because of something he cannot launch this and this content in Portugal. Whatever can be hardware, some they have infrastructure, and there is many things. So I wouldn't just say that the technical thing, it's just technical. It must really work, and I say it because not every aggregator has this done 100%. I don't think anyone did it 100%, and this is something what I believe operator should review before, because very often they find out too late. And this is important.
I think as well, there's another angle to it, is there are aggregators that can help vendors get into markets, because, for example, let's say a smaller content provider, maybe they have their own RNG and everything, it's not a problem, but to be able to penetrate the market, they don't have the resources to get the compliance right, they don't have the resources to get everything right. Maybe jumping on to, for example, an Oryx and a Relax, which can offer you a studio service into a country where they will assume some of the liabilities from a regulatory perspective, that would make sense as well. That would be maybe the better aggregator for growth.
Yeah, I think there is a market specific point, and I agree on the point that many an aggregator has a technical issue in terms of providing across. I think from the pure content perspective as well, we've got to remember that some of these tiny studios that are coming, startups and trying to do different things, also don't have the ability really to account manage the amount of people that they have the distribution to if they plug into one of the big aggregators. So we've got to be careful here not to be too polarizing and just saying a good aggregator just allows all smaller studios to talk to all the operators. There's still got to be that service of collating the best things for GVC or whatever through an SG integration and putting that forward, or whatever examples you want to give. So I think it's kind of, to not really answer the question, it's a bit of a case-by-case basis, but in general, the good aggregators are the ones that can offer everything, and then allow the operators primarily, but also the studios to be as involved or as not involved as they want.
I think Rory touched a good topic with the content specific stuff. Let's say Oryx Gaming, also Relax Gaming, we do also have our own game studios which we distribute exclusively. So if you want Gamma Mart, you have to go through us, and this is one of our unique selling points. As well the content specific of different regions. So if you want to go to LATAM, which we are now witnessing a lot, they usually come to us because we offer 5 or 6 LATAM specific studios, which so if you're trying a new market, let's say if you want to go to Mexico, you want to launch Citra, Ortiz, FBM, Intervision, High Five, we all have them. And that's what we offer as a faster time to market and cost. But I think we should focus more on the content topic. I think now we touched this with exclusive studios, with in-house studios, and how aggregators and operators and providers are working together and shaping the market of the future, I think, with these exclusive studios.
Yeah, the exclusive, I believe also I have to agree that exclusive and unique content as part of the aggregation is a completely unique selling point. Usually it happens when you have in portfolio something what other doesn't have.
Yes, well, in general, well, Armen, we will touch a little bit later the point for Gamomat, because I have another topic for you when it comes to content. So, well, okay, we discussed content, we discussed technically, we discussed technology, and we have to do it, otherwise Zoltan will not like it. What about compliance? I mean, we know that, for example, MGA requires direct agreements between operators and content providers. What's the strategy there? What could be an agreement between all these three parties in order to guarantee the growth of the business for everyone? Does anybody have any comment on this?
As you can see, you just mentioned the word compliance, and none of us like it.
The moment I say compliance, I see many people leaving the call.
My internet connection is bad.
The thing is this. My opinion basically is that I don't think. Yes, the direct contract is important because MGA is requiring it, obviously, but the aggregator at the end of the day is still the integration point. The aggregator is still maybe offering tools to the vendor and to the operator that are going via the actual aggregator. The direct contract doesn't really affect the technological side of it. It only reflects the liabilities and it reflects the compliance point and who, from an FIAU perspective or from an AML perspective, that two companies are legally entwined with each other from a business case, right? So yes, it does affect to a certain extent because maybe profit margins might be smaller or maybe reduced, so that's a different business model. But yes, MGA has made it like that. And I don't think it is, let's say, stopping the aggregation business to grow in any way. I think actually the aggregation model in this case doesn't.
For the first customer, once you have approved and go live, you can add as many customers because we do work with a lot of customers under MGA.
Yeah.
Just like if you're the first provider, yes, you need the agreement, but that's about it.
But isn't it all the other suppliers have to be with direct contracts as well? No. What's the question, Domenico?
You need a contract to go live, direct contract with supplier, at least with one supplier to get your license. As long as you have one contract, you're okay.
Then in that case, there's no question.
I can offer another market for this question, which is Switzerland. And in Switzerland, there is no aggregation allowed, and any contract between operator and provider does not. If you do even the technical provision of games, you cannot. It's not allowed to mention any volume-driven fee in the contract by law.
Okay.
And that's from my perspective. This is stopping a lot of operators to get good content because if they're on Gamanza or on Playtech, they have to get on the content from these platforms.
Even if you call it a tech fee or something like that, still is.
No revenue share model can be included in the contract. And I think this is a bit too harsh from my perspective.
So maybe wouldn't the next question following this might be, wouldn't it be cool to have, let's say, flat fee aggregations for the service of the technology for these kinds of markets? Maybe that could be a solution.
This is exactly what I wanted to say.
Guys, we are exploring this now, these options, yes.
It's not difficult to manage. You can't mention inside the contract exact revenue share, like but as everybody mentioned, we have several options. First of all, if we agree about, I don't know, 15% of revenue share of different contracts with different approaches, so we can just, I don't know, and there is 10%, for example, for clients. You can easily put 8% for the aggregator for each contract, and you can like sign your addendum for each operator that you sign. So basically, you will have like revenue share model on agreement, but inside documents, legal point of view, you will write just exact percentage, and it's easily. It depends on your own agreement. And also like a technical platform revenue, it's also okay. You can agree about this as well. So there are everything depends on the wish of both sides to be involved in this and to be a part of this and to create a transparent relationship between us. That's the kind of how we can explain who is a good aggregator. If or from the aggregator side there was transparent relationship and they are going to be a part of this deal, and they are going to help the new providers to come and new operators to come to new markets, to open it, to open everything, to grow numbers and so on, everything will be cool. We had like a lot of aggregators working with us, and we have different experience, and everything works. Communication is transparent, everything goes well. If some cases of communication is not transparent, somebody trying to keep information, somebody trying not to tell the names of operators, not to provide direct contact and so on, just starting from this point, it's really creating a lot of problems. And if there are such problems at the beginning of your relationship, further there will be a lot more problems.
I see. Lazar, maybe you wanted to add something before.
Maybe, but before the previous topic, but no matter, I will continue now. Later we will come back on.
Well, you can add it for the for the previous topic and for the new one. We don't mind.
Will just no. I will just agree with Vladimir. What I have wanted to add is, we are all in the business for many years, and transparency and the trust between all the things are really important. How to operate. This is also, if we are not transparent, tomorrow someone will find out that we are bullshitting and that things are not good. And, industry is small from that perspective, and you easy and fast can finish, no matter if you are offering it like an aggregator or casino or game provider or an operator as well. So the only thing what I have to add is, like, let's stay transparent, and if we are not partners, and it is related for a previous topic, if we are not working and acting like partners between each other, there are no room to cooperate. Sorry. Before we started this panel, we had some preparation where Vladimir said exactly one exact thing, and is we don't need an aggregator like a game provider. We do not need an aggregator who will not share and help both sides to increase the revenues, provide with direct contacts, because you have mentioned as well the same on the beginning of this topic, is that good or bad aggregators, it's not about this, it's all about partnership. We have to be partners and cooperate together with the same problems or not. If you will not share, then we will not be able to grow and to sell. You're not able to sell 80 different companies with 10 different products. So it means 800 different things. That is why these things must be opened like a partners, and to be looked at like we are partners. We are entering the partnership, and let's help each other to grow this. That's all what I have about the topic.
I understand. Well, in general, yes, we have to keep balance between all the main, let's say, stakeholders. And Zoltan was actually mentioning the company that it's not a small business, a small industry anymore. So yes, but then okay, let's move to the next topic then, which is from the provider perspective, from the provider point of view. When it's good to start, we already touched briefly again this part, but it's good probably to spend a little bit more time. When it's good for a casino provider, if you are a new studio that wants to create new content, to contact and distribute your games through an aggregator, or when it's better to start maybe doing some marketing campaigns to start pushing direct integrations. I don't know, guys, who wants to start on this topic first?
As you say, I think we've sort of touched on it to a small amount. I think really this is a topic is an interesting one, because I mean I'm sure the people on this panel will find an element to debate about this, but really most of the time there isn't an option for a lot of these smaller guys. I mean, if you're then going after much smaller operators themselves, they're the guys we were talking about earlier who want to use the aggregators. So if you're a startup with new content or whatever, it's your only option to go and make the money that you need to keep that business going is going through aggregators. So I mean, I can see Rob's just unmuted, so I can imagine there's certain elements that he wants to come in, but I'm
going to agree. I'm going to agree.
There's no. Wow. I will in some case not agree here, because from when it's even not about like popular aggregator. That's why a lot of new providers are coming speaking with the small aggregators, with small platforms. The first of all, for a small provider, it's kindly difficult to start communication with Relax. I don't know, Oryx, Relax. It's the pipeline of their technical stuff is in some cases a lot more longer than if you come to direct integration. So yeah, you will receive.
But there is many other platforms. There is many other aggregators. You just need to look.
Are you mentioning something, Andre? Do you want to mention?
like a sales pitch.
We are all sales people here, and this is the time.
So would it be safe to say that Relax and the likes of Oryx as aggregator have become as difficult to integrate with as it is to integrate with a tier one? I mean, this is maybe a question that we can ask as well, because it's getting, your roadmap is obviously very, very long as well.
So yeah, for what I'm going to tell here, so for each new company, for each startup that's coming like a game provider, so yeah, I fully advise to work with aggregators. So they're providing a lot of experience, they're providing a lot of things, they're providing a lot of advantages, because in some cases it's to have a tech team that will provide integrations, support, creation of the platform, and so on. It is difficult and it's just a really expensive thing. But anyway, it doesn't mean that, oh, okay, I will connect with three platforms and that's all. That's for me. I'm not going to some direct integration. No, you should develop your own tech stuff. You should develop your own platform. You should develop a relationship with operators and start direct integrations as well. So from my perspective, aggregators like middle aggregations, not so highly pipelined platform. Let's call it like this. So there are a lot of aggregators that will take your content, but as I told you at the early beginning, the main what is the main goal here? That these not the best. They're not providing the best propositions for game providers, because they understand that top and transparent platforms are not going to take their content due to some not so big popular things, not so big popular games and so on. So what I'm going to see that all aggregators are providing pretty transparent relationships here. And anyway, you need to continue to develop direct integrations with all markets, with all operators that you can.
And also, I would like to add something. To add something on what you're saying, Vladimir, because basically, if you're already having these situations, and on top of that, you add maybe the fact that you are discussing with a potential aggregator which has already maybe 50, 70 other game providers, and they don't even allow you to speak directly with the customers. What are the chances for you to get any kind of visibility, any kind of even 1-2 games in the first 3-4 rows of the casino lobby?
I think there are like around 1% probably, or even 3 maximum, yes. if you're lucky enough.
Yes, I see Lazar that is
he's just preparing. Okay, Lazar, go on, bro.
It's all yours.
No, stage is well mine. Yeah. So just to add and to continue, thank you. I believe that let's speak about the startup things. So we have Oryx who is offering their own RGS to new startups, and Relax as well. And this is the first step. So if you're a startup small like this, that you do not have investment at the moment to create your RGS at the beginning, you have a solution and you know where to knock. That's clear. From the second perspective, if you already have created something more and you are ready to go to market, from my point of view, it is always the best. So if you are I'm from Serbia. So if I will build the games now from Serbia, I would look first on the guys from the market to offer direct integration. No matter, some of them are using aggregators, some of them are using their own platforms. I will find first several different operators and start these games to first see and feel, are the games truly good and how they are recognizable. After that, we already have to have some digits and numbers to compare and to sell. If we took, I don't know, EGT is, let's say, EGT, GreenTube, Fuzzy, the game providers are really strong in Serbian market. So if you are able to take 2, 3, 5% from the beginning with your games without any promotion and marketing, that means that you are ready and you're fighting with these, let's say, big fishes on the market. You are ready to go further. Then it is a never-ending story. When you start this, when you go to one aggregator, second to other client platform, you cannot stop. You have to develop, to expand your teams. We have here a game provider, let's say pure game provider, Tom Horn, who was only building the games. We have EvoPlay, only building the games. And we can see how progressively they are growing during the past several years. I'm speaking now about Evo, what I have noticed. And this is what I want to say. So never ending story if you want to have a success. It is the same with Sportsbook. You will agree, Domenico. It is the same with virtuals. But you have to target and specific target the market where you would like to expand because of the budgets, planning, and connections, what you have. It's all about connections here. And our industry is also, as Zoltan said, it is not small anymore. Of course, it is small. When I say everything is small if you don't do good things. So no matter how big the world is, but it is small. But if you're doing a good things, and it's all about the connections to help each other, it's all about system of reciprocity. So I will be able, if I will not give something to you and take something from you, it is not going to work. It's okay, we will work, but in pipeline, some roadmaps, etc. So this is really interesting thing for me, and this is how I will approach if I will be a game provider for the specific games, casino for this.
I have to say I want to agree with Lazar. I think we're way past the time where you could just build random games and expect ops to take the games just because you build them. I think, as Lazar said, you have to be locally focused. So Oryx, we have 8 or 9 now RGS studios on our RGS, and we target with each studio, we target different markets. We have pachinko slots for Japan. We have different studios for US. We have Gamamati for Germany and the Central European market. So we have different studios for each region, basically. But if you're a new studio, I think nowadays it's very difficult to start a new studio, I think, and to build a hype. I think you have to have huge resources, and there has to be something new. I always like to mention No Limit City, which I love their games, and people I think are loving them more and more recent years. And I think you have to build up a hype around the games and do something different. We had the Megabase craziness, which still isn't fading. And if it wasn't for Megabase, big time gaming wouldn't be this big. So if you just build normal games, usual games, which you can see everywhere, I think new studios have a very difficult time to go live with lots of operators.
Yeah, I agree with Armin, really. I think that's the key bit, right? If you are new, one of the only ways I can see for people to make any inroads is to go after a specific market. And then you want to build up to the position that we're in at 1x2 or Armin saying, Oryx are in as well, where you can then split off with different studios for different markets. But I basically just fully agree with that as the only way that I can see people can make a breakthrough these days.
Well, yes, I think we could. I will give you I would just want to add something, Lazar, then I leave the scene to you. I just say that, in my opinion, now we are seeing, especially, from my perspective as a sportsbook supplier, I'm not directly involved in casino, but from my observatory, I would like to see that now the days of having game providers releasing maybe one game a month or one game a quarter are past already. So the life cycle of a game, it's so short compared to what it was before, that really and truly you must focus on some new functionalities on some specific markets, or you are, let's say, a former CEO of a big operator and you have the contact to get the direct integration and start from there, so the others will see the content and ask you to get them.
Don't you think maybe it's also becoming a bit oversaturated as well? I mean, I was today sitting at the conference, I was overhearing a conversation where about 80 to 90 new games a month are being released. And that's a heavy load of content.
Some suppliers release, some operators release 50 a week.
You can obviously tell.
Technically speaking, you don't have the chance to try all of them.
You can obviously tell that they're just reskinning. Math models are not being changed. It's just. I mean, what's good is the content. If the content is good, if the product is great and it works and creates excitement levels, and the other day I won't mention the name.
Yeah, but
Oh, you can.
As guys mentioned, if the game would never make it on top, even if it's the best amazing game and players wouldn't see it, it doesn't stand a chance.
The other day I came across a supplier that was, the games looked horrible, really boring graphics and everything, but then the math models and the excitement there was so good. I was sitting down there going, this is addictive. I mean, I shouldn't say addictive, but this is entertaining.
entertaining, Rob.
This was entertaining. You know?
We're going to have to cut it there, guys. I can't be part of this.
Edit.
Yeah.
Push the red button, Zoltan. Push the red button.
Anyway, this was entertaining, and I was looking at it going, wow, this is really good fun. But the graphics were horrible. The promotion of the company is a disaster. The branding is a disaster. But I would say that if I was a casino manager, I'd look at it and go, I would look at this content and check twice to 3 times before I would discard it. And there's a lot too much content coming out. There's just a repetition of what we've already seen.
Lazar, I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to say, okay, we are speaking about the casino, but there is one example, sportsbook. If you are offering a sportsbook and coming to, let's say, from Baltic market to Balkan market with the same product without any change, you are never going to be successful with this. It's not like this, but just also from UK or from the other country, you have to be prepared for the market. And there's the key point for all the things what are there. Also, what Robert have mentioned, I fully agree, but there are also some, don't forget that there are markets that they are growing from retail to online, and the history of the players are connected to the retail. So no matter how game does not look stupid, it is important to be attractive and to have this drive, which is important in our business, to have the drive, not only in business, but also inside the game, because that is driving all the things. So this is absolutely true, and I fully do agree with you, Rob. And let's just focus how to prepare and be ready for the market, especially now. New markets are coming, opening new regulatives, always opening new markets, as we mentioned. But let's be prepared, and that is the way how we can approach it. If we are not considering it like this, we are not going to be able to operate it on the good way.
To touch something that you talked about just now, you mentioned it's a sports book. So you said that the PAM should have multiple sports book, the sports book should do this, but let's talk about aggregation of sports books, right? Because we haven't talked about, we've always spoken about aggregation of casino, talk about aggregation of virtual sports, but I haven't talked about aggregation of sportsbook. And a sportsbook has to be targeted to different matters. But the reality is this: what innovation have we seen in sportsbook in the past 10 years, apart from Edit Bet, Cash Out, and Bet Builder, which are the 3, let's say, biggest products?
Alive also in past.
Oh yeah, live. That's why I said 8. But we haven't really seen too much innovation in sportsbook. There hasn't been a lot of change. I mean, technically, the principle still remains very simple, and I think there's something that needs to be done. I mean, even today, I overheard some other conversations where people are preparing for the World Cup. It might not be a World Cup that would be attended as well, let's say, because of the time frame, because of the way it is. But still, there hasn't been serious innovation in sportsbook apart from. Okay, Lazar, I'm seeing you.
That is the reason why. So we had this transition. First, it was casino, like 20 years ago, 25, 30 years ago. It was all about casino. Then sports betting came 15 years ago, and then it started like 90-10, it was for casino, then 50-50, then 80-20 was for sportsbook. And now casino is taking over. So if you are talking about operations and promotions and innovations, all the things, majority of the things are happening into casinos. You have various types of tournaments, you have various types of jackpots, you have inside, you have platform, you have global, etc., etc. With the sportsbook, you're just increasing, let's say, the number of events and the things happening there. And it's all about how fast you can resolve the match and the offers like that. And let's come back to a really good story. Like always, we are going to repeat. The time is changing. The people, the customers are changing. We are getting now to Gen Z. The focus of them is to fast resolving things. Let's put them blackjack, roulette, live bet with fast events up to 5 minutes that they can see virtual content. It's perfect for that. Resolving the things in the 1, 2, 3, 5 minutes and don't need to wait 45 minutes for one half to finish. What's to innovate there? Not many things to offer. It's harder than it is in casino. And that's a good point. So thank you, Rob.
So well, now I have the point that I promised to Armen, which I think he will be very happy to discuss it. So guys, we are all, I mean, we have here casino providers, and we are discussing potentially with we have in the audience some people that are thinking to start a new studio, or they have already their own casino company, casino supplier company, slot providers. So, and they decide, okay, I want to contact an aggregator. But I also know that an aggregator has, of course, access to the statistics of all the games. I believe that my slots are unique. I believe that my slots are the best. How can I make sure that the casino aggregator, which has also their own, maybe sometimes in certain cases, game studio, will not check what are my main, let's say, my top performance games and try to copy them?
Armen,
that's all yours to start with.
Start this.
A rising star.
We're just waiting for this.
But it's not secret, you know. It's not secret which game is good. Everybody knows, you know.
It was Armen question. Let's wait.
Armen,
the word out of my mouth.
You're in the deep end. You shot yourself in your own foot.
I was actually, my topic was actually our own studios, like Gamamat, which we have exclusive, but you just continued on the topic of copying top performing games, which I'm not sure I can actually give an answer to this question. I think Andre also said that everybody knows which are the top performing games. If you open any tier 1 operator, you see that always the top 4, top 5 games are staying the same for the past 3-4 years. And then the newcomers, the life cycle of a game, I think became very short now. So if you build a game, you have to basically recuperate the cost in the first 1 month, because afterwards the game just doesn't stick. If you don't do any big promotions or reductions, the game is gone from the casino lobby. So I think, as Andre said, we know all the top performing games, and if there's a new breakthrough, everybody will anyways know. But yeah, technologically, what we can do, of course, there's ways where you might be hiding or something from the platform, but I wouldn't go into these topics then.
Yeah, I agree with what Armen's saying. I mean, there are things you can do, but it's just not widely done. There's some small amount of info in terms of the metrics of why the games are doing well, if you're looking at best per player or the like. But as we've all pointed out, I mean, EGR releases a top 20 list of games every month, and we could probably guess the next 20 now if we sat down and could be bothered. So it's not like, and also the amount of tier 1 operators now that have got algorithm driven lobbies, you know, you can work out even in a short week what games are better than others from their perspective. So I mean, we're an industry, none of us that make games on this panel can manage to get away from the fact some of our games are going to look like some of the other top performing games from other people. You know, that's no secret to anyone, right? So I think it, whilst I can understand why some people might come in with, if they were new to the industry, with a little bit of apprehension about going through and someone else seeing your data, I'm not sure about what the day-to-day impact of that will have. If you've got something good, someone will steal it.
Yep. Well, copying is the best flattery, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, from the provider point of view, I can easily tell to each aggregator before even making the integration what are the best performing on each market. But from another point of view, I can tell for about last release, I can tell everybody what's the numbers they just provided. So it's not really just fully public information. If somebody can copy this, welcome. Just call me. If you can copy and make the same experience, no problem with it. But I can bet that nobody will in around 2 years. So it's mostly about not only the mechanic, the visual. It's inside iGaming industry. It's everything about all the marketing around B2C, B2B, brand, mechanic, design, your own style. I'm seeing it like this, not just okay, this is a good game, I will copy this and it will make me money, because the same game is making money to somebody. No, it's worked with several games before, like 20 years ago, 30 years, 40 years ago. I won't mention names, but I think everybody understands what I'm talking about. But right now, industry is a bit changing, and not even industry, the full world of entertainment is changing a lot. And if you just build your business on just copying something, you won't meet success. You will be always on the second place.
And probably what is also true is that, as we mentioned before, having this fast-paced program of releasing so many new games every week, probably a company that wants to copy somebody else's game will not even have the time to do that, because the moment they will start analyzing which could be the best games, the other companies would have already have released new ones. And so, and also if we connect this with what we said before about the territories, about localizations, it's already the fact that I'm copying a game that maybe it's working in South America while my operation is in Finland or in, I don't know, in Sweden. It does not make relevant for me to do it, balancing with all the benefits that I can get, let's say, having an agreement with an aggregator that gives me the chance to expand my business. So yes, mine was a little bit of a provocation to spice up a little bit the panel, but we all agree that at the end of the day, if you use as a strategy only to copy what the others are doing, basically you don't have a strategy, and
you're always behind, right? That's the
correct.
problem. It takes months.
Exactly.
So
you will always
you see how quickly
behind.
we're moving now
Yes.
with hold and win, stuff like that. But if you started now copying some of the successful hold and win games, I think hold and win won't be as popular as it is in the 9 months or whatever it would be before you put it in.
And actually, this is connected to many aspects, and we can even relate it to what we were discussing before, related to building your own content or your own platforms. Because at the end of the day, if you start from scratch building something, then the others will already be starting from something in the same period of time. They will be always in front of you while you are still left behind. So yes, I think we can all agree on this. I see Rob maybe wanted to say something. No, all right. So guys, I would like, then let's see. I left for last this other point. Let's see what it comes out. So
like a cherry on the cake.
Yes, I am still. I left Altenar and I founded my small slot studio, and I decided to contact a casino aggregator, and the casino aggregator tells me that if I want to distribute my content in a specific territory, I have to give him the exclusivity. What we do?
Change aggregator.
Probably depends on the
that is you know, Dominic, it's about conditions. Like exclusivity should be not about like just
for free,
just giving it. Yeah. It depends on the conditions. If it is from business model, you're saying that it's okay for you, and this aggregator can provide you a lot of operator, and inside this region he's controlling some really big market share. Right now it's like, it's not very public information, but it's not difficult to find this information if you're inside the industry. You understand who is controlling which territory, who is like the top performer aggregator, and so on. So if it is very interesting for you from economic point of view, why not? Like it's not a problem. We're providing exclusive terms to some aggregators in some regions, and to be honest, I think that's really good deals, and both of us are happy on this, and like probably we will even continue these dominant slots like Zoltan is proposing. Good name.
With what we do with Versus Sports, we do get that question a lot, especially when it comes to the land-based scenario, and they would like to have the content in certain markets on an exclusive basis because it's quite an identifier of what they're doing and how they're doing it. I don't think exclusivity is something that should be granted easily. I think exclusivity should be something that is granted against commercial gains. I'm not saying that you shouldn't give us a company, for example, a game exclusively for 6 months. I don't think that if they don't commit to positioning it at number one, giving you a certain amount of revenues. I mean, exclusivity is something that can be done. Obviously, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it also has to have the commercial side of it too. You cannot. I've sat down with so many people. Oh, I've never paid that much money. I will give you so much traffic. A promise is a promise, but a promise needs to be backed up by commercial side of it. You've got to pay the bacon. You got to give the bacon to be able to make some bacon. In this case.
Yeah, exclusivity is the only thing we've got, right, in our locker in certain scenarios. So, you know, there's a lot of power with the operator to choose what content they're going to take, whether they're going to take our content or not, whether that's aggregated or first party stuff. The exclusivity and what they can offer in return is the only time that the negotiation flips around and they're pitching to us rather than the other way. So I agree with Rob. You've got to value that and treat it properly. But at the same time, if you get it right, there's an awful lot you can gain out of that. And splitting that by market is also a sort of good way to expand out how you make the most of it.
Especially from what we are doing. I mean, with the case of slots, I don't believe slots should be giving a lot of exclusive deals in this
To be
case.
honest, like what you're asking, so I think there's two different views how to look at it. So if you're operator, of course, you would like to have a slot exclusive, but as a distributor, speaking on the behalf of distributor is extra hassle. I would not even, to be honest, consider it nowadays, because if you take your games exclusively, you're kind of obliging to make revenues out of it. So suddenly those things, like we discussed before, like, you know, sales, account management, it fully falls on your lap. And if the studio is not making money, you're going to be held accountable for this. So it's an extra headache actually to have something exclusive.
Unless you, sorry, Nadia, sorry. Unless you see something spectacular.
For operator, it's a different story. Of course, they want to have a game exclusive because there is something they don't have and so on. But as a distributor,
no sense.
But you know, I from distributor, I made such questions. Like a lot of time depends on the regions. If we're going to jump into,
but they want specific game. But you get a question from the operators, right?
No, I received about specific game from aggregator. They're asking to create the game. It's mostly connected about like probably business model of aggregator. If you're just aggregating model like Relax, like when you're just connecting new operators and they're working with several of them, probably it is not very interesting.
But I mean,
but if we're talking about some aggregator that have like inside different operators plus their own white labels plus their own like exclusive operators and so on, that's for them it sounds very interesting to have some special exclusive games, and they're asking, and to be honest, they're even going to pay additional money for this. Like we just understand what the game is producing, and for some, I don't know, some rebranding or something like this, it's always interesting.
Yeah, I think it's what Rob said. It comes down to the content. So if we love to have Gamomat exclusively in Germany because it's a German-based content, and we then do pay a lot of attention to push this content, and we spend lots of resources internally to push the content. I would love to have exclusive content from Isospecs for Sweden. I would sign it tomorrow morning if it's possible, or different Swedish content and so on. This is what XG is doing for US, so they're signing up studios exclusively for their operations in the US. And I think it's a good business model if the provider is actually providing good value. So then we come to discussion of
what I would be interesting though is going with the exclusivity. Like I understand that they want to have certain games exclusive, but why wouldn't you just say, let me create my own bespoke product through a game studio, through coming to Relax, and say, I would like you to create games specifically just for me. I've paid for the development, I've paid for the IP of the game.
Nobody wants to pay for development.
I know that's the whole point, you know. I mean, you want they want to have the cake and they want to eat the whole cake.
True. So I don't know. We've been doing like I've been with 3 different suppliers, and we've been doing like exclusive games on other side, and the cost is quite high, between 50 to 100K if you want to have a good quality game.
But it also you can get a good quality game and reskin it again, but just so the brand of the game is not exclusive to a certain extent. There's other ways to do that, not as expensive.
Even skin is expensive.
Yeah, I'm not saying it.
You have the certifications and different games.
Yes, Andrei, you're right. We were doing skins at Natan. It was still between 50 to 100K.
Yeah, exactly. We also do skins for some clients or sometimes, and even when we do small thing, we just change one symbol.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 4 weeks work, you know, and resources.
No,
I think the key bit is it's the certification that's difficult, right? We've got the branded Megaways product that we don't have to recertify each time, and skinning is not that difficult at that point, but you've got to do it within certain parameters. To bring up a new game that the average player is going to take a little while to work out is a reskin. It is expensive and difficult. I also think there's a key point with what Armin's saying with exclusive deals with GAMMAMAT, for example. That's because it's a known entity and you know the quality of that stuff because it's a back catalog. When Nadia was talking before about people coming with new games, it's a much bigger risk to take it exclusively as a distributor because you don't know if it's any good or not. And if you're taking a game and making those promises and it turns out to not work for whatever reason, we've all seen a lot of games flop over the last year in different contexts, both their own and other people's, then you backed yourself into a corner because you've had to sell it hard to get that exclusive distribution and the game hasn't performed, then, you know, everyone's going to start asking questions.
And you're pushing something people don't like. So for example, at Relax, we constantly review the performance. If the studio is not performing, we're just cutting them off because what's the point to maintain things if there is no revenues in? So,
I understand. But then, okay, then the last question would be, because it's connected to this one, does it make sense? And if yes, when, for an operator perspective, then to acquire a game studio and start building and control their own content rather than asking to external casino suppliers like Relax, like the others here, to reskin a game or to build a game for them?
Many are doing it in some small shape or forms, like not even officially.
I would say even in not in some small shapes, even some very big shapes. And we're seeing it happening.
Yeah. A lot of starting with table games because nobody wants to pay for the table games, for example. So many have. But also you can see the trend that some of them, maybe it's not like published officially, but because we speak to customers, I see it quite frequently. And even the big ones, like they would like to have a studio as well. So I think we will see the trend coming up.
I think it's becoming quite standard. I mean, nowadays to have, at least as you and Nadia are saying, the table games and some basic games themselves.
Yeah.
But do you think then that they will push to keep the exclusivity, or they will start redistributing their exclusive content?
Depends on the market. So
different business.
So
it's the markets, I think, the important
sure.
bit. Like you look at core gaming with Sky Vegas, they're more than happy to distribute anywhere but the UK. And why not for them? That makes perfect sense. So there are sometimes marriages that work perfectly, and you can have 90% of your cake and eat it, and then leave your own market out there for it. But in other times, I think you will see people go both ways on that one, Domenico. I think people will distribute it around after a certain period, maybe a longer exclusivity period than we're used to, 3-6 months or whatever. And there'll be people that keep it in-house. But I think really it does depend on the operator and how many markets they're in and how close their competitors are with their client base, or if they work in a sort of more unique space.
Are we saying that we're going maybe back to, this question can lead back to going back to full circle? Because I remember the origins of gaming and the origins of gambling online, where you would download an app, let's say some software which came in, not even a browser-based thing, it was an app that came to your computer. You would open up that app, have your poker inside there, your sportsbook inside there, the casino games that belong to the company, the operator that send them to you, and it was all within its own ecosystem on its own. We're saying maybe that going back to
Rob,
full circle.
Are you saying Netflix?
I'm saying that.
Did you say Netflix by any
chance?
chance?
I wasn't going to say Netflix, but I remember back in the day, one of my first selling of Playtech back then was an app. It was literally it was a software that you download on your PC, on your desktop. It would open up and there was everything inside there. There was your poker client, there was your slots inside there, there was your sports.
4 gigabytes. It used to have 4 gigabytes. I remember these days.
This is
we also used to have
six, I think, 2005.
Yes.
I mean, I remember selling that.
I don't think, Dominic, as a question you're asking is going to happen, because I'm looking from the competition perspective. So if I'm a B2C and I have my own studio, so first of all, the games have to be on my platform. So suddenly you're running into the issue where people have to integrate into you, or you have to integrate into them. So that's an integration issue for a game or so. Then second question is, competitor is going to know your numbers. You don't want this to happen. So when it's a B2B, it's a bit different situation. When I'm a B2C, especially when it's a tier 1 B2C, it's highly unlikely as I see it. happening.
And I have one question that I want to ask for quite a while now, is what happened in counterweight. If you said, Nadia, that B2C will know the numbers, you will know the numbers, etc., and they will not spend. What about in counter? What about if aggregator will open their own operation?
Pardon, I didn't understand the question.
And what about in the counter way, in opposite way, when the aggregator is going to open an operation itself? So, you know, it's easy.
PLAID, for example, has B2C, but they're disconnected. So, for example, I can speak on Relax. Relax would never have a B2C, not considering Kindred, which is like now acquired Relax, but it's two separate entities. But Natent was the same. They never wanted to have a B2C. It was their policy. In fact, like Natent and Batson at one point, it was the same. They started as one company, but they had to split it separately because B2Cs were not really taking it well. So I would say for B2C or for B2B, maybe a smaller studio, a small aggregator opening a B2C, but a big B2C, and it's a different business models in a way.
Yeah,
so
we've gone the other way, actually. We used to have one and it's now closed down because you just can't split your time that much. Like there's such different skills these days, and with regulation and trying to keep on top of that and the constant changing market, I just don't see how anyone would want to split their concentration.
For us, it's completely different business, I think.
I think for us to have I wouldn't say our own B2Cs, but we do manage IGPs, customers, large one, like now Bad City in the Netherlands. So if you go to Bad City, of course, you will see also our internal games being pushed a bit more than the competition, but you can't make your B2C, your own games B2C. Like you have to listen to the players. So if the players want this game, you have to give them that game. You cannot just push your own games and push the competition out. It's obviously conflict of interest.
No, but the point is,
I fully agree here with Armin. Sorry, Lazar. We're part of a big holding that's connected to different part of businesses in the inside gaming, and B2C is a part of this. But we never had some, I don't know, special conditions like, okay, we this is the B2C for exactly for our game, something like this. No, it's not working. Like you need to evolve with both business models. You need to evolve like a B2B company as a game provider. You need to evolve in the same market, the same as B2C. Even if you're connected to one group of companies, you need to grow with like a separate independent company and have like usual relationship like a casino and a B2B provider. I think this is the only kind of when you can reach a great success like we are doing.
I saw B2Cs opening B2Bs eventually and growing it, but the other way around. I don't nothing crossed my mind about something which really successful one.
But that was, sorry, that is the point. What I wanted to, yes.
Go forward.
Okay, there's the point. Then you mentioned that B2C is creating their, let's say, B2B. So first, if I will be an operator, I will. For sure, if I have a good traction in casino, I will create my own. If I think that I will create a good dominic slots, I will create it, and I will put on the top positions, and it makes sense. If it makes sense, of course, that it makes sense then to sell for further. But you have mentioned this explicitly that then it will be hard for the direct integrations, etc. And then you will know the numbers from the other B2B operators, etc. This is what I wanted to prove, that it's probably not true, because B2C, they are creating their own slots, and they are offering, like you are offering the same. They are creating the separate company which should be in charge for B2B. Maybe tomorrow create an aggregator, etc., and do it from there.
It was a different question. So initial question was like, would B2C require a studio to create custom games? Yes. The examples I had was slightly different. So the successful operation I saw, like, let's say mostly it's crypto casino actually. They do like enormous amount of cash, like under Curacao license or no license, like, and within 3-4 years they decided to get regularized and be serious, and they're like, let's open a B2B. But they open a B2B not for themselves to create custom games because they're liking out. They just want, they see the B2B's business is expensive, and they're opening a new business verticals in this case. So for example, similar to Relax or something else, and they're investing money, but at the same time, they have operation completely separate. So it would be separate team, separate technology, separate platform, of course, and they position themselves separately. So it's not to create custom games for themselves. They would rather focus on ones or big ones.
fully agree with you here. Like, not if you just if you acquire or create a B2B company just with the one goal to create customers for you, it's fully lose. You will just lose money. It's like,
of course
we've
seen geek.
You see, Domenico, we can fill up the hour and a half easily.
Yes. Actually, I can ask Zoltan for extra 30 minutes.
No, I gotta go back.
Okay, I think no.
Okay,
Rob, you want to say something?
No, just
right.
quite happy with how this went. This was quite entertaining. Sorry, I came in a bit late.
Yeah, it's fine. So, guys, we still have 4 minutes, and I will then use it to give you the chance in 30 seconds. We should manage 40 seconds maybe to try to give some predictions for what could happen in the casino aggregation, in the casino slots providers area, merger and acquisition for 2022. What will happen in your opinion?
Do you want me to start? I can try and keep as little time as possible. I think the big aggregators are going to buy more studios, keep them in-house. I think it's something that we've not touched too much upon M&A, but I think that's what's going to happen. You're going to start to see more of that micro gaming model come out with other aggregators, and there's going to be a lot of M&A going on with smaller studios and even much bigger studios than we expect.
I understand.
Yeah. I would say we will see more M&As in the esports division as well. Aggregations buying esports as the new next 20 years. I think we all agree this will grow a lot. So I think this is all going to happen.
Not only to esports, like to the full new audience. Like esports is only one way of targeting this new audience. Yeah, I fully agree. Like first of all, we will see a lot of new players from European market will try to enter US market because everybody is looking to this. But I think like a lot of companies just afraid of this. So I suppose there will be some new deals of jumping inside this market, and also what we are seeing, we're seeing some great interest in some, not exactly in esports, mostly in audience connected to esports, because right now iGaming is not touching this, and some new business models, some new content connected to this audience, and also probably through acquiring, probably through entering this market, probably of creating new verticals. But anyway, all industry will be connected to esports more closely.
Also, I would agree with US part. I would say that like some US companies either acquiring B2C or B2Bs as well, and specifically B2Bs who also have poker and bingo, because this is another product we didn't touch today, but for US market it's quite important as well. So that's from my projections.
I think we have had a lot of sleeping giants for the past 20 years. Just watch what we are doing and analyzing and learning what we do. And I think we're going to start seeing some very big boys enter the market. For example, Disney has just made a bid that they're just going to come into Amazon as well. Made a bid that they're coming into the market with the acquisition of ESPN. I mean, robdowling.com is going to be sensational, of course.
Very nice. Okay, so guys, really, thank you so much for having the time to dedicate for this panel. Also, I pass the ball to Zoltan for the next one. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. Bye, guys.
Have a lovely weekend, guys.
Thank you.
With this occasion, I would like to wish Happy New Year and Merry Christmas to everyone in this panel, because this is the final online meeting we will having in the European sector.
You too, Zoltan.
As always, a celebratory, Zoltan.
Take care, guys. Okay,
thank you, Zoltan.
See you. So we are now heading to the final session today, which is going to be moderated by Genia Gurevic. Genia, are you here?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm here.
We can hear you and see you. All right, so I will leave you to it. I see that Tal is just wrapping up.
Yeah, he's connecting, he's logging in.
Okay, so you can go ahead.
Okay, we'll wait a second, just a second. Hi, Simas, how are you? Long time no see.
Yes, we missed you in Germany, Jenna.
I heard. You know, the
It's
wife
not
is.
the same without you, you know.
First of all, it's good to hear. Second of all, the wife started threatening me with opening Tinder if I, keep on traveling that much.
I understand. I understand. It's a balance.
Yes, yes. How are you, Asaf?
I'm doing fine. Relaxed. The girls are still in kindergarten, so
Amazing.
we have time.
Amazing. Just a second. Just a second. Let's wait Tal for another second. Shai, how are you? Can you hear me? Shai?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay, we'll wait Tal for another second. Simas, are you going to Sigma?
Yes, we are coming with a team of 7 to Sigma. So I think this will be the biggest delegation, after Corona to date.
Cool.
So look forward.
Cool.
You?
We'll also come. Yeah, we're coming like a huge delegation, like 8 people.
Oh,
and then on the next day, at least 3 or 4.
But how do you fly to Malta?
Well, now there aren't. Oh, there's Tal. Only through connection. Right now, only this November, Ryanair opening direct flights.
Yeah, for us it's a direct flight.
Tal,
You're on mute. I think we're already started. I think yes.
באמת? לא יכול להיות.
Yes, yes.
סתם. Okay, guys. Good. Okay, so רגע, that's the last panel of the day, Genia?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Always we're asking for the last panel of the day because that's the most fun.
They always save the best for last.
You're right. So wow. So רגע, Genia, let me have you already introduced. Sorry for getting a bit late, but that's fine. רגע, Zoltan and Alex are with us. Zoltan and Alex, where are you? Hopefully, they have enough energy to stay with us. Zoltan.
Yeah, we're here.
How are you? Very good. So Zoltan, we're already live. We're on air.
Yeah, sure.
Exactly like I like. Okay, with all mistakes on the camera. And where is Alex? Alex is here. I'm just seeing I don't know, like a banner or something. I'm checking if Alex is here or is he went to eat.
I'm here.
Very good. So guys, first of all, thank you for hosting us. Thank you, as Jenna said, for saving the best for last. We like always to be the last. In Sigma, I remember 2 years ago, we were the last panel. We started at 7 p.m. We did some kind of the Latin American sports panel, and I think it was so fun, so full. I think I had so much energy, I couldn't sleep at night from the energy, and I really like this kind of stuff. But again, thank you for joining. And Zoltan, you and Alex need to continue and doing this boutique digital events. I think that what you did now, this HIPTHER family, and tomorrow there's also the North American one, and this is really, really cool, really, really unique. You take the best from everything. But I told you, Zoltan, continuing on only digital, it's nice, but I really hope that I'll see you face-to-face soon. You, and if not you, probably Alex and the other team. Hopefully.
Yeah, people are missing the human touch. That's what people miss.
Exactly. You remember, Jenna, we said that in Cyprus. Okay, guys.
Cyprus and Dubai, yeah.
Cyprus, Dubai, Amsterdam. We're speaking in 4 different events in last month, physical events. Now, guys, with no further delay, I hope you're enjoying it like we. Let's introduce the people here. I have my friend Shai Kronfeld, a German-looking guy. If it was German, it's Kronfeld with an O, with an O. But for all the funny names, we have also
Polish
names,
Polish
right?
passport.
We have a panel with lots of funny names. And probably, everyone has another, not funny. Sorry, Simas, not funny. Interesting names, difficult names. So let's introduce them one by one. Shai Kronfeld, I believe many of you already met him in Berlin. If not in Berlin, one of our clients met him today over a telephone. I just made a video call. Shai, are you ready for a video call? Can I put you on video? Sometimes I embarrass them. They're in toilet. I don't know what. They're in the shelter. And then, they know already that if Tal is calling, Tal is by surprise by the video. So Shai was just laughing, right, Shai?
Yes.
Shai, can you tell everybody what you do? I actually called you because of what you do, but so maybe it'll be more interesting.
Yes.
Shai,
so guys, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. My name is Shai Kronfeld.
I have a background of 15 years in the investment banking world. I used to live 11 years in New York, and then 4 years in Israel. I was the representative for a bank called Maxim Group, where we dealt with many cross-border transactions. But as I like to say, my claim to fame was that until the end of 2018, when I left the bank, I was involved in 30 transactions of SPACs, which until 2019, nobody really knew what SPAC is.
What is a SPAC? What is a SPAC? Please.
And in the last 3 years, we've seen the market explode all over the place, both mainly in the US, but also in Europe, in different exchanges with SPACs. So today I took all my experience and together with my partner Nir, we established a company called PLAID that helps growth companies to merge with existing SPACs in the US and in Europe. And on the other end, we are creating one specific SPAC in the mobility space, where we intend to acquire a business related to mobility sometimes next year.
Amazing. 1 second. I was asking, probably I said it so quiet that you didn't not heard. I want you please to explain to our delegates at home, on YouTube, on HIPTHER, and also to the panelists, again, what can you please explain the idea of a SPAC? What is the difference between a SPAC and an IPO, Shai?
Yes, so first of all, SPAC, it's an initial for Special Purpose Acquisition Corporation. And the idea for SPAC is basically that, and not like in a regular IPO, when the company goes to the market based on its past revenues, and it's going according to the valuation of its peer. In SPACs, you first of all raise the money, you put it in a trust account, and you give the management team of that SPAC a time frame of anywhere between 15 to 18 months to go to the private market and basically merge a private company with the 200 or any amount of money that this SPAC has in the trust. The investors of the SPAC has the ability to redeem their money if they don't like the deal on one hand, and on the other hand, you have the ability to bring sophisticated investors into the stage that we call a PIPE, which is also initial for public investment in public equity. And as Tal said, basically it's an alternative to an IPO. Why? Because in an IPO, compared to a SPAC, first of all, to do an IPO from A to Z, it usually takes you anywhere between 6 to 8 months. SPAC takes you anywhere between 3 to 4 months to close. The certainty on the amount of the money that you raise and the valuation, this is the two most important figures in any raise that a company does. And in an IPO, it can change dramatically to the market. So if the market is great, yes, you will raise more money at more valuation. If the market is bad, you will raise less money in a lower valuation. SPAC is different. SPAC, you have validation for the amount of money that you raise and also at what valuation, because you do it with institutional investors before you announce your transaction. So that gives the company a big validation on that amount of money that it can eventually end up with in the process. And on top of that, it can get whatever stays in the SPAC. But I think the biggest difference of all is that in an IPO, a regular IPO, you cannot present your projections. Basically, when a company goes to an IPO, it goes on the last 3 years of financial statements, audit financial statement. SPAC, because it's already a public company, you can present the future of your company, the growth of the company. And as you probably know, the US really like growth companies, and they give those growth company high multiples for them to acquire a bigger piece of the market.
Interesting, Shai, thank you. And it's funny, we have here like Simas and also Asaf. It's like I can call them also growth company. You know, Shai, you're an entrepreneur, you're coming from the financial markets, but something which is very interesting about you and about Nir Arnon, your partner, who's also another cool guy. Both of you are very coming from operations. You're not only coming from the money. That's correct, Shai?
Correct.
Because
yes.
Yeah, and the funny but the nice thing is that at the end of the day, SPACs, like everything, SPACs have some tendency to take some dream companies that sometimes have multipliers that are, into the dream world. But I did see that in the last several years, it came like a bit lower, those dreams. That's correct?
Yeah, so at the end of 2020, where are we? 21? No, 2020. That was the boom of the SPAC market, where a lot of what I call the dream companies where no existing revenues, but with big dreams for years 26 and 27, were able to receive valuation that are a little bit far from reality.
Exactly.
And what happened in the US market is once you merge with a public company in the US, the most important thing is your first Q as a public company. If you don't report what the investor thought that you will report on your first Q, it's a disaster. And unfortunately, a lot of those SPAC mergers that occur, those companies failed on the first Q, and that's why we saw a big drop in their valuation. The market has developed a little bit in the last few months, and now we see companies that coming to the market with much reasonable valuation, the investor looking for certainty for the revenues of the company. Their due diligence effect that the investors, the pipe investors are doing are much greater than what it used to be 6-7 months ago.
Amazing. So as you say, the market, Shai, is more mature. Now it's interesting because Simas and Asaf, we spoke about dream company. Okay, so Asaf has, let's say, a small to medium-sized company. And sorry to compare between both of you, but this, when I hear what Shai says, it cannot jump into the mind. Simas, if you see his company probably 2 or 3 years ago, Simas, your company probably, let's say, 3 years on the road as ConnectPay. That's correct, Simas?
Yes, that's correct.
But look at this, if I don't know exactly what ConnectPay's plans are, but if you see like ConnectPay, they came out of, I don't know, like from number 20 in the EMIS list, now they're probably number 2 on the EMIS list. So, and they just came rapidly and dramatically, actually over maybe 2 years, became, let's say, month after month. And these are stuff that if you're an EMI or a banking institution, this is something which matters most. Successful clients, numbers, influence on the industry. So, if you would see like ConnectPay and see it like under like some specs meters, you can take Simas, as their partnership director. Simas, of course, you studied in London. You can take easily ConnectPay with a billion euro valuation. The market. And I wonder, Simas, as an innovative EMI, first of all, I would like to hear more about ConnectPay. And did you ever, pop up that, in the mind? Maybe, the best place is to do something interesting on that side, on the capital market. Please, Simas.
Thanks a lot, guys, for having me today. And I apologize in advance. I have to drop in 17 minutes. I have a hard stop, so I'll be here as much as I can. And I, Tal, thank you for inviting and I value, being here with you. In terms of ConnectPay, so what we do, we are, EMI on a way of becoming a bank. So we kind of treat ourselves not as a startup anymore, but we are growing as a startup. Yeah, but the processes that we already have, the products that we already have, these are no longer startup. Yeah, these are, on the way becoming a bank. And of course, in this market that we have today, and seeing how fintech or a lot of players in EMI space and other sectors are booming, it's always there. Your thoughts. What we'll do next? Do we need to raise more money? Should we invest? Getting offices established, all around the world, getting even more products, going into new markets, Africa, Asia, US, Latam, whatever. You can do a lot. So far, we've been happy to have our shareholders, solid backing. And we're growing organically, and we're intending and planning to continue to do so. I think the pace that we have picked up is sustainable, because we've seen quite a few companies that raised loads of funds, and they're growing, and nobody's understanding now what kind of.
Jenny knows that. Simas, and Simas is, again, as I told you, we have lots of great names. Simas Simanauskas, one of the kings of payments, all right? And he has it's a very cool name in the Baltics. Jenna Gurevich sees it with me all the time, exactly what you see in real life, Simas. You see it as well, but because we work with so many payment providers, we see people investing funds and just don't know what they do, and we don't want to mention names. Yeah, please continue, please, Simas, yeah.
No, that's what I wanted to say, and that's why I think this is our biggest asset. We've been through a roller coaster. At first we started growing, massively, but maybe we did not, manage to control that growth easily. But I think now we've learned the lessons. We learned that this is a long game, and if you want to be good, if you want to continue be competitive in the market, you just have to evolve little by little, improve, and the customer is king. And go after the customers and to ensure that the customers are happy and build products for customers and not for thinking of, oh, maybe if we start selling this, maybe someone will notice us, maybe someone will buy us. This is not in our mind at the moment. Customers at the mind, at the forefront of connectivity mind always.
That's very interesting. Shai, listen what you hear. Sima says, listen, maybe if we would buy a sexy company that does, I don't know, does blockchain validation with renewable energy. Look, I invented something for an IPO, for a SPAC. Look, blockchain validation of peer-to-peer payments with renewable energy without plugging into the electricity. Let's say you buy a company that does like that. It could be cool. Maybe you can raise more investors' money, maybe from Southeast Asia or from North America, but it won't take you anywhere. But if I understand correctly, your plan, Simas, is to continue to be disruptive on the EMI space. That's the plan for the near future?
Yes, and we're entering, new market. I think, as mentioned, we're on the way of becoming a bank and offering completely new products.
Very cool.
And as well, we're looking into other products, and we'll be launching quite a few ones start of next year. But after that, we then say, look, that's it. The product stack that we have is a completely full stack of products that any merchant or any B2B company, because this is what we're concentrating on, requires needs. We'll just go and improve and work on the customer experience. That will be the key focus this year.
I agree with you, and this is what really sets you apart. And again, look, there are lots of EMIs in Lithuania, also in Malta, also in Cyprus. Mainly, these are the three countries. There are banks, physical banks in Germany that I've been working with. Some of them are good, some of them are a complete disaster. And I can tell you what is really sets apart with the ConnectPay, and really is actually the people that, you have good people, you have cool people, you have people that actually knows the business. And, it's always, nice to see you on conferences, see my clients are enjoying to hang out with you, enjoying to work with you. And I think this sets the business apart. And it's really cool to see that the plan is to continue to grow. And as you say, the plan is actually to acquire a full license. That's correct?
Yes.
So you might be like a brick and mortar bank at the end.
We'll never be a brick and mortar bank.
Why not? I would like to come. I want to come.
Come. You're always welcome. You know where to find us.
I come and take a checkbook. No way. I don't want to be like that stuff. But maybe our people are still looking for that. People maybe do want that physical touch to come and do it. I think it's important. No?
Yeah, physical touch is definitely important, and that's why we meet a lot of our clients in conferences and go there and there, and it's critical that we see them when talk.
Asaf knows that.
I agree with you so approach, let's say.
That's hybrid approach, exactly like what Sima said. The hybrid approach.
And no, Tala, I just thought about this. What's the difference between us and the brick and mortar bank? That in the brick and mortar bank you have to go to a bank. ConnectPay comes to you.
That's correct. That's correct. That's totally correct. I know that, Jenya, when you've been in Singapore, it told me exactly that issue, that if you could call the guy from OCBC, call the guy from DBS, let's come and meet in Tiang Bahru, it would be cool, but it does not. I'm not sure it's even allowed. And as you said, you're coming to the clients, you're coming to events, and that's really cool. You'll be next week, I think, in Sigma. There'll be lots of payment providers there, and I think that it's really cool to see you there. You'll have a nice booth there, and hopefully we will meet again there next week. Thank you, Simas.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Asaf Stiglitz. I promised you lots of cool names. Asaf Stiglitz, also sounding like a Polish name, exactly like Shai.
It's a Polish name.
It is a Polish name. But I believe that all of you will agree that Simas Simanauskas sounds like Lithuanian, and you sound like Polish, but Shai Kronfer doesn't sound like Polish. Even though we came together to Berlin last week, and I did, he had we all came European with European. Look, Asaf, as the Polish guy in the business, and as the affiliate guy, and as the guy who's also dealing with sports affiliation, and also with the B2B, and also the casino. I believe, and I was also involved with you on the side, with several people who actually spoke with you on acquisitions, and let's start as a joint venture. Let's see. I believe that you see what's going on in the industry. We are a law firm. I think that probably let's say 1/3 of our time now is on banking and payments. 1/3 is maybe on all the things which is dealing with helping clients get into the target markets, conferences, etc. And 1/3 is on M&A. And I wonder with you, did the M&A craze, let's ask you, what do you think about this? All of this M&A, the organic growth, the mergers, the SPACs, and actually Shai is now focusing on. Is now raising his SPAC, which he actually did himself after 30 other SPACs that he was involved in. You're also working in other places before you started your own thing. What do you think about this now?
Yeah, you can see a change in the iGaming industry, in the M&A, especially landscape. A few years ago, they came a few big media companies and started to buy, like I can name names, Catena, Excel Media, etc. And they were buying a lot of iGaming affiliates that were aiming to the European industry. But now with the rise of the US and the outlook that the US is the next big thing, there are lots of mergers and acquisitions with assets in the US. Some of these assets are not assets that affiliates that are generating revenues right now. These affiliates or media companies in the US are companies that has a huge client base, a huge traffic, and iGaming media companies
like articles, like newspapers, like online papers, like sports.
Yeah, like statistics websites and content wide websites, and the iGaming operators and iGaming affiliates in the US sees them as a potential growth for them, and therefore they are buying them not necessarily according to the valuation or the bottom line, the revenues, but according to their client base, the traffic, the potential of these companies. And we just seen last week Better Collective buying some assets in the US, and we are seeing it all the time. So it shifted to the United States, and there are also right now some buyings in the European market, M&As, etc. But the focus is on the US, on US assets, and this is a big shift in the iGaming sphere for M&A.
Again, I think that someone has so I think that everybody should mute when he's not speaking, so everything, that will have a clear, okay, right, Asaf, and I think Jenya, okay, please, if you can mute. Asaf, can you mute 1 second, because I heard you, okay, and also Jenya. Look, I want to address what you just said, and it's very interesting what you just said. You see what you actually also, look, we have been, you spoke about Catena, you can also mention RakeTech and Better Collector, etc. And ourselves as a law firm, we've been the lawyers, and we're still the lawyers of some of those assets that you mentioned that were purchased by like conglomerates. And it's nice and fun to see those companies starting like a 2 or 4 people. Some of them are not even in Europe, or let's say they're not part of the EU. You can see companies from Serbia, you can see companies from Macedonia, companies that are affiliates or companies that develop technology from, let's say, countries that are not part of the, let's say, the traditional gaming community, and, getting bought and getting swallowed sometimes for nice chunks of money, where sometimes it looks like very low, but then it sees like, or very high, and then you see that actually was very low, or sometimes everything is good. But at the end of the day, it's very interesting to see. The thing that now you said, it's that it goes in different numbers across the Atlantic. And what we also see is that everybody goes into the US. Now, what's interesting that if you speak about the financial services sector, in my eyes, I can see that there, of course, and probably Jenny will see why we do see with many of our clients shift from the Forex to the Forex and CFD to the casino. In the US, I think that maybe since 2016 or 15, everybody knows that the US is a no way to go if you're speaking about financial markets, even if you're a regulator, something that's just, except if you're E-Trade or something like that. And it's very important because this is something that we always hinted and also always told that US and even North America in general, it's not something that we recommend to anyone to touch on financial markets. In the gaming, it's vice versa. Now it looks like the Wild West. It looks like, I'm not saying that it's not regulated. Of course, if you tried yourself to do an application for a gaming application, let's say in Pennsylvania or New Jersey, it looks like, wow. But at the end of the day, if I speak, and I speak with many, we have clients working on the US market, it says it's much more easy. And that's, I would like to hear from you, from Asaf, why do you think is that difference?
The biggest difference is because in the US, first of all, you have to understand, as you probably know, most of you, that it goes state by state. And it opens and it propagates from state to state. For example, one of the biggest changes recently were in New Jersey, when they decided to offer fixed odds betting on horse racing, which is something that is trivial in Europe, but wasn't existing in the United States. And now when New Jersey passed a bill to allow fixed odds betting on horse racing, it changes the whole industry and injects huge funds and huge potential to this industry of horse racing, and it propagates to other states, and it will go going like this. So there is a rush to find the next gold mine in the United States, and it always changing right now because the industry there is not mature yet, and there are lots of opportunities.
Amazing. I will get back to you in a second. Simas, as you mentioned, has another, as I say, hard stop, and I know exactly what it is. So I'm giving you the opportunity, Simas. I would like to ask you, and then I'll get back to Shai, and then back to Asaf, and then Jenny. Sorry, let's do it like this. Simas, I would like to ask you, about the compliance, because we all know that compliance are coming stricter and stricter and stricter. And with you, what is really cool about what I see about your company is you see the compliance as something which actually you took it as your benefit. And I just want to understand and get that topic from you, and then I move to Jenny, and then Shai, and then Asaf will wrap it up. Please, Simas.
Yeah, exactly. What you said, compliance is getting stricter, but I think, that's how the industry is changing. Yeah, so even because we have so many of this trust, there's so many players in the market, that they're saying that they'll do everything and they'll, provide you with payments without no question SaaS, do your onboarding without no question SaaS. And then we see, how the clients end up, with closed accounts and, not process payments, not what was promised. So we took another approach, and what we try to do is try to inform the customers already beforehand. Look, we'll request you this and this and that, and if you'll provide that, you'll get the service we're offering. We're not saying, oh, don't provide anything, maybe we'll ask you sometime in the future. And for instance, a very recent example, we just launched a feature in online banking where we started to request a file upload for certain payments, because we know that our partners always request these documents. So we're saying to clients, look, instead of you making a payment or making a transaction, then we're going back to you and saying, look, can you please provide this document to us because our partner needs, and it takes 2-3 days maybe. We said, look, we know you'll need this document, provide it now, and then we'll process your payment as quickly as possible. And I think this is the way to go. Yeah, to communicate with customers very clearly that you will need this, we'll need this, but this is for yours benefit, because if you provide that, you'll be streamlined.
I can tell everybody here that this feature is actually because one of my clients, a client of you, all the time had to add invoices and contracts and explanation. to get and to receive. And actually, he came, I think, to Paula, or some of his, I think it's to Paula. And I think you spoke with the guys in the technology, and it actually, I think it's a few months already. When it's right, Simas.
So we started planning it already some time ago, but now it's live as of this week. So.
Amazing. Yeah. So it's good. It's really good that you can be like in a pilot group and get some cool features. And if it's work, you put it like a week ago, you actually gave it to everybody to use it. And that's really cool. That's about a young company. Try to do it with a, let's say with Commerzbank. It won't work. No. But that's cool. And okay, thank you, Simas. Thanks, you. Guys. We'll be next week, right? Thursday will be with us on the payment stage, right?
Yeah,
that's
course.
Correct.
I'm in Malta from Monday till Friday. So
Monday to Friday. And hopefully you'll also be, last week we had a great show of a music show of Tom Campione, right? And actually, exactly. And actually, Mr. Simas, who looks like a prog rock a musician, been there in front. So hopefully we'll be there also. And I believe that all of us will enjoy. So see you next week, my friend. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Only Simas had to go. Bye-bye, Simas. Thank you. Great. Okay. Let's move and continue with this topic of compliance, which will be the last topic of today, of the day, and of our panel. So my friend Jenna Gurevich, I'm here in my room here, in my office here, my room also, you see the Mario there? Mario? I'm here in my office in Tel Aviv, starting to become late now, I think. But Jenna is here in the other room there, and Emily is the other way, and Marianne is the other way. But we'll try, to be as effective as possible. Jenna has been joining our team years, I think more than 5 years ago, after he's been working in Singapore. And we did now with compliance, and he does lots of compliance work now, and banking and payments. And I would like to hear also the same question that I asked asked from Mr. Simas. How does compliance touch you in your ongoing work, Mr. Jenny?
Thank you, Tal, first of all, and thank you, Mario. Is an integral part of our compliance team. So the compliance key, we've seen a shift in recent years that whereas compliance was, like a nuisance, like something in the background, like some tech guys dealing with it, and it's not really the headache or gets much of the attention of the executive management. But nowadays we see it like take a big chunk of everyone's attention because it's how important it is, how it can affect the company if someone found non-compliant for, I don't know, AML violations, KYC violations, etc. And we see a lot of resources and energy put into compliance because it's important for a company. It's important for a company to maintain compliance in order to stay on the clean lines. Now we see like a huge shift with our clients moving from Forex, which is they work on very, very gray lines. We see they move into gaming, which is very regulated, it's an industry as itself is less prosecuted. I would say prosecuted, it's a harsh word, but it's very much regulated in the financial sector, and in our office we give an ongoing advice and services, and we assist them with the compliance and drafting comprehensive AML manuals, KYC manuals.
I can tell you, Jenny, I agree. First of all, I agree with let me summarize what my friend Jenny said, my colleague Jenny said. Jenny, if I understand correctly, you say that we have ongoing work that gets more and more and more because of compliance, because of new regulations. Did I agree? Now, what you said is something that I did not realize. I actually expected it for 2 years, but did not realize what boom we now have exactly, and what you said now. I think that last month, we have probably 6 or 7 new clients that have been operating totally different indices, whether it's like Forex, whether it's CFDs, whether it's like affiliates, and they just got into operating and opening and onboarding a new casino. Some of them still stayed on the old stuff because it's still profitable. Others just closed it. And I don't know if it's because of regulation. I don't know if it's because of the regulatory clampdown, because I know that all of them have been also working clean and let's say clean, reasonable and responsible even before. But you see something. I see exactly what you see, and I think that both of you did not come with me to all of those meetings, but we saw it and discussed it with Emily and also with Mayan, and we see that this compliance change makes people drive more and more into going from other industry to the casino, other industry to gaming, closing their Forex or CFD brands and opening a cool white label or cool taking the technology from some of the guys that are either here sponsoring this event or being next week with us on stage in Sigma. And that's interesting to see. That's such a shift. Now, I've been discussing it with Asaf, and it's like totally, it's some of the, the pricing is quite, similar if you want to pay to a platform of Forex or platform to, casino. But the main shift is that everything is automatic. If in Forex you're used to cold calling and this kind of stuff, here most is like, relying on Optimove companies, etc. Now, and this is how I see like that the compliance really changes, because that is what some part of the compliance has been changing. Correct, Jenny?
Yes, that's correct. Absolutely. We've seen this huge transition into like there's a great demand of something that was, was like took very small portion of our time and of the workload. Now draft me a comprehensive AML. I've been approached by this authority. I need to respond to that authority, and I need some ongoing advice.
Exactly. Not even this, and let me even, before I move back to Shai and regulation and compliance, and Shai will close the panel. It's interesting to see, Jenya, that sometimes we don't even need to do it. Let's say we have a client in Curaçao, okay, which is subject to specific rules and regulations. I'm telling you, listen, Jenya, this is the IML 5, this is AML 6, this is a draft, this is what they had in mind. Let's try and draft this type of manual. Let's see how the client are implementing it, so there won't be shit happening. And it's funny, sorry to use my English, you see that Mario, and he was joking, actually I didn't get the joke, because it takes some time. I don't have humor, I only laugh about myself. This is Mario, okay? I don't know if you know, but 2 or 3 years ago, there were some very big companies. I think that it's even plus 500. And again, no offense against plus 500, business partners of us, and we really enjoy with them. But the issue is that they had some kind of compliance lapse, because the rumor said that they onboarded Mickey Mouse as a client. They took clients with a passport and with a sticker of Mickey Mouse on the picture, and they onboarded them, and that happened. And so sometimes this shit happens. Then you can see that the share goes down. So again, everybody needs to know the most 3 pillars that you deal with and we deal with in a firm. If we put the M&A and the conferences apart, is things that are related to regulation, related to AML, and also related to taxation. Make sure that you pay your taxes. This is what we always tell all our clients: pay your taxes properly and on time. Shai, conference, and you'll wrap it up. And it's very important because we were there in Berlin. I saw the people approaching you and speaking with you, and actually very interested in some of, on the mobility space and the gaming space. And now you're also part of us setting up another event in Dubai in December, only dealing with SPACs and investments, also with private clients there in Dubai. And I want to hear from you, regulation and compliance is something that when we have been speaking in 2003, and this is things that, I show to Jenya, like as a museum of gaming in our office. We have like licenses from 2003 in Costa Rica, when people could buy in $4,000 an issue in a casino. I believe, Shai, in 2003, you could have, I don't know, probably issue companies and issue shares and list companies probably in a much less stricter way, like in the AAM. And I see, and I'm asking Shai, don't you wonder, and I'm wondering, won't you think that all of this increase of compliance and regulation, won't it kill like some part of the market, or will it only bring the good players inside? And that's for you, Shai.
So first of all, you need to embrace regulation, especially when you work with public market. At the end of the day, you don't want the small investor to get hit by nonsense that other companies are doing, and that's why you have regulation. Yes, in the US it's much more stricter than you mentioned the AIM or other exchanges around the world. But everybody knows that once you become a public company on the exchange in the US, you passed a certain level of due diligence that has been done by people that working in the SEC, and they checked everything related to the company and in the prospectus. So that gives also a huge advantage to public companies in the US to do business around the world, because the first thing that you do a business with a public company, you go to Yahoo Finance and you put their symbol and you check what's the status of the company, balance sheet, lawsuits, and all those things that really give comfort to potential business partners to join with this company. So in my opinion, as much as I hate it, because it's so much paperwork and you have to do so many things and so many lawyers, sorry, Tal, are involved, and you need everybody to sign on a million pages.
Transparency, it helps with transparency.
Yes, but at the end of the day, the end game is that we don't want shortcuts. We want a long sustaining business, and regulation helps you do that.
Unbelievable. And I think that what you said now is probably a thing which is so important. And I believe that most of the people here in the panel, in the home, seeing us later on VOD or in HIPTHER and websites will agree. I hope that they will agree. And those that would not agree, I prefer not to see this panel, because at the end of the day, what Shai said is something very interesting. Don't fight against the regulators. Some regulators probably are taking things maybe sometimes too much, and sometimes you can do a dialogue. And I think that if you see the gaming industry, I think that the guys who I really, really like and appreciate, the guys from the MGA, the Malta Gaming Authority, is probably my favorite regulators. In Malta, you can grab a beer with them in ICE. You can see them, all around the world, and really cool and young people, and know what they do and have a dialogue. I believe, I don't work with American people, but normally, except, like affiliates or advising together with the American lawyer, I can tell you that I believe that probably some of the Americans, people at the SEC, will also know how to handle even innovative, let's say a SPAC with some kind of innovative, let's say, industries, you think, Shai?
Yes, at the end of the day, the market is all about communication, and at the end of the day, the lawyers and the companies and the banks, they feed the market, and the SEC, again, the SEC is there to make sure that the investors will not get hurt. And when you put something online, or where you put some report, people know that if it was on your website, it passed some kind of checking and due diligence, and that's what the SEC is getting. And I think, especially in today's world, when you see stocks that are moving sometimes without any relation to the numbers, but just on rumors, stocks going up and down. We saw that in the midst of the corona, where a group of people, individual investors, were able to move the market with the GameStop stock. So there is a lot of things that the SEC needs to move with the pace of the market. And I think, compared to what I've heard in Germany, that the US is much, much further than the regulator in Germany. But at the end of the day, I think that the regulators all around the world will not have an exit. They cannot stand still. They have to move with the technology, and they need to move forward with the ideas that sometimes look a little bit out of this world, but the majority of those ideas can be checked and validated before they come into the market.
Amazing. Thank you. Wow. Shai and Asaf and Jenya, do you have any further comment that we'd like to share regarding anything we spoke about? We spoke about SPACs, we spoke about EMIs, we spoke about banking, we spoke about buying companies or acquiring companies, as we say, listing them either through SPACs, merging them, reverse merging. Anything that you would like to add something, guys?
No, everything's said and done.
Amazing. So first of all, I would like to thank my panelists, my further panelists, my friends, Shai Grunfeld, Asaf Stiglitz from Haifa. Asaf, I didn't laugh today that you're outside of Tel Aviv. I already got used from it. But you know what, Asaf, I don't know, I missed you because you don't come to events anymore. Your wife has now started a new job, so I know, and you have like 3 amazing and beautiful girls, which I did see with you when, like in Jaffa, when you come and visited us like 3 months ago. But at the end of the day, you need to come to events, and hopefully Zoltan and Alex will see you soon. And Shai, hopefully. Shai, do you want to tell maybe a bit more about the event, which is planned like in about a month? What is expected then?
Yes, so we want to bring SPAC to Dubai, and what we want to give the audience over there, that will be family offices, investors, and companies. We want to give them practical sessions of how to check the options of going to a SPAC. What do you need to do in order to do that? What service providers you need to help you to accomplish this mission? And at the end of the day, we want to give and bring them examples from companies that did the whole way, both as a SPAC and more importantly, as a company that merged into a SPAC and finished the whole process successfully.
Thank you, Shai. I don't want to ruin the surprise. First of all, Zoltan and Alex, I think you should also discuss with Shai. It could be like, I know it's organized by Ventus, another boutique firm, but probably you can do some kind of, I don't know, media partnership or something, because it's really, really, really cool. I think that at the end of the day, people and names that I saw there, are very, very successful Israeli companies that actually merged into SPACs. And these are very, very cool case studies that everybody are reading about it in the news. And when is it? Can you share? Shai? Jenya, maybe?
December 14, 15.
So it's really now. It's really, really now. 15, wow, December. So hopefully maybe Alex will be there also. Maybe. Alex, do you like Dubai, Alex?
I do like Dubai, but I'm not sure that that this year we are going to go to any conferences. The calendar is really full with planning the 2022 agenda.
Maybe tell us about the 22 agenda. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, we will have a special surprise with the 2022 agendas. I think in the last week of November. I don't want to spoil it. We are preparing a surprise for everybody, and we will be advertising it. So stay tuned.
Amazing.
I will not spoil it right now.
No, 1 second. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. So that will be the end of 2021. But what about my favorite events? The Prague Gaming Summit, the European Gaming Congress. These are already a household name. 5 or 6 editions already.
You will find everything about them in 23rd or 24th of November, I think.
I'm already putting it in the agenda.
Will return for sure. And I'm already spoiling the discussions. So yeah. Thank you really much, guys. It was really an insightful panel. The panel is over now. The day is over right now, but HIPTHER Festival is not over right now. We still have a day to go. The Gaming Americas quarterly meetup starting tomorrow from 10:15 New York time. That's 11:15 Buenos Aires, or 16:15 CET time. So that's 4:15 p.m. in CET time zones. Thank you, everybody. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and we really want to have a blast of an event. So stay tuned.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you.
Bye.
Thank you.